something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Don't let it make me go under. Don't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 something in his eyes. There's a
Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Pushing, so I move dumb. Peace and love, turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna throw to bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. They always see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving them beaners alone. Me, with a squeeze. I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beaners alone. Me, with a squeeze.
I'm getting high.
Cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Play games.
Là đại diện mạnh nhất của Việt Nam tại FFSI, Team Flash không sợ bất kỳ một đối thủ nào. Muốn hỏi về chiến thuật sao? Và đây mình chỉ cho ít bài.
Muốn thấy ác quỷ không? Đưa mà 1887 đây. Với 4 chức vô địch tại Việt Nam, sức mạnh của chúng tôi không phải dàn bừa. Kinh nghiệm của Team Flash sẽ để bẹp tất cả. Trong 4 nhiều rồi, muốn xem highlight trong 8 không?
Thôi, không nói nhiều, hẹn gặp ở chung kết.
สวัสดีครับผม FW อลงกรณ์กัปตันทีม FW Esport อยู่ตำแหน่งสไนเปอร์ผมเป็นคนคิดแผนการเล่นเก่งและแก้ปัญหาเฉพาะหน้ารับรองว่าวันนี้ผมวางแผนมาอย่างดีเพื่อเดินเกมให้ชนะทุกคนส่วนนี้คือ FW ชาย4ตำแหน่งหลักคือ Support งานอดิเรกแน่นอนว่าสบายนอนดูหนังฉายาฝรั่งเก๊เพราะหน้าฝรั่งแต่พูดอังกฤษไม่ได้เกมนี้เขามาเพื่อเป็นตัวจริงเท่านั้นส่วนนี้คือ FW บุญเจมตำแหน่งคือ Attacker มีงานอดิเรกคือการเป็นช่างไฟเขาจะมาเติมเต็มไฟให้สนามนี้ร้อนแรงแล้วพา FW Esport แซงชนะทุกทีมและส่วนคนนี้ก็คือ Gimelo 07 ควบ 2 ตำแหน่งสุดปังอย่าง Attacker และ Charger ไม่ว่าจะตำแหน่งไหนก็พาทีมคว้าชัยได้แน่นอน งานอดิเรกชอบศึกษาทางที่จะไปเอาชนะการแข่งขันครั้งนี้ พวกเราเลยเรียกเขาว่า จีมีเหลือง ส่วนนี้คือ FW นายพันตำแหน่ง Supportงานอดิเรกชอบเล่นเกมเล่นลูกเดียวเล่นจนเอามาเป็นงานหลักและวันนี้จะมาเป็นตัวหลักที่จะพาทีมเอาชนะไปด้วยฉายาท็อกซิก 100% แน่นอนว่าคู่แข่งต้องท็อกซิกไม่ใช่เพราะนิสัยแต่เป็นเพราะความเก่งของเขาพวกเราแข็งแกร่งมาแรงไม่แพ้ใครเพราะพวกเราจะใส่สุดแล้วหยุดที่บัฟเจอกันนะครับ FW Esport
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome to the Fire SEA Invitationals 2023. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky, and we are going to be your casters for the day.
Very, very exciting to finally kick off FFSI. We've seen this, heard news about it all around. The Free Fire Global Esports Instagram channel, account, really actively promoting and teasing everyone bit by bit, the teams and the days, what to look forward to. And here we are finally at the arena to bring all the action on a screen.
17 teams, 7 regions, they do battle over 3 grueling weeks, after which we will crown the SEA Invitational champions. All out pro-level Free Fire action for all of you guys to indulge in. And dude, I just cannot ask for more, man. I mean, this is the perfect event to indulge in before we make our way over to the next World Series.
Yeah, this is the halfway point, right? We are closing into the end of the first 2 quarters of 2023, and I think this is a very good midway milestone to cap off the Free Fire journey of a lot of these pro players. My nose has been twitching a lot, I think because I smell the action brewing. All of these teams, a lot of them have been on that world stage last year in Bangkok. We even have a current world champion participating in FFSI, and that means only one thing. We are playing to see who can get second place. No, I'm just kidding. We are going to see lots of great action.
I know we're going to see a lot of great action, right? I mean, there's just so much of story to unfold for all of you guys, but we will have all of that discussed in a bit. Let's take a look at the format of the competition first, because at the very start, like we said, 17 teams, they will be broken into 3 groups. On the first as well as the 4th day, you'll see Group A versus B. On the 2nd and 5th day, you'll see Groups B versus C, as well as the final day, which is the 3rd day as well as the 6th day, you'll see Groups A taking on Group C. After which, the top 12 teams, Husky, will be moving on to our grand finals.
And the best part is that this is the first time in Free Fire competitive history on the international event that we have 6 days of group stage and 3 days of finals. Never has happened before. Back in the days, 1-day play-ins, 1-day grand finals, boom, world champion. But right now, these teams really get to slog it out to prove that who can not only win on the opening day, but also close it out strong.
And this is exactly why I say, right, Garena always listens and Garena always delivers. This is something that not just us casters have been asking for, it's exactly what all of the teams have been asking for all this while. 3 days of finals, 6 days of group stages gives everybody a fair chance to mess up and also recover. This is exactly how they'll pick up the points as they climb up the leaderboard. You hit that number 1 spot, you get the booyah, you take away 12 points. 9 points for the 2nd place. Each and every single rank below that, all you need to do is just minus off a single point. But that's only until the 10th spot where you get 1 single point for yourself. 11th and 12th place gets you nothing.
But if we have a tiebreaker situation, we will look at the number of booyahs that the teams have. And if that is tied, we look at the total eliminations they have. And somehow, if that is tied as well, we will break the tie by looking at their placement in the last game. And I gotta say, AJ, having more days to play is what makes this format so much more enjoyable, right? You get to see the teams really put the point system into practice, getting those eliminations, getting good placements, and having time to recover. I know backstage we had some discussion about the Indonesian teams and how they got to this place, especially their first seed, and that is because we have this point system and we have enough days for them to prove that they're worth.
And of course, all of the grueling battles, all of the effort, all of the blood, sweat, and tears is for the number 1 spot where they'll walk away with $100,000 US. That's a lot. The 2nd and 3rd place takes away 40 and 20,000. 20,000 as well for the 4th place here. 16,000 for those that place 5th and 6th. 12,000 USD for those that place 7th and 8th. 10,000 for those that place between 9th and 12th spot. And of course, 4,000 for the rest of the teams, Husky.
This is where I have to say my tagline, everyone gets a piece of the pie. It's a matter of which piece you walk home with. And $100,000 US, mind you, that is a 5th of a world champion's worth. That was what our current world champion got, but only a 5th of it. But even if you put that aside, $100,000 is a lot, AJ. That's almost $500,000 in our currency.
That's exactly
That's
what I was
$500,000.
about to say, man. That's $500,000 my country. I'm not going to complain about that amount at all. I'm super delighted. I would be super delighted if I was one of those that picks up that prize pool. But of course, looking at the group, say you will see a little bit of an imbalance. Like we said, 17 teams. But as we initially promised, it was going to be 18 teams. Unfortunately, Team Legacy from Pakistan could not join us as all of the embassies in the country was closed and the team had a little bit of difficulty approving their visa.
Yeah, and it's very unfortunate, right? Because it would be nice to see the Pakistani representatives playing on the international stage.
Yeah.
We feel for them. My heart goes out to the players as well. You know, it must be very heartbreaking to miss out on this event.
Yeah.
But rest assured, I have a feeling that we will see them down the road. Just that this time is not it. But you know what they say? There's always a second chance. We just gotta wait for that to happen.
Yeah, unfortunately for Pakistan, unfortunately for Saif from Team Pakistan, it's not the first time this is happening to him. Hopefully, third time's the charm. They will be able to make it through. And of course, we do want to see exactly what they can do on a level like this. But the rest of the teams will have a lot of time to introduce them to you guys. But the maps that are going to be played, we start things off in the classic map of Bermuda, hop on into Purgatory for Game 2, Alpine for Game 3, Nextera, the newest map in Game 4, and then we hit the reset only for Bermuda, because when we get to Game 6, Husky, it's gonna be absolutely random.
If you're a fan of Russian roulette, if you like to roll the dice, this is the format that you love, right? And this is also one of the first times that the format is synonymous with any major tournaments to qualify for an international stage. Back then, you kind of see difference, right? MCPS Major, you have a long league, and then you head to the world stage, you play for 2 days. Not this time. All the formats are standardized, and this is why Game 6 is so much important. We have seen some teams, MCPS again, Expand is a good example, where you have this magical moment. The Russian roulette goes in your favor, you get your best map, and you get a breakout performance.
And I think this is once again exactly where Free Fire under Garena shines bright under the spotlight. Always keeping it fresh, always keeping it absolutely unsuspecting as to who's going to be able to walk away with the trophy. Only those who have full mastery over Free Fire, not just the guns, not just the characters and skills, but over the maps, will be able to do exactly that. Perhaps it's going to be EVOS Phoenix, the ones who rose from the dead in the recent Free Fire World Series.
Absolutely. Joining them in Group A, you have Team Flash, you have Farang, you have Alpha, and you have LGDS. And this is a group where I think EVOS Phoenix, to a lot of people's agreement, would probably feast on, right? It's a very imbalanced group on paper, but this also makes it so much more competitive because you get to see how these other teams from various different regions take on current world champions. And the best part is that all of these rosters, except for Alpha, have not changed a single member.
And the good thing for the rest of the teams who are in Group A is the fact that EVOS Phoenix are not ones to hit hard super early. In the grand finals, you have to fear them being, of course, in the same lobby. But in the group stages, they can rest easy as EVOS Phoenix will be going on the slow mode. But let's take a look at Group B here. We've got First Raiders Eclipse, Morph Team, E Arena, FW Esports, P Esports, as well as Vasto Mundo. Quite a number of new names, but a few veterans as well. Who can forget Vasto Mundo, who made so much of noise at Bangkok in the recent times, representing EU. And this is something we talked about. EU being in a Southeast Asian tournament. You know, that's just a little bit of a mix we're throwing in there.
Yeah, I was about to say, right, people look at the name SEA Invitationals and then they look at the teams playing. Wait, we have Mina, we have EU. You know, that's great, right? Now you get to see the international teams play on our turf, per se. I mean, they've been playing on our turf for the past 2-3 years, but you know, it's very good to keep having them playing in this region. You get this global experience. Of course, for Group B, I think a lot of people might have saw one of the teams, P Esports. That is previously known as MDH from Vietnam. So for anyone who is confused, don't worry, it's the same roster, just under a different banner.
And if you guys are wondering, like, wait a minute, that's just 11 teams. Where are the rest of the 6? Group C, once again, will not be participating today. That's only gonna be tomorrow and the following day. Once again, on the 1st as well as the 4th day, it's only gonna be Groups A versus B. So only the 11 teams will be in participation. I guess that does also mean that you get lesser elimination points, but it also opens up a little bit of the map for the rest of them to play around on.
It could be a point of argument, right? And what happens to the teams playing in Group A? You only have 11 teams to work with in total, but then you look at the distribution, and when these teams play against each other, at the end of the day, it's even, right? Everyone will have a day where they play in an 11-team lobby.
Correct.
And I think overall, when you look at kind of the overall stats of some of these teams, primarily for us right now, Team Flash and First, considered to be a more active team than First Raiders Eclipse.
Team Flash, the first-seeded team from the Vietnam Free Fire League Spring 2023. This was the team that absolutely dominated the league, and the ones closest to them was SBTC, but the one thing that they could not catch up on was the amount of elimination the Team Flashes absolutely outshines the rest of the teams on. And this is exactly where we see First Raiders Eclipse kind of falter to them as well. And one of the main reasons why you usually see Team Flash in that final circle, Husky, is because of how proficient they are at healing up the squad and keeping themselves alive.
You're looking at two polarizing teams, right? Team Flash is very, very active, whereas for First Raiders Eclipse, second seed from Indonesia, are a very reactive team. They don't normally make the first move. They wait for people to come to them. But one thing they're good at is that they're very good at reacting to situations. And when we talk about reacting, we have to talk about Darko from FR, the captain of the team. This guy is not only the leader, but he's also one of the brightest snipers from Indonesia.
And, you know, Darkhold does not really play the almighty slayer role all the time. Most of the time, you can see this guy kind of opening fire against all of his opponents first. He's the one that tags them up. He's the one that deals the initial damage, and the finisher comes off from all of the supporting role players within his squad as a whole. But Shin, on the other hand, if you want to compare him directly to Darkhold, this guy, he spots one, he takes him down. 2.6, not almost, double of what Darkhold has in the total elimination averages.
Again, right, active team against a reactive team. This is what you kind of can see the difference on the stat screen as well. Even when you look at the glue wall usage, right? Normally, Team Flash, they just use so much more glue walls. They are taking way more damage. They're healing themselves way more often just because they're in the thick of things most of the time. And that's not to say that First Raiders Eclipse are leaps and bounds. Well, Team Flash are leaps and bounds ahead of First Raiders Eclipse. It just means that what FR focus on is different. But we have a featured player that I think a lot of people might have forgotten about from the world stage is Luca from Vasto Mundo.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, this is a sign of respect when you've got a SEA Invitational. The one who we are featuring is from EU, right? Vasto Mundo's Luca 04 is one of the most nastiest players out there on the battlefield. You look at his damage, you look at his eliminations, this guy is an absolute monster out there on the battlefield, and his defensive gameplay is just so proficient, and that's the main reason why you almost never see him taken out of the equation.
Yeah, and you look at the characters that he used as well. I want to specifically talk about Iris because this is not a common character you see in a game of Free Fire. Normally you see Chrono, I think that's the most common one. You see Homer every now and then. Some teams like to run double Homers, double Chrono. Alok has kind of fallen off, but Iris is the unique one. And this is another factor where I love to see international teams, teams outside of SEA play in a tournament because they have their own meta, right? They have their own different renditions and their different interpretations of how to play the game well. And I think Vasto Mundo, under the leadership of Luca, is going to bring us something interesting.
And I mean, before we even talk about the top three players, it is the combination of Iris as well as the AWM that absolutely obliterates people behind the glue walls. We'll see that play in action a little bit later on, but of course the top three players that we're going to be keeping our eyes out for as well is going to be Darkhold, Bloody, as well as Luca 04. Look at the sheer damage that these guys output out there on the battlefield. But you know, this one is from the perspective of damage, Husky, not from the perspective of eliminations, because if it was going to be elims, I think this top three will be flipped right around.
Yeah, it will be so much more different, right? And the stats are from their own local league before FFSI, and we are only looking at the players from the pool of teams that are playing today. So if you're wondering, well, we have some great players in Group C, why aren't they featured? It's because, again, they're not going to be playing today. So just keep your eyes on the 11 teams. Lessen that burden on your shoulders a little bit.
A little bit of a surprise that you don't see EVOS Phoenix and their players team. I mean, where's Jonah? Where's Moshi? Well, I think they will show us exactly where they are a little bit later on. The popular weapons that we've been seeing so far in the qualification towards FFSI has been the AC-80 Groza as well as the M1887. And I cannot think of a more balanced set of weapons to highlight here. I mean, the AC-80 double shots to the head gets you that extra bit of damage, and you know the accuracy of this gun and the rate of fire is going to help you out in those long-range engagements. And long to medium, your Groza is the man, right? The Groza is an absolute obliterator And the short range, you've got the shorty sorting it out.
That is my favorite weapon, the M1887, or as we call it, the shotgun in this case. But you know, sometimes you can replace it every now and then. You have the charge buster. Some players love it. You have the woodpecker as well for long range if you don't have the AC80, and you have kind of the holy grail, which is the AWM.
One of the highlights of the M1887 is out of all of the shotguns that obviously have got their own plus points, this has got the longest of the ranges.
Oh yeah.
And which is a little bit of a shocker. Looking at the damage output plus the range, it really makes this one of the preferred shotguns to pick up on the battlefield. But of course, you're not just going to see the weapons being used out there. I want to see exactly how luck favors some of these teams. But the teams to look out for here on your screen, no surprise whatsoever. Finally, we see the brand of EVOS Phoenix once again, the current reigning, defending world champions. No one's going to take the title away from them just yet, but maybe they'll add another title to their run.
Yeah, two-time world champion. Almost three, but you know, with that aside, I think EVOS Phoenix is a three-time world champion in a lot of people's heart. And you have Team Flash, who has always been kind of the kryptonite to a lot of MCPS teams. And overall, I think they have a very calculated team, but it's also very unfortunate because they never seem to go far enough for us to talk about them as much as we want to. And then we have Vasto Mundo from EU. This is kind of like the wrench to throw into a machinery, because you have an EU team where a lot of teams from MCPS or SEA in general don't get to play much against streams, you know?
Yeah, they don't, but you know what? I think some of the regions have got something to say. So let's see exactly what that is.
ถ้าให้1-1กับใครหรอครับ คงจะเป็น First Rider อยากส่งวาสนาไปสู้กับนอตจะได้ดูสมน้ำสมเนื้อกันหน่อย
Menurut gua yang paling pede itu ya tim Thailand. Semoga kalian ingat kejadian di Garrison waktu itu.
เดี๋ยวผมส่งโมชิไปให้ไปสู้กับทีมแฟดทีมแฟดจะเรียกใครมาสู้ก็ได้ครับโมชิไหวหมดทุกคน
Thành tích tốt nhất của team chúng mình là liên tục đạt top đội tuyển mạnh nhất trong khu vực Việt Nam, và chúng mình luôn luôn cố gắng và không biết sợ ai cả.
ก็ฝากถึงทีมแฟดนะครับก็เข้ารอบมาทุกรอบก็ไม่เห็นสมหวังสักที
Khi mà team chúng mình chiến thắng các đội Thái Lan thì chắc chắn một điều là Việt Nam number one.
ทีมแฟดอย่าเพิ่งมั่นใจลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
ฝากถึงอินโดนะครับครั้งที่แล้วแค่อ่อนให้ครั้งเนี้ยของจริง
Indonesia dominasi Asia nih bos. F Indo juara.
มั่นใจไปเปล่าถ้ามั่นใจมากเดี๋ยวผมจะทำให้จบ 12 ทั้ง 6 เกม
ฝากถึงทีมอินโดนะครับระวังโดนสิงโตกัดนะจ๊ะ
Untuk region yang pede banget, gak usah sok pede lah. Lihat aja ntar.
ก็มาดิวะอินโด
Easy win bro
Strong, the best, and crazy. Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais. Na verdade, eu não me importo se eles estão a treinar muito ou pouco. Eu quero que a minha equipa esteja na sua melhor fase, quero que eles treinem entre si, e isso para mim é o suficiente. A minha equipa está na melhor fase e não preocupar-me com o trabalho dos outros. Basta jogar melhor que todos eles.
ก็แชมป์โลก2 สมัยครับก็มีให้เห็นอยู่ครับอะไรที่ทำให้ทีมผมมั่นใจแล้วครับก็มาตรฐานของทีมสูงครับแล้วก็ตัวผู้เล่นเก่งทุกคนด้วยครับ
เดือดดุดันก็ไม่มีอะไรต้องกลัวครับเจอก็ใส่
A maior vantagem da região da Tailândia é o conhecimento que eles têm sobre o jogo, mas já estamos a trabalhar sobre isso e a treinar a cada dia para conseguirmos vencê-los desta vez.
ถึงฝั่งตรงข้ามจะซ้อมมาหนักแต่พวกผมซ้อมมาหนักกว่าและศึกษาแผนของเขามาเป็นอย่างดี
Também estou confiante para vos ganhar. Venham, vou-vos ganhar também.
My, oh my, there were some matchsticks just kind of scrubbed against some rough surfaces, and I kind of saw some sparks flying. Do you think that was fire, Husky?
You know, I think in the future we should give less screen time in trash talk videos to two-time world champions, because anything they say is irrefutable, right? You have Jonah is just spitting fire at this point. Like it's like I'm thinking of a comeback for all of the teams that he's trashing, and I can't think of anything because they won the world championship 2 times.
And almost 3 times, like you said.
Almost 3 times. But there's one reference that I want to draw, right? Potato, he mentioned something last time in Indonesia, we kind of just gave up. It was a reference to a recent tournament that happened. And that was where First Race Eclipse was also playing in as well, where they did beat E-Arena in terms of points. None of them won the whole thing anyways. And the team that won that tournament isn't even here.
Yeah.
That's SCS Alpine.
SES Alpine, they kind of unfortunately bombed out in the Indonesian circuit.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure exactly what happened to them, but we do have a few other strong representatives from that region, right? And one of those is actually the one and only Genesis Dogma, who we will be talking about a little bit in detail tomorrow as well. Because, at the end of the day, there's just, once again, so many layers to the story that we are going to be peeling away for you guys like an onion all throughout the group stages as well as the grand finals. But of course, like you said, the trash talk from EWOS Phoenix, irrefutable, man. I mean, what can you say? You can't even go out there onto the battlefield and prove them wrong, or can you?
There's smack talk, and then there's just facts.
Slap talk.
No, that's just facts. It's hard, and I like how they got Jonah to say it, right? That's the captain of the team as well. And even in the beginning, he says to Team Flash, "I'll send Moshi, and he can take on anyone from Team Flash." And that's a good representative. Moshi was the one that kind of saved EWOS Phoenix in the World Series last year.
Oh yeah.
And one of the best highlight clips, I think up to today in Free Fire history, is still one of the best clutch I've ever seen.
I have to agree with you. Moshi's 1v2 clutch was a play that will go down in the history books. It's a play that everybody in every single region will show to their new players. If you want to become a pro player, you gotta think this fast on your feet, man. I mean, the guy could run circles around 2 players at the same time and still walk away the victor with barely a good gun on himself. He had enough time to go to the loot box, pick up a charge blaster, and then turn the situation around. There were so many of the passive and active skills used to perfection in that fight. There was just so much happening in those few seconds, and that's exactly what shows not just Moshi, but exactly how great EWOS Phoenix is as a squad when it comes to the strategy play in Free Fire.
And you know what they say, all things come full circle, because if memory serves, the 1v2 situations, the 2 guys that were attempting to take him out were from Vasto Mundo. And Vasto Mundo, they are here to take out EWOS Phoenix. Potentially, they say they've studied a lot, they have practiced a lot. Now they got a second chance to do so. And again, I mentioned at the start of the show that the global page on Instagram has been really active. They've been posting highlights, breakdowns every now and then. If the social media guy is looking for a piece of content, that Moshi 1v2. Game 6, I believe, of the World Series last year in Bangkok, that is one of the clips that I think is worth archiving.
No arguments about that whatsoever. I made a highlight reel for my own shoutcast of the World Series, right?
You had to use that.
That was the play. That was the play that I had to throw into the reel.
Is your highlight reel just that play on loop for like 10 minutes?
No. The whole highlight reel was based on EWOS Phoenix almost not making it and then taking it all away.
Oh, yes.
And obviously, Moshi's play was the highlight of the highlight reel as a whole, right? But I want to touch on your point a little bit about how Vastamundo said they studied a lot. Look, man, here's the thing. I studied a lot for my exams as well, but I failed all of them, okay? So I'm hoping to see exactly what Vastamundo can do with all of this knowledge. Can they put it into practice? That's my question.
I think one X factor could just be how they play Free Fire, the characters, right? Again, you look at the characters, the highlights of Luca himself. He uses Iris. No one does that in SCA. No one even remotely touches his character. We are so hell-bent on using Chrono, using Homer. We really love these in-your-face fight with a little bit of defensiveness. That's not what Iris provides. That's just full-on aggression. You are utilizing a lot of their glue walls, which in SEA is a bit hard to properly manage because we are very proficient in using glue wall busters, very proficient in using grenade launchers. So I want to see what Vastamundo has in store in terms of their own meta.
Yeah.
And studying is one thing, but can you mechanically outplay Evo's Phoenix?
I absolutely agree with you, man. And of course, for some of you guys who are a little bit newer to Free Fire, if you're wondering exactly what Husky's talking about, Iris is a character within the game that has got the active skill called the Wall Brawl. For 15 seconds, successfully firing at a glue wall will mark enemies within 7 meters of it and also penetrate the glue wall. So just like we highlighted earlier, the AWM in the hand of Luca, as well as Iris as his active skill, allows him to not just shoot people through the glue wall, but also tag up the rest of the players. He has got information and also the capability to take you out on those open fields. And we wonder exactly why he's the highlighted player, right? That's big brain plays right there, even before you get into battle.
And I tell you the craziest part, we just replaced it with Homer. Same thing, right? The drone doesn't reveal where you are, but it gives you a good general direction. And normally, if you are rushing someone hiding behind glue walls, you don't really need to know exactly where they are. You just need to know the general direction where they last were at. I think that difference could be very compelling as we move forward. And for those audience watching, we are hashing out, some of the teams, just making sure that we get the best start to the evening. According to Bermuda, after all, right? The classic. The El Clasico. Can you imagine a day where we have more maps down the road and Bermuda cease to become one of the competitive maps?
It will never happen. I'm gonna call it right now.
We remove Kalahari, okay?
Kalahari.
Hey, no.
Okay. Bermuda's my baby. Bermuda's everybody's baby. Bermuda's not going anywhere for a long time, okay? I think Free Fire will go away before Bermuda goes away. And if Free Fire goes away, then Bermuda does.
Bermuda goes away. But,
but Bermuda will never go away.
No.
Before Free Fire goes away. That's a fact.
That is a fact.
That is a fact.
Okay. Good save. Very good save.
But of course, we are hyping up some of the players, we're hyping up some of the teams, but no matter how much of hype we throw behind these teams, nothing can determine exactly what happens out there on the battlefield. And once again, we have to talk about the Indonesian circuit a little bit, right?
Oh, yes.
The first seeded team, Dogma, they scraped through. They were placed 12 from their group stages, okay? Top 12 moves on to the grand finals. They were in the 12th spot.
By 7 points.
And in the grand finals, guess what? #1 placement. So if you really want it and if you really put in the hustle for it, I mean, fate cannot decide exactly what holds in store for you. You have to decide that for yourself.
And I want to say it's also the most competitive circuit in SEA, one of the most competitive circuits because #1 place is less than 80 points. In MCPS, we hit 100, right? Almost at all majors. So this really proves that on the ID circuit, the teams are so much closer to each other. We have 3 new names out of 4 teams in FFSI that you probably have not heard much about if you are not paying attention to the ID circuit, right? Household names like RRQ, they're not here. Says Alfine, they also bombed out in the finals. Evo's Divine almost made it, but they were lacking by, I think 6-7 points as well. It's pretty tight.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, of course, the Indonesian circuit was not the only one with a little bit of a heartbreak, right? We also did spot that the Thailand circuit had a little bit of a heartbreak there as well. Attack all around. What happened to them? Nigma Galaxy didn't make it through. These 2 teams, I believe they were placed in the 5th as well as the 6th spot. And Attack all around, a past world champion, could not beat the teams that were so hungry to get here. And of course, EVO's Phoenix, their consistency is a little mind-blowing if you ask me. But the rest of the teams that made it here really proved their worth.
Even Nigma Galaxy, right? 3rd place in the last World Series, not here as well. And I think Thailand is a region that we always agreed that is very, very competitive. These teams are hungry, right? E-Arena, when they first came out the gates in one of the tournaments we saw them last year, it was one of the fastest growing teams as well. And they have been consistently placing top 3 in the Thai circuit. And at one point, E-Arena even overtook Evo's Phoenix in their local circuit. And I think that was late 2022.
And this is exactly why we heard Protete say that, they kind of fell asleep in the previous competition. They kind of gave up per se towards the very end, but it's not going to happen this time around. And I'm glad to hear him say that because that's exactly what we are looking forward to. That's the kind of mindset we are looking forward to in a group stage, in a league set up in such a way, right? Because we've got 6 days of play. Anything can happen. You've got 4 days to kind of do battle as a whole throughout the whole 6. So if one day doesn't really go your way, you can't give up just yet. You've got 3 other days which can more than propel you up to the top 12. And it's another thing. You just need to get the top 12.
And with that being said, there's one region that I want to quickly touch on, right? LGDS from the region of Taiwan. This team, for I think more than 2 years, has not changed a single member in their roster. Consistently the best team, best players from their respective region.
Yep.
But the one thing is that they also consistently never really made it past any group stage on the international stage. Last time in the World Series, they placed dead last in play-ins, which was very, very unfortunate because when you look at them in their local circuit or you look at them in any other third-party shows, they actually perform very well.
Yes.
But when push comes to shove, they just get outclassed by all the other teams.
So, of course, there's just one of two things here. Either number one, they got to do the opposite of what you've just mentioned. The past 2 years, they haven't had a roster change. Maybe now's the time. Alternatively, they just need to hype themselves up in a totally different way, right? Because I totally agree with you as well when you say that in some of the other region competitions, in some of the, with the competitions within their own region in itself, I mean, you cannot catch a break when you go up against LGDS. But that kind of firepower, that kind of confidence just doesn't seem to translate on the international stage for some reason.
It's just kind of domestic plateau, right? When you are constantly winning domestically, but you're not able to break through that glass ceiling. I think LGDS is kind of going through that phase, and it has been for more than a year. You see two very different scenarios, right? Evo's Phoenix haven't really gone through a roster change, won 2 World Championship, and LGDS, they have lost every single tournament on the international stage. And best part is when we head into Bermuda, these two teams are placed in the same group. So we have 6 rounds to see how far LGDS come.
Wow, I'm so excited, man. It's going to be the first match of FSSI, and it is going to be, obviously, at Bermuda, as we've already explained earlier on. Bermuda will be played twice today in game number 1 as well as game number 5. Who do you have your money on? Who do you think is going to be able to rise up to the top? I'll say don't cash in, don't make your bets just yet, because we do have to see exactly how their temperament and mindset is for this first game in itself, Askey.
You can't just say don't cash in when you build up all that hype, because I've already cashed in. I cashed in on LGDS. You know why? Because one of the players had my surname in it, and I believe in our generational bloodline. Okay, I believe in our potential as the Ng family to continue to reach greater heights.
Okay, I'm going to bet against you, and thank you for giving me your money in advance.
You're welcome. I'll pay you extra petrol fees. Does that count?
Yeah, it counts. It counts. Mars Electric as well as Factory sees Evo's Phoenix. They split off into a buddy system here, closest to the players from the side of Morph. Ambot better be careful if he does get spotted out by Moshi, one of the greatest clutch players out there, and also one of the sharpest snipers out there on the battlefield. Ambot will have to hope and pray that he gets at least 300 glue walls from the compound he's looting, because he needs all of the cover.
They're not kidding when they say that they did their homework, because no one is even close to where Evo's Phoenix dropped, right? And Evo's Phoenix, they cover a big area. And Godcruz started off by destroying that vehicle. They don't need it, and that's very good as well, because in the event that they move away, teams won't be able to get that vehicle, right? You want to sabotage other teams early on, and we talk about Homer being one of the favorites when it comes to SEA teams. Farang instantly uses it to try and chase down members of Team Flash, but Ripgod just turns the corner, and that is 2 for Ripgod.
And that's exactly what the Mac 10 can do for you. Absolutely high rate of fire, and Ripgod just rips away 2 lives from Team Farang. And the player who was outside of the circle, who brought out the Homer just moments ago, better be careful. Fire's now going to be hunted down by Bloody as well as Nathan. BO flanking around from the right-hand side, and Fires goes down as well. Spade, the final survivor, is already at a revival point just beside Rivers to bring the whole squad back in. Team Farang will survive.
And I tell you, that is probably one of the most catastrophic starts you can have, right? The drone wasn't even used close to where Team Flash were, and I think that was one of those few. Could be a game 1 jitter, bit of a fatal mistake. Thankfully, Farang's still in the game, but they gotta hit that reset button. This early on though, not too punishing. Can't say the same for FW, as Nero finds an isolated elimination. Good, decent start. Kind of get these scouts out of the way.
PE Sports, this is a decent start for them, holding on to a revival platform at the same time at peak, as they flank outwards to hunt down a couple of heads. And this is a good play from them, because whenever you drop in peak, there is almost a guarantee you don't have to travel all that too much when the first circle does move on in. And that's the scenario you're actually watching right now. But Farang, look at Bio. Bio has already pushed out so far ahead because they've got a rough idea as to where Farang is going to be bringing in the rest of the team. And they have got this guess right on the money. And on the other side, you've got Bruce from LGDS already opening fire. All of that sound is going to warn off Bio. And Team Flash to flank on right in is going to take a little bit of time as they're quite spread up apart.
You see another drone used by Farang onto Bruce. Again, no follow-up can be used. And sometimes it's a good intel gathering tool, but overall, you need to be able to convert that into something, right?
Yeah.
Ideal situation, Farang needs to make the most out of it. Alif finally spotting BO. That will stop Team Flash just for a while. But it's good to see, on the other side of the aisle, LGDS, they start at Shipyard, one of the teams that like to play safe. We've seen it multiple times. LGDS just don't like to drop in hot zones. But in this case, if Farang shows up in this manner, LGDS, they have a chance to get a couple of points.
I like what Spade's doing, flanking around from the right-hand side, just using the elevation from the cliff to keep himself a little safe. No line of sight from the players on the side of LGDS, and therefore, with that flank, he should be able to pull off a little bit of a distraction, alternatively survive long enough to revive Farang once again, because here comes Team Flash, slowly shutting down that space, but LGDS moves up towards the right-hand side of the bridge, which gives a lot of room for Farang to flank around from the right. Flash now. I believe they will go up against the players from the side of LGDS who are moving straight on into their compound, and this does not seem good.
And there's a Farang guy, Olive, left by his team, and another free kill for Team Flash. That move from Farang, they went all the way to Shipyard, but that means they are now outside the circle. LGDS, they will be tasked to deal with Team Flash, and maybe that is the plan. Bruce off to a good start. Yuan also getting Rip God in the process. That's two members of Team Flash already taken out. LGDS being fed 2 free points to start it off. This dam is completely secured by LGDS. Team Flash, they got a bill.
Just when we thought that Farang was just going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place, they lead Team Flash straight into the hands of LGDS, flank around from the right and get the heck out of there. That was a perfect defensive play, defensive maneuver coming through from the Malaysian squad of Farang. LGDS now totally missing Yanbin, moving towards Bloody. Yanbin should be able to survive unless someone does spot him, and Bruce is on the hunt. That Woodpecker in his hands, headshot from the top, will hurt quite a bit. Alpha, on the other hand, looking at Team Morph already within Factory. Defensively, Team Morph has got the advantage here, Husky.
And Alpha is one of the teams, representatives from MENA. And at the same time, they did go to some minor roster change. I believe that G18 is one of the members from the World Series. So you have a kind of mixed bag of new and current, new and old players. I'm excited to see what Alpha brings, right? We didn't get to talk about them much. But this was a team that did appear on the FFWS stage in Bangkok. They finished 11th in the Grand Finals.
Ice grenade tags up a player from the side of Team Morph. Koja quickly recovers. Gizar Iria is the only female player within this whole circuit, within the whole league. Let's see exactly what she can do to really help MENA up towards the top of that leaderboard. Alpha still defensively in a sticky situation outside of Factory. And all Team Morph needs to do is just stay put and wait for that approach from the side of Alpha. EVOS Phoenix ever so slowly from the side of Mars Electric. It's already moved on into Pochanok, and they continue their looting progress, not engaging with any teams whatsoever. Towards that final circle, EVOS Phoenix is going to be extremely lethal, and the circle hunts them down. EVOS Phoenix doesn't need to focus on anything else apart from looting.
Yeah, and they have been quiet the entire time, and that's kind of EVOS Phoenix in a nutshell, right? They're not a team that's in a rush. They don't feel the need to kind of come out the gate swinging and drop 30 points. That's not EVOS Phoenix. Plenty of time to do so. 24 rounds in total in the group stage. But of course, Morph, they're going to get Pincer in very soon, and Alpha ready at the perimeter of this factory for quite a while. And the question is, how are they going to attack this area? Because Morph team, they do have their members kind of spread out. All of them on the ground floor.
I mean, I'm sorry if nobody likes what I'm about to say, but I'm really not digging the strategy out of Alpha here. No flanks from the right-hand side, no flanks from the left-hand side. They're just staying put. Their position has already been given away already. So Morph team knows exactly what to expect from Alpha. And Alpha's not doing anything different. And if in any case someone just comes waltzing in towards factory, it's going to be Alpha who's going to be in hot soup because they're outside without a defensive compound. All Morph team needs to continue to do is just stay put. Don't do anything.
And their backs are completely exposed as well, right? This kind of position is very dangerous to play.
Here they come.
If you are dragging along.
Here they come.
There it is. You have a different team right behind Alpha. I don't think they see Alpha just yet. You have the elevation to protect them just for a little bit. But I don't think that's going to last for long though. The circle is already closing in. Factory kind of is one of the major compounds that is still left in the safe zone as well. And Alpha hanging around that area doesn't feel right. Evil Speed is catching a glimpse of FW, another team from their own region, and I saw a smoking vehicle as well. So Evil Speed not gonna chase. They're just gonna hold on to Pochino. Not a big problem.
And the first Raiders Eclipse, that was the team that was approaching Alpha, but it looks like Alpha might just be saved here, as first Raiders do have an attacker coming on from the back. And Team FW Esports, ever so slowly now, approaching Team Alpha. Morph team just needs to not do anything. PE out of nowhere. They storm the front at factory, and Morph now needs to deal with them.
Yeah, PE just ran right in, and you can see the ice grenade as well. Mao, first one to go down. Cluster completely whiffing. 3 members of PE on top of the roof as well. Again, we talk about how Morph team had all their players on the ground floor. There's no way for them to deal with this assault from PE. This entire roof area has been taken over. And that means bad news. Alpha can't even show themselves. They need Morph to somehow slow down PE. And while that was happening, FW, they can easily storm the front. And if they do, Morph will be in big, big trouble.
Timing, Alpha. Just stalking the entrance here, waiting for Morph to step on out. Will PE be able to flush them out of factory? Will Alpha be able to take over for the time being? Morph team just finding a container, and this is their safe hole for the time being. PE from up top, and FW flanking in from the left-hand side. And it is also going to be Vasto Mundo losing 2 players back-to-back. Farang with Aleph down on the ground already. They respond back to Vasto Mundo, and the players on the side of First Raiders ever so slowly inching towards this compound where these two teams do battle.
And they have First Raiders making things hard for Vasto Mundo. I believe one of the players was even stolen by First Raiders to a certain extent. Farang left with 3 more guys, and First Raiders Eclipse, they are coming through as well. You can see all that glue was being dropped down. Vasto Mundo, they gotta find a way to really weather the storm. I think for Vasto Mundo, you have to try and stay put. Let First Raiders deal with Farang first.
And I think First Raiders are going to go straight for Vasto Mundo. Farang's on the outside, and the back of the house now stormed by the First Raiders. Vasto Mundo, what's going to be the call? They are up on the roof. If they open fire, no! Lozzie takes down Blazer 10. Luca 04 does manage to trade Lozzie out, but everybody's on the hunt now. Vasto Mundo with the final play of Luca, and they get taken out in the 11th spot. First Raiders Eclipse, they clear the house, and they allow Farang to continue surviving.
I don't know if you've seen this meme template before, but there's a meme template where there's a guy in a news channel and the title he's given was Instigator.
Dude,
Instigator
that's
is
exactly
Farang.
what Farang is, right?
Farang has
They've
instigated
baited 2 teams now.
They have baited 2 teams, and again, High shows up Evo's Phoenix to the factory area. Actually got shot by P. Mochi. Oh, he might be the clutch god, but you gotta drop that right now. Nuke catches him mid-air, shoots him out of the sky. Evo's Phoenix thought they had it, but they just lost 2 members for free.
And PE, what a way to make noise on the very first matchup in itself. Taking out 2 players from the side of Evo's Phoenix, but Evo's Phoenix not out of the equation just yet. And E-Arena shows up, got Cruz taken out, but Koja steals the shot away with an AC-80. And now it's gonna be Team Morph still holding on for their dear lives inside of Factory. The circle found them, but everybody else found them as well.
Yeah, Get High in big trouble. No more revival points. Has to look for a vending machine, and there's no one there that can help him. You have, what, 4 teams in this area that have almost a full squad left. Get High, you gotta hide until the very end. Vending machine on the ground floor. That is the worst spot that, you know, it can be in as well. I think Evo's Phoenix felt so confident that PE just shot them out of the sky. There is a chance that they didn't know that PE is on top of the roof.
I mean, that's the exact problem here, right? The gods of RNG just kind of playing their game here. PE were the first ones to find the roof of Factory, and unfortunately for Evo's Phoenix, they were the second guests there, and they were welcomed with open arms. In fact, the bullets kind of loaded in the gun. That's exactly what they were welcomed with. I cannot believe how Alpha is still surviving this. No one has found them in the open grounds. They don't have any defensive compound, but no one has shot at them yet.
Hey, watch out, LGDS. 6 eliminations, full squad still alive. These team coming in pretty hard. Team Flash is going to be the next target if LGDS runs straight. But this stalemate is going to get broken really soon. The circle no longer covering the northern side of the factory. They all have to move. And really, now it comes down to kind of how these teams navigate, right? If we're talking about Evo's Phoenix, Get High is probably the last man to leave, had to tank a bit of that blue zone. The entire perimeter has been controlled by teams like E-Arena, who just shot at Don't Cry. It's gonna get brought back up. Shot again! Limit just not letting them breathe.
Yeah, but E-Arena just keeps getting knocks. No eliminations coming on through just yet. Limit looking for the head. Finds the head. Player spots on out. But Limit, he's just not flicking left quick enough, and he misses that opportunity. A Dark Call! And he does get that hit mark. No knockdowns coming through just yet. Dark Call pulls out the time turner, and he heals himself in the nick of time as EA continues to push on forth. It's going to be First Raiders now dealing with the players of E-Arena. From that left-hand flank, it's going to be Protede, and it looks like no shot's going to connect as the hill is played perfectly by First Raiders.
Oh, they've been in this position before. Last time they met, just like Protede said, First Raiders Eclipse had the upper hand. But fate have it. We'll have it one way or the other. They gotta fight each other once more to see who makes it into the next stage. And First Raiders Eclipse, 5 eliminations under their belt, getting completely pelted by E-Arena, who are taking space actively, running to the high ground, and all the AWM shots, they're coming through from Darko, but you need to get those knocks. Lozzy does it. Potato also down.
One more.
But Lozzy gets traded back. First Raiders Eclipse finally getting more of those knocks, but Orgus is still alive, running for the hills, hiding behind a tree. Nothing much left for E-Arena, and First Raiders Eclipse, they have definitely won this one.
Orgus is done so at this point. He backs away, and Remind with the God Nade out of nowhere takes him out of the equation. And Team Alpha with the one elimination to their side. They stole that kill away, and they're still alive. E-Arena right behind them, but they get eliminated by the circle. First Raiders now looking for that circle. Quite a bit of distance to travel, but the saving grace here is nobody spotted them apart from Alpha, so they can flank on from that right-hand side.
Alpha now have to deal with First Raiders Eclipse, who finally fire at them. Alpha, by the way, this hit there for the longest of time. Remind even gets the first knock onto Lozzy as well. And First Raiders Eclipse not only have to deal with Alpha, you gotta deal with PE. You have to potentially deal with FW later into the round. And First Raiders Eclipse, they're gonna put up the glue wall, find some space to breathe. They still have ways to move. Farang in the meantime knocked out by LGDS, but First Raiders Eclipse have effectively moved into the perimeter.
And this is exactly how competitive this level is. You survive all this while towards that final circle, and you still walk away with the 7th place. Unfortunate for Farang, but the match still continues. Roro with a God Nade. Alongcon taken out of the equation already. PE still alive and kicking, spots out 4 players from the side of Alpha. One God Nade, one single God Nade can do the whole team of Alpha in. Is someone going to come out with that miraculous play just yet? And the First Raiders flanking around from the right-hand side. Dark Hole's going to be a problem here. Nero from the side, and it's going to be DNP down on the ground. He is to be picked up.
Out.
One more shot. Dark Hole just needs it, but he backs away, misses that opportunity.
PE's luck's gonna run out really soon. This last circle is not within the bounds of the factory. They gotta jump right now. And this is where these kind of holes can really turn against you. I wonder how many eliminations PE has. Is it enough to get them through the round without a booyah? FW are in the best possible spot.
Let's see if or not Team Alpha can make a miracle out of this play, man. I mean, the circle was on their side, but just the miracle of luck was on their side. Nero gets it! One more, and it just takes down the glue wall. 3 more players right behind, but that gives the opening here for PE to jump right off of the top of the building, and now they can either decide to go in for Alpha or Morph. Morph from within factory. They finally step on out to see if or not they can challenge anybody. PE on the right-hand side, FW on the left-hand side, and First Raiders are going to be in the best position to backstab everyone.
Yeah, First Raiders just waiting for this to unfold. Nightjail down as well. PE just racking up these eliminations. FW, they have not made any noise, so they're still hiding in the center. This is the best part. They have enough glue walls to box themselves in the center if they want to buy time. First Raiders Eclipse, I think they sense this happening, so they're going to try and push FW, but look at all these glue walls, AJ. FW, they know exactly what to do. Just defend the compound, and they might get this booyah. Alpha is out.
Alpha out in the 5th spot. Nade cooked up. That call. Good time turner. Does not get tagged up at all. First Raiders backs away. But now FW can't do much. This building is going to keep everybody away from each other. They step on out of the circle. They're going to get hurt. First Raiders, they lose Souza. Northern Darko flanking around from the right-hand side. Darko fights Susana. Close range combat. Morph taken out in the 4th spot. First Raiders still surviving. And FW now slowly moving out of the circle. Boonjame alive and kicking. Jamelo picked up as well. Alongcon down on the floor. Don't Cry white flags around from the left-hand side. UK survives with a good glue wall. Nero now 1v2, and PE should have this in the bag.
Do they see FR? They're hiding FWs out. FR is still alive, AJ. They've hidden the wall for so
One
long,
more.
but they don't have enough manpower. And PE, against all odds, scores the opening booyah of FFSI. Can you believe it?
PE Sports, the Vietnamese on fire, third-seeded team coming through from the Vietnam Free Fire League Spring 2023, and they spring themselves right up to the #1 spot. It all started by dropping on top of Factory and teasing Team off. It all started with them doing that and then welcoming the players of EVOS Phoenix with open arms and putting them down instantaneously, and they dominated that spot. And you know, we did ask the question, are they holding on to the top of Factory a little bit too long? They had no opening, but they found that opening with those snakes.
And I tell you, FR also did a great job of surviving. But, you know, I don't want to talk about FR because I want to talk about PE Sports a little bit more. Last time we saw them under the banner of MDH.
Yeah.
This team barely scraped through the group stage of the previous tournament.
Yep.
They made it to the grand finals, but it's a team that performed so slow that just didn't have time to ramp up, and they got eliminated pretty quickly. This is a new look for the members that has not changed since MDH days.
This game, this booyah picked up by PE was 100% strategy, not great plays.
Oh, yes.
Right? I mean, a lot of luck had to go their way. The timing had to go their way. They were the first ones on top of that building on Factory. And if they were second in, the story would have been a little bit different. So I don't know if I want to bet on them just yet. I need to see a little bit of the consistency, but the way they handled the situation when luck was on their side was absolutely phenomenal. There was just no wrong move whatsoever. Many a times they were exposed. Many a times teams were looking at the top of Factory, sniping them down one after the other. But the recovery from that was very quick, Husky.
Yeah, they got a very good read of where the circle is as well, right? And this is the window. I think if PE missed this window, they would be in a lot of trouble.
Yes.
And, you know, Alpha was kind of the gateway for them to go through. I think FW at the same time also had a decent strategy. They're trying to box themselves in the compound. But unfortunately, towards the tail end of things, they had no choice but to fight.
And it was also decision-making played very well by PE. And which decision I'm talking about is when they hop off of the top of Factory, they're going to lose a little bit of HP. And prior to jumping off of Factory, they tossed in those clusters first. And that has already dropped the health on the players of Alpha's side. When they dropped on down, it was a decision on whether they focus on Morph, which was the most open team, or continue chasing after Alpha that was behind a wall. They chose the wall because they knew the work had already been started. They were the ones that initiated it, and they went in there for the finish. Decision-making all throughout for PE was fantastic in this game. I just want to see more of it.
I mean, how many times do you get to a final circle and you have 18 players in the final circle? Not a lot.
I mean, this is exactly what we wanted the SEA Invitationals for, man.
Yes.
Pro-level plays in the world of Free Fire all throughout these 3 weeks. We promised you that, and we get it even on the first game. Nobody's taking it easy here.
I mean, with PE being the team that got the booyah, I don't want to say I'm very surprised. I think to a certain extent, PE has proven themselves even back in the days. But to come out this strong, I think it's a statement. No, not even though they're not the first seed from their region. And you have teams that kind of match that, right? I think FW, third seed from Thailand, did great as well. You have first rated Eclipse, finishing second against all odds. You have LGDS, they came in 6th. That's not bad. Alpha, they came in 5th. You don't see these results every day, AJ.
But I have to say, there was just a lot of luck running around on the map for the teams that were not suspected to get the top spot from the get-go, right? I mean, I talked a little bit about how PE had a little bit of the good luck, but Alpha, come on. You gotta agree with me, man. They were open, no defenses whatsoever. Nobody spotted them. Everybody played it safe. Everybody skirted around Factory because they heard noises and they didn't want to be open. And that just led to Alpha just holding their ground and wondering, wait, is luck really on our side?
I'll give them the benefit of doubt, right? 5 more rounds to see what Alpha is capable of. But one thing is for sure, I think Alpha still trying to get a feel of what the competition is all about. Again, right? These teams, they don't get to play against SEA teams often. You get thrown into the deep end of a foreign environment. You gotta take some time to adjust yourself. Boston Mundo didn't had a first-hand experience, right? They got completely wiped by first race Eclipse. also partially thanks to Farang. Alpha, I think in this case, they kind of won out with how they rotated. LGDS was also a team that loves to play safe. They always drop at the edge of the map where no man's land that people won't go to. But they finished 6 or 7. That's not bad.
Of course, at the end of the day, that's just game number 1 out of 6 for day number 1 out of a total 9 days to play here. The Booyah team on our feature board is the one and only PE Sports for very obvious reasons. The ones that pick up the Booyah for the very first game. 3,080 damage out of Nero, 5 eliminations, 4 headshots, 2 pickups. This guy was on fire in that first match.
Nero MVP, right? Even at the end of the round, we already flashed it. He is the match MVP. And he's probably the most excited guy as well. You look at the team cam, this guy was popping out of his mind with such a strong performance, all while controlling just one singular area.
Yeah.
It's not easy to hold as well. And by Fate's will, the only team that pushed them or tried to push them was Evil's Phoenix. But that one was shut down very quickly.
And the only luck that kind of played against Evil's Phoenix was the fact that they used the launch pad to get onto that roof and they jumped in one at a time because obviously the launch pad can't launch 4 players at the same time. And there was just nothing they could do. They just trickled in one after the other. 3 elimination points for PE Sports. And of course, your MVP with 5 eliminations to his name, the one and only Nero. And the AC-80 in his hands, absolutely crazy. The rate of fire, that extra bit of damage, and those 4 headshots, you know he was on the perfect stride in his day.
Oh yeah, he definitely is. I think you look at what PE was doing in that position on top of the factory roof. Wow, AC-80, one of the best weapons you have aside from a Woodpecker and AWM, right? You are constantly playing these long-range fights. There's not really a big demand to have, the 1887. There's not a big demand to have a Groza in your hands. As long as you can shoot the enemy from afar, I think PE is good. The only time that they needed to switch was when they finally dropped down in the tail end of the circle. But again, I think even if PE Sports didn't end up getting the Booyah, they probably have gotten enough points to kind of get them through this game 1.
And also, he brought in Steffi as his active skill. And what Steffi does is, in terms of a defensive maneuver, it gives all of his allies within the area and it'll restore their armor durability by 10% every single second. And damage from ammo will reduce by 20 seconds. I mean, defensively, this is a really smart play from Nero. Not only was he aggressive, but he was also defending the rest of his team members all the way through. And these are the top weapons of match number 1. The G36, 12 times equipped, the MP5, as well as the M1887 taking the 3rd as well as 2nd places.
With MP5, we saw it like right out the gates, right?
Yeah.
Well, that was the MP10, sorry. But MP5, a weapon that you don't see too often. I'm very surprised that, MP5 even made it onto this list. I thought that we are going to see the AC-80. That one is a very, very common weapon. I thought we would see a lot more of that charge buster. G36 is definitely kind of a fresh name on a popular weapon list. And I think the shift is starting to show in the current meta. Right now, we have like almost 60 characters.
Yeah.
Steffi is one of the few that I personally don't see too often. But for PE, it was great. You want to hold a compound, you want to hold a roof of a factory, keep topping that armor up.
And I think the teams are finally kind of, especially the pro teams, are finally coming to realize that the aggression is not the only importance out there on the battlefield. The defensive maneuvers needs to be kind of backed up as well. And that's exactly what happened here. Let's take a look at the match standings. And it looks like PE Sports, for a total of 24, is going to be dominating the top of the leaderboard. First Raiders Eclipse right there behind them. 13 eliminations and 9 placement points. They had a fantastic game.
Well, you know who did not have a fantastic game? Vasto Mundo and Evo's Phoenix. Vasto Mundo, first team to get knocked out in 11th. Then you had Evo's Phoenix that unfortunately also got wiped out pretty early on. So in this case, right, for Vasto Mundo, they're going to get no points. But for Evo's Phoenix, at least they get 1. You only have 11 teams, so you kind of scrape by if you're in 10th place. Overall, PE Sports, 24 points to kick off the day. That is great. But now it comes your favorite part, AJ.
Yep.
Can they be consistent?
And that's the only problem that I've got with the whole lucky run at the very start. The question of consistency is going to be bugging me until I see a couple of extra matches, right? But of course, PE Sports, the way they played it was not just, playing pure chicken, hiding away. They got 12 eliminations.
They were active.
That proves exactly what they're capable of doing out there.
And remember, they were not completely unpressured, right? They had to deal with team morph team. They had to do. I think E Arena was shooting at them. First Raiders Eclipse were not happy with them as well, and they had to. And the circle didn't even favor them towards the very end. Most of the times in this scenario, teams that get caught out in these situations on high ground generally just end up wiping out, right? Because you can't do anything when you're jumping off. You gotta have ample utility to set up. PE Sports, they just knew the exact way to set up for a safe landing.
Setup strategy, response time, as well as the decisions made within the response time against teams out there, and the skills we have not seen just yet, but the first two PE Sports had it done perfectly. We're going to take a quick short break. Match number 1 by PE Sports, but let's see exactly what we've got for the second. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Em tự tin 80% bởi vì bọn em có kỹ năng rất là cao.
Ưu điểm của team mình đó chính là sự tự tin và tinh thần đoàn kết.
Sự gắn kết sẽ là mấu chốt để cho chúng mình chiến thắng ở giải đấu lần này.
Mình rất tự tin bởi vì đây là cùng giao chơi của SE thôi.
ดูมีผมไปหรือเปล่า
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
Thích của bọn mình là biến nhà vô địch thành cựu vương.
100% team mình sẽ chiến thắng.
Giải đấu lần này thì mình thấy Evos Thái Lan khá là tự tin, nhưng mà các bạn quên rằng là những đội cho dù không vô địch nhưng mình thì cũng có thể kéo các bạn không vô địch cùng.
Tụi mình muốn gửi lời thách đấu đến đội tuyển Evos Phoenix. Hãy coi chừng tụi mình.
โอ้ยโว้แล้วพี่พวกพี่ก็แค่อดีต
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
بكل صراحة يعني السيرفر مثل ما معروف الجميع الذي يريد كل أحد يتغلب عليه هو السيرفر التايلاندي، ونكونوا بالصراحة يعني الفريق الحلي حتى هو ثاني كل أحد يريد يتغلب عليه هو فريق إيفوس.
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน เปอร์เซ็นต์ที่จะชนะผมคิดว่า 99% นะครับอีก 1% ให้ทีมอื่นเขาได้เล่นบ้างครับ
إيفوس ستخسرون بسبب ثقتكم الزائدة. إيفوس كوما دي كراب.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time.
Welcome back to the Free Fire SEA Invitationals. It's time to light your torch and light your fire. With so much more to watch because PE Esports just got the booyah, 24 massive points for Vietnam to kick things off. You're with us. My name is Husky, and alongside me, the Mustachio AJ. Once more, an absolute honor to be a part of FSSLA.
I cannot agree more with you, man. It is such an honor to be here on the stage. It is such an honor to shoutcast all of these champs out there on the battlefield.
yes.
I mean, the gameplay is phenomenal. I'm absolutely loving every single moment. Not a second went by in that first match where it was not hyped up. Not a second went by where that game was boring. Everything was happening every single moment. Even with Farang baiting two teams back to back, barely fighting, even that was exciting.
You know, it's kind of the feeling of when you meet an old friend after a few months of not hearing from them. This feels like it, right? You see many familiar faces, you see new faces, people bringing in their new friends from their own regions, and the party just gets bigger and bigger.
And I think the party is just going to get even bigger moving forward in the future. But of course, before we continue with that storyline, these are the three teams you want to keep your eyes open for. Arena from Thailand, Indonesia's first Raiders Eclipse that made a lot of noise, especially towards that final circle. And Farang, who are the king baiters at the moment, but let's see if or not they can bait a couple of elimination points for themselves, because after all of that opportunity in game number 1, Husky, they only got 2 eliminations.
The interesting thing about Farang is that there has been this conversation from this year onwards, right? When we had the very first time that Kalahari was removed from the competitive pool, people were discussing, is Farang better on Purgatory or on Bermuda? I am more inclined to say that Farang performs better overall on Purgatory. This is the map where they had more success, more overall booyahs on as well during the MCPS major. We'll see if that's the case, because you're up against E-Arena, you're up against FR, and you're up against EVO's Phoenix, of course.
You're up against the best of the best from Southeast Asia. The chances of you climbing up to the top is going to be extremely slim unless you play every single aspect of Free Fire to perfection. I'm talking about strategy in terms of maneuvering towards the final circle, strategy from that active and passive skill stack that you have as a player, as well as how well it binds and combines with the rest of your team members, and of course, your gun skills out there on the battlefield. With them only getting 2 eliminations within the first match, it's a little bit concerning for me for the MCPS region.
I tell you the best part about these LAN events, again, some of the teams are not at the venue, but overall, most of the teams are. And I love it when you have these pop-out moments. I love it when you are using your celebrations to kind of boost your morale and also kind of scare the opponents a little bit, right? We've seen some examples of that. EVO's Phoenix is one of the teams that, if they have a good game, they will make sure the entire stadium hears it.
I really do not care about EVO's Phoenix at all. They can bomb out the whole day of today, the whole day of tomorrow, the whole day of day after tomorrow on the third day that they play, and I still would not care. because they just do not die. You won't see them in the grand finals no matter what.
They did that last year, right? They had out of 6 rounds in the play-ins for the World Series, they had 2 miserable rounds, still qualify for grand finals in first place.
Yeah.
And win the championship. I mean, this is going to be a grand final story when I grow old. But I think it's a story worth telling. We're heading to Purgatory next for game number 2. Bigger map, more space, more loot. But that also means gotta get those vehicles going.
I mean, much love to the guy who was in charge of the graphics from the side of IOE Esports, because the runway just between all of those teams, the flight taking off, blowing a lot of smoke in their faces and then finally appearing on this map is a thing of beauty. But the flight path, as usual, on the international stage will continue to be fair to everyone. Cuts right through the middle of the map from the side of Ski Lodge all the way down to Mount Villa, opening up the full compound of every single part of this map for everyone to dance on. But we still have a hot drop.
We still do. I'm very surprised that it's Alpha and Vasto Mundo both dropping at Mode House. Coincidentally, being the high tier loot zone, but in this case, we're probably going to see the end of one team very early on. Vasto Mundo, they've already evacuated one of their members. In the event this doesn't work out, they will at least be able to bring the rest of the team back. Whereas for Alpha, the whole family is in this compound. They got to try and fend off Vasto Mundo.
Vasto Mundo spread out in the open. They've got a couple of compounds.
He's coming back
up. Nunes moving slowly in towards the rest of his team members. And it looks like EA, they are the first one with elimination onto LGDS's Roro. Limit gets the MAC-10 squeeze out. And the MAC-10 is one of those guns that you want very early in the game, especially if you've got a hot drop situation. The rate of fire and the damage out of the gun and the control is just sublime. You are going to be able to get those knocks. You are going to get those eliminations. And EA Arena is just knocking everybody out of the park.
Yeah, this is E-Arena.
One more!
In their comfort zone. We've seen this so many times. Very, very aggressive team. And especially, I think Orgus. This is the man you really need to pay attention to, because when this guy gets his blood vessels going, he is going to run you down. Even in SEA leagues, right?
Look at this.
He has always performed well, but Alpha going out of the compound to take the fight straight to Vasto Mundo. 9TL dropped to almost just 50 health. Lucas gonna get swung by 2 members, but actually they didn't double up together. Blazer 10 just comes right through, tries to fight this one, but it seems like Alpha, they got 2 knockdowns, having the man advantage right now. Remind also saved by that glue wall. They even lit the campfire just to get the health back. Nunes is away from his team. Blazer 10 knocked out. I mean, Vasto Mundo, they gotta run.
Alpha was so lucky in that situation that they decided to go in for the rush first. And if they had spent 2 more seconds, if they were 2 seconds late, Crusher would have started the ambush first with that backstab and things could have gone south. Crusher now trying to hold the fort. One more player from up top and it looks like Lucas the first one to go down. Crusher 1v3. I don't think this is going to be easy for them. Alpha easy 4 points from the get-go. But Cesaria down onto the ground. G18 does find Crusher either way. And there seems to be a little bit of a problem here, because before they could sort that out, Vasto Mundo manages to get the revival onto 2 players.
Yeah, very, very smart move from Vasto Mundo. They ran back into the building, used the vending machine, get the revives, and surrender their lives away. Completely reasonable move in this situation. But obviously, if you're Alpha, you're extremely happy, right? You not only secure the entire high tier loot zone, you get 4 points to start things off.
Alpha, this was not a lucky one for them. It was all the decision to go in for the rush, because once again, if they had wasted 2 more seconds, Crusher with the position to stab them right in the back would have been able to make the world of difference. That distraction would have opened them up to an ambush from the 3 players on the other side. That was just one of those moments where you know you have to strike quick when you spot a couple of players out there. Wasting time trying to come up with the perfect plan is just not gonna cut it. PE Sports, they seem to be very comfortable in Brasilia, but Maal from the side of Morph will be spotted out by Nero. No shots coming on through just yet, but you know he's going to be hunted down. Nero calls from backup as well. DNP ever so slowly catching up with him. Koja's not going to be able to save Maal if things do go south here, but he does have the revival point. As you can see, Koja already bringing back the 2 players that were down earlier.
It's going to take quite a while to capture it. Fuse is generally not an area that people would go to early on. In this case, for Morph, they are going to be in a very comfortable spot. P even going for a bit of a stacking maneuver just to scout out. I believe Ma'ao, he's just going to start firing. That is not going to affect PE too much. Morph, they don't have the firepower to take this. There's even a bunker near where PE are at. So this is a pretty good place for them to hold. A lot of resources to go for.
Arena slowly crossing the river from the side of Lumber Mill. Moving into campsite. LGDS backs away from Forge as the first Raiders Eclipse make their way in. Morph on that revival. Will be in a comfortable spot just outside of Brasilia. No need to travel all that too far. Early spot from afar, and it looks like it's gonna be PE. Just behind the glue wall. That's a very daring move coming on through. And Don't Cry gets Ma'al with a fantastic headshot out of the Woodpecker. Koja trying to go in for those double shots onto the head. Misses. Another glue wall pulled out. Behind the tree he goes. And now the bush is just covering him. And he smacks the funnel. He smacks the little chimney out of frustration. Morph does not get to take down the player from the side of PE.
Oh, that is not easy to land. Those shots. I mean, both teams trading one knockdown each. Both of them take brought back out. So not big of an issue right now. You can see that only LGDS has lost members in this case, losing 2 members early on. Everyone else, I think Vasto Mundo also lost 2 of their members, but overall, the rest of the teams still in pretty good hands. P off to a slower start, but you look at the distribution, AJ. Very, very far and wide, right? They're running this 3-1 composition, but at the same time, it's also that they feel really confident that no one is in Brasilia, so they're just looting up all of these houses. And this could be a problem for other teams if the circle goes to the center.
And of course, they do believe in the capability of New K. We did manage to spot his inventory as well. 11 of those glue walls on him. He has got more than enough medkit to kind of hold the fort, to kind of play defensively whilst he waits for that backup and the rest of his team members not too far away. So I like the way PE is playing this. Whoever their coach is, whatever guidance is giving them, I'm absolutely loving it. Now Morph needs to be a little careful here because PE still has got their eyes on them and they are going to go in there for the attack. Ever so slowly they cut the distance and Morph seems like they're playing right into their hands. They're both finding the circle at the same time. On the other side, it's going to be EVOS Phoenix moving in from Quarry towards Marble Works. And this is going to be open defensive grounds for them to acquire first before Farang moves on into this next circle as well.
And remember, Morph actually knows where PE are because they did have the high ground prior to this circle. But you're right, they're going to start fighting right now. Just jostling for spot. There's only one pathway into the center of the circle, right? And that's through the bridge. Currently controlled by PE because they're closer to the area. That's why Morph needs to go through them. Koja once more just starting to fire those pot shots at PE. But PE are a bit more spread out. This could give them a good flank angle.
You can already see the flanker from the left-hand side. Moving on in just to throw a little bit of dust in the eyes of Morph. And Morph does what they do best. They play defensive. They back away. Ma'al leading them as he's the one lowest on HP. E-Arena on the other hand. Wastomundo eliminated all thanks to Boon Jane from Team FW. And E-Arena continues against the first Raiders Eclipse, holding down onto the revival spot. North goes in for the push first, backed up by Lozzie. Lozzie pulls out the AC-80. Limit, close fire, but he will be able to back away first. 2 snipers. This is going to be where E-Arena sets up that comeback.
Yeah, they're trying to run away with the launch pad as well. You can see one of the players, they've already launched himself away, but they don't have enough to extract the rest of the team. Fixer and Potato is going to be sacrificed to first Raiders Eclipse, and once more the encounter between these two teams so far hasn't changed much over the few months. It's still first Raiders Eclipse getting the upper hand.
And this is the first one to kind of really throw a little bit of dust in the eyes of the trash talkers. So this is a a fail on the roast here coming through from E-Arena. They said they'll sort out first Raiders this time round. First Raiders have kind of sorted them out 2 times in a row.
Bit of a slow start for E-Arena, and you know, it kind of is a feels bad moment because we saw what they did early on, right? Initial eliminations onto LGDS, but first Raiders are just so much more tactical, so much more calculated. They're always punishing E-Arena in these rotations. And E-Arena, I think they started that fight with only 3 members, so being able to extract one of them to potentially go for the mass revive, I think is the best that they could do. The first Raiders, the clear just off of that, now having 2 vehicles to work with, they will have an easier time rotating into the circle. And they gotta make haste as well. This is phase number 2. Circle is gonna start to hurt just a little bit more. They have a lot of ground to cover. Thankfully, they have the 2 vehicles. You know, we talk about how important it is on a map like Purgatory. Limit might be found out. This is pretty scary. He's under the bridge. I think LGDS might smell something. Oh, they see him for sure. Timid is in trouble.
The Steffi meta seems to be strong within FFSI. You can see that's the active skill held on by Bruce as well. Super handy defensively to have that. Not only do you get that extra durability in your armor, but the damage from ammo will reduce by 20% every single second. And this lasts for 15 seconds upon activation. Grenade will go wide. Roro still alive. But this seems to be the end here as First Raiders move on in for the finisher. And they get 8 eliminations in total. Just outside of the circle, they have to travel quickly now.
And because of that, E-Arena stays alive in this game. That is definitely a divine intervention from FR. You can see First Raiders Eclipse, 3 eliminations for both North and Soza. Whereas for Alpha, you know, they make up the rest of the leaderboard for elimination for this game. You said 33 players left. That is a lot of people for a game for a round that has transpired for almost 11 minutes.
EVOS Phoenix, they've got their eyes on Farang. Some preliminary shots fired against them will force Farang to quickly find a spot to reposition to, but they have to tank the circle if they want to play the rough way round. Down call down on the ground. Bio finds him. Yanbi finds Lozzy as well. First Raiders now getting raided by Team Flash. One more shot out of Bio is going to get the deed done. And First Raiders, they zoom on out of there. Cars on fire. They hop on out of the circle. But this is going to be a little bit of a trouble here because they get shot down. Vehicle on fire. A lot of room for the players of Team Flash to continue smashing them down.
Yeah, Spade, he's going to drive right through. He's going to see the entire... Yanbi is not even giving a chance. You want to run me down, boy? Taste this nade. And Fire, he's also caught in the open. That's 2 vehicles. Taking out 3 vehicles. All of them blown up by Team Flash. Farang forced to take this fight against Team Flash. Not easy out in the open. Maybe Jembao can save him. He actually takes out Darko. That's not Team Flash. That's FR. You gotta fight the enemy in front of you, people. The nades are coming through as well. Yanbing getting rid of Spade already. Farang losing in terms of numbers. And Team Flash are holding on just so well. Olive even goes down. And Farang caught between 2 different teams are dropping like flies, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to get away from EVOS Phoenix, but they just ended up in the hands of Team Flash. And they got absolutely smashed. But not smashed out of this round just yet. They're still surviving. They don't want to go back to the lobby just yet. PE Esports, on the other hand, Alpha Jazaria manages to get one with their mid-87 DNP out of the equation already. Team Alpha now putting the hurt onto all of them, but Jazaria gets taken down as well. Remind taken out by a good god nade. Ninetail, how is he going to get out of this? He does not, and Alpha does lose yet another player. Nero and Don't Cry, they're not going to cry anytime soon just yet, as Don't Cry now gets knocked down by G18. Morph Mal knocks out Don't Cry, and Team Morph now in here to play to also eliminate PE.
And just like that, you know, PE lives to fight another day. You can say the same for Alpha, but Morph team showing up to clean up houses. Only 1 member for each team. This should be light work. G18 first to go. Alpha out in 7. That means for PE, they will settle for 6th place. Not the worst finish. Do they not see him?
First Raiders right back in it. Good revival. PE still surviving with the medkit gameplay. And it looks like Nero's going to survive this. Nero has got the perfect opportunity to back them, but obviously he's not going to do it. Nero still surviving. Medkits on, being patched up one after the other. Morph flies right into the hands of FW. Boon James gets the first strike down. Morph team, they are on a very, very thin little line here, and they fall off the edge. Boon James down on the ground. Ripgod finds Darkall off screen as well, and Kojak goes for a swim. He's gonna cool off for a little bit.
Oh yeah, he's like, yeah, this fight is over, boys. I am out. Ambar is also still hiding under this fishing hut, though. There's a chance that they punish FW.
Nero's still alive.
He's gonna be dead soon. There's no way he's crossing that river. There's no way he makes it out of this. Morph getting spotted out. Kojak smelled up by FW. Last man, unfortunately, Mbot up against the entire team of FW. That's not going to work out. Morph team finally out. Meanwhile, Team Flash up against EVOS Phoenix. This is one of the more anticipated matchups that we want to see. Team Flash having 1 player playing that long angle as Nero goes out. So PE Esports out in 5th place. But EVOS Phoenix for this round, They're here for some redemption. 5 eliminations on the board, looking for more. God Crew is getting tagged. The Glue Wall does fall, but Bloody, he is so low, and that blue zone just enough to take him out. Team Flash not having the members, not having the health, nor the utilities. Evo's Phoenix looking for the cleanup. God Crew is just gonna rush right in, and Evo's Phoenix at their prime. Can Bayo stop them? Rip God, not much help to work with. Jonah and God Crew actually goes right down. Maybe there's a chance. FW sticking the foot in. Evo's Phoenix needs time to recover.
Mochi goes in for the pickup. Jonah is going to be really important for this next fight. It's going to be their top player. Mochi turns around. Mac 10 BO. God Cruz down on the ground, but Evo's Phoenix survives as Team Flash gets their lights knocked out of them. The glue wall smashes the one and only 9 fan from the side of FW.
Grenades.
And it looks like Evo's Phoenix gonna eat a few. Here comes FW now. Nade after nade after nade after nade after nade. 9 fan manages to get God Cruz out of the equation, and Evo's Phoenix gonna bite the dust once again in the 3rd spot.
Completely obliterated by a shower of grenades. And FW, they know they've got this. Nothing much Lozzy could do. FR is out. And FW puts one on for Thailand. And this team off to a great start. 4th seed from their own region. And they got a booyah, 23 points, including the 11 elimination points. But I tell you, who's the secret winner out of all of this? FR once more finishes 2nd.
You cannot underestimate FW Esports. They outdid the performance of Attack All Around, ex-world champions, as well as Nigma Galaxy, the ones that got 3rd on the world stage. This team is not to be messed with, and it was a perfect play towards the end mechanically. Nade after nade after nade. Evo's Phoenix could not do anything about it. They did try to wreck those glue walls, but there was that extra perimeter damage out of those nades. They just squeezed them out. Glue wall melters all around as well. They were taking down those walls one after the other, and Evo's Phoenix just did not have enough time from the previous fight to recover.
Yeah, and these situations, they do happen every now and then. You know, there's nothing. I think nothing to discredit Evo's Phoenix. They were just put in a situation where it was virtually unwinnable. For FW, we looked at game 1. They had a great chance of winning, almost made it, but they redeemed themselves in game 2. Perfect rounds. In fact, right, top 3 for round 1, booyah for round 2. You couldn't have asked for a better opening.
Once again, man, I don't care about Evo's Phoenix. These guys, they play to die in the early stages. They play to die in the early rounds just to make that phenomenal comeback, just to make us scream a little bit louder towards the end of the group stages. We've come across that situation one too many times, so we're not going to lose our minds just yet. But Gatal had the opportunity from the side of Alpha to make the biggest of difference in that gunfight earlier. But with him going down, the whole of the defense for the side of Alpha came crashing down.
Yeah, I think, you know, for Alpha, there's nothing much that they could achieve in that situation. You also have this exchange between Farang, who I had a bit of a question. The decision-making of Farang, right? Clearly, if you lost one of your members and the vehicle, there has to be a shot call. I think Farang just felt a bit gutsy. They had the confidence, tried to run straight into Team Flash, and it completely fell apart.
Yeah, Malaysians say "Langga je bro." You know, let's just rush in and find out exactly what happened.
The team that has that as a slogan isn't even here, AJ. They didn't even qualify, right? They barely. I don't think they scraped through to the finals.
Yeah. So but we understand where Farang was coming from.
Oh, yes.
They initially got tagged up by the players from the side of Evo's Phoenix, and it was either they rush in straight to meet Evo's Phoenix or they find a longer way around. And just luck wasn't on their side, because the route that they decided to take just had 2 teams already doing battle.
Oh, yeah.
One drives in, and I get where you're coming from. Like, what's the other guy, what's the other driver doing? Driving straight into the exact same spot. But where else does he go, right? Because his car was already smoking. He was about to get blown up outside of the circle.
I mean, that was the first car, right? The other 2 were really far away. I would understand if they were side by side, but you have to understand they came in one by one. It was pretty weird. I think, you know, by the end...
I saw the ideation, though. He was the second car was trying to ram the players and then try to get a head start, right? But you gotta see the reaction time. I believe it was First Raiders that they were attacking at that point.
They were attacking Team Flash.
Team Flash. A good glue wall puts a quick stop to that vehicle crash. The glue wall is the one that takes the damage. Car gets blown up. I mean, big brain play from Team Flash. You gotta praise them for that.
I tell you, I mean, Free Fire applies some really serious physics, right? big enough block of ice does stop a vehicle. So remember that next time you attend your science class. But you have our Booyah team feature. In this case, it's going to be FW, 4th seed from Thailand. You have Arlangon as the MVP. Overall, just a very, very aggressive round for them. You compare that to round 1. FW was just trying to run everyone down. In this case, it finally paid off, right? Even distribution of eliminations across every single member. Then they only had 1 rescue, by the way.
And Alankon wouldn't have been able to get the MVP title if it wasn't for all of the effort put in by Boonjame, 9fan, as well as Jamelo. Because look at the number of damage that he has on himself. 1,012, 4 eliminations. This guy was just picking off those final shots. But he needs to thank the rest of his team members. But that's exactly what FW is all about, right? It is that teamwork that brings them all the way to the end, and they played this really, really well. Let's look at the team comp and see exactly how they managed to strategize their way up. 3 homers! Ooh. 3 homers as their active skill, and you've got Steffi backing them up with that extra bit of armor, reducing the damage. This team was playing a super aggressive, partially defensive fight. Jamelo was the guy defending them, but everybody else was on a hunt. Now we see how they got the booyah.
You can see the idea as well, right? When you have a Steffi around the rest of the team, you're constantly getting topped up. You're constantly having your armor restored. That means you can constantly fight. 3 homers. That means one thing. FW is all about fighting. They ride to die in this game.
And of course, the homer can be played defensively as well.
Oh yes.
If you know the rough positioning of your opponents, you know exactly where you're not supposed to be going. You know exactly how you can, at the very least, play some flanking maneuvers to have that upper hand. And FW Esports, we saw, especially towards the ending part of that matchup where they found EVOS Phoenix, it was sending out the homer first that kind of got them a rough idea as to where to rush towards and how quickly they want to toss in all of those nades. Fantastic strategizing from FW Esports. We see exactly why they deserve that #1 spot. And Alankon getting the MVP title. This is beautiful, man. AWM in your hand as the sniper. You're not going to go wrong here.
I don't know if you even need it if you're running triple homer, right? And there's also one of the members even went for J Beeps. That means even more survivability. You get to block damage using your energy points. You have Steffi with you. I think, at FW, they are on to something. They are probably going to create their own meta on how to be aggressive. And I gotta say, after almost 2 years of just seeing time turners, Riptide Rhythm, I'm completely fine with this. Give me more homer.
Yeah.
Just give me a game that everyone is running at each other. Maybe we'll break the record for the shortest, average game time, right? I think the ones we have right now, 15 to 15 and a half minutes. I think it's time we shorten that. Everyone go for homer. Just homer, Kelly, maybe even go for Caroline. Just equip, the 1887, just max move speed and just run everyone down.
And of course, the pet Avron just gets you the information, extra bit of information. I mean, you've got the homer, you've got a little dragon that tells you the position of everyone within a 50-meter radius. This guy just knew exactly where his opponents were. All he needed to do was press shoot.
It's info, right? Like, war hacks, I already know where you are. I have a drone.
Yeah.
Well, I also have a pet that tells me where you are.
I've got a great team.
Guess what? I have J Beeps with me. Can never go wrong with that. I'm blocking damage with energy points. I'm getting Steffi top my armor up.
I mean, like I said earlier, right? But before we popular weapons, G36, MP5, M1887. Yes, you can tell both of us are very excited about how this second match went. We talked about how skill makes such a big difference.
Oh, yes.
But it's also the strategy. Not just the strategy in terms of rotation, but the strategy of your active and passive skills and how you stack it between your team members. And FW just had the perfect recipe leading into this game.
I'll tell you what would make it even crazier, right?
Yeah.
When you run homer, you have Kelly, you have Caroline, Steffi, and then the other one runs the same, but you swap Steffi out for J Beeps, and you have one Arlock. You are just gonna run it down.
You most definitely are, man. I mean, one of the meta runs, if you guys wanna, combine all of the active and passive skills, you gotta do it right. It's not just a quick method of picking and playing, and that's why you wanna be tuning into a competition like the FFSI. It's not just to watch great plays, but it's to watch how they strategize to get up to the top. 24 points picked up by FW Esports this time round, and first Raiders Eclipse. Look at the consistency out of this Indonesian squad, man. Second spot once again, 8 eliminations, 9 placement points. I can't complain. complain, Husky.
That's what I mentioned, right? At the end of the round, yeah, FW Esports, they got the booyah, but you also have a secondary winner, which is First Raiders Eclipse. And now, more often than not, these teams, even though they're not getting the booyah, but they're consistently there, in the long run, they actually benefit a lot more. We've seen many examples, right? You can get a booyah now, but who's to say that you're going to get a booyah in the next round? But if you're in a position of First Raiders Eclipse, you're constantly getting top 3, constantly getting top 4, you're constantly getting enough points to keep yourself with the first place team, that's going to be good enough. And the result speaks for itself. First Raiders Eclipse, by the end of game number 2, are currently leading by 4 points. 39 total points for them. FW Esports coming in second with 35 and P Esports in third with 33.
Some fans do get offended when I don't really hype their teams up after they hit the booyah. And I consistently talk about consistency.
Oh, yes?
This is exactly why. Because you don't necessarily need that booyah if you have good consistency. And that's exactly why First Raiders Eclipse are going to be one of the most threatening teams out there on the battlefield. But we have to understand this is not the be-all and end-all of it. If not, it's not the Free Fire World Series play-ins where you only have 1 day of performance. 6 days in total for all of the teams to get exactly what they want to do out there on the battlefield. So as long as they maintain this, they don't have to worry about anything. But I want to see this in the grand finals as well. Alpha 5th spot. Now this is something I'm very, very surprised with. I mean, this MENA squad, they just rose up from absolutely nowhere in comparison to game number 1.
Hey, and then you look at the roster, the older roster back on the World Series, right? They were really struggling in a lot of these rounds against the top teams around the world. So to see them in 5th place by how they played these 2 rounds, I'm not going to complain too much. I think for the region itself, this is already a milestone. Right? Can they keep it up until the end of the group stage? I think that's another conversation to be had by the end of next Sunday.
Yeah, salute to Jazairia because this lady has been playing it so strategically all throughout the day, right? And safe plays are going to get you a couple of extra points. We saw that she could have gotten taken out a little bit earlier in the second round, but she played that game of survival. She hid away from all of her opponents long enough, patching herself up by medkit after medkit after medkit, getting herself one better placement as opposed to the team that went down a little bit earlier. But we're going to take a quick short break here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. When we come back, it's going to be round number 3.
Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais.
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
Cakap banyak tak guna. Biar keputusan yang berbicara. Jadi kepada tim-tim yang wakil daripada setiap region, hati-hati dengan tim MCPS. #tebus maruah.
ทุกทีมระวังตัวไว้นะครับปีนี้ผมจะมาเอาแชมป์แน่นอนครับ
Kerana terlalu yakin, korang akan kehilangan booyah.
Buat region yang pede banget, beda lawan, beda zaman bos. Indonesia Neo Era siap juara. Semua tim sih pengen kita kalahin, soalnya kita pengen juara.
Talvez eu só dizia bom jogo porque esta vez foi a nossa vez. Na próxima talvez será a deles.
ให้1-1กับใครหรอครับคงจะเป็น First Rider อยากส่งวาสนาไปสู้กับนอตจะได้ดูสมน้ำสมเนื้อกันหน่อย
Menurut gua yang paling pede itu ya tim Thailand. Semoga kalian ingat kejadian di Garrison waktu itu.
เดี๋ยวผมส่งโมชิไปให้ไปสู้กับทีมแฟดทีมแฟดจะเรียกใครมาสู้ก็ได้ครับโมชิไหวหมดทุกคน
Thành tích tốt nhất của team chúng mình là liên tục đạt top đội tuyển mạnh nhất trong khu vực Việt Nam và chúng mình luôn luôn cố gắng và không biết sợ ai cả.
ก็ฝากถึงทีมแฟดนะครับก็เข้ารอบมาทุกรอบก็ไม่เห็นสมหวังสักที
Khi mà team chúng mình chiến thắng các đội Thái Lan thì chắc chắn một điều là Việt Nam number one.
ทีมแฟดอย่าเพิ่งมั่นใจลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
ฝากถึงอินโดนะครับ ครั้งที่แล้วแค่อ่อนให้ ครั้งเนี้ยของจริง
Indonesia dominasi Asia nih bos. F Indo juara.
มั่นใจไปเปล่าถ้ามั่นใจมากเดี๋ยวผมจะทำให้จบ 12 ทั้ง 6 เกม
มาถึงทีมอินโดนะครับ ระวังโดนสิงโตกัดนะจ๊ะ
Untuk region yang pede banget, gak usah sok pede lah. Lihat aja ntar.
ก็มาดิว่าอินโด
Easy win, bro.
Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais.
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
Cakap banyak tak guna. Biar keputusan yang berbicara. Jadi kepada tim-tim yang wakil daripada setiap region, hati-hati dengan tim MCPS. #tebus man.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's
Welcome back, survivors! This is gonna be round number 3. This is your Free Fire SEA Invitationals with the Mustachio, AJ, as well as Husky. We are your casters for the day, and from what you can tell from our voices so far, we've had some delightful games to kick the day off.
The night is still young, AJ. Our age, we are not getting any younger, but the night is always young when there's great Free Fire action.
And when the night is young, I'm young.
That is true.
How old I get?
That is very true. Your heart is young. That's the most
What
important.
are you trying to say?
You are young.
Yes, that's the right statement. But first 2 games, unexpected teams rising up to the occasion. So much of changes from the past tournaments that we've seen them in, and I cannot be happier, man. PE Sports kicking off the day, solid. FW stepping up to the plate as well. But First Raiders outshining both of these 2 teams just purely with consistency and aggression.
Yeah, and you know, we touched on this just a little bit, but First Raiders Eclipse, they have grown a lot since the last time we saw them. The last 2 tournaments that they were in, they always were, you know, within arm's reach, in the top 5, top 6, but they never finished first. Even in, you know, their Indonesian league, they lost the grand finals by 2 points to a team that we haven't seen on the international stage before. And that is a story for tomorrow.
That's for tomorrow, yeah.
That's for tomorrow, right? But, you know, you can kind of see that the hurdles that this team has to go through. But I think when we head into game number 3, this is going to be another map where I feel like First Raiders Eclipse, they will be able to shine. But we've talked about them for 2 games straight. Now let's look at PE Sports, FW Esports. Both teams who have gotten a booyah respectively so far across Alpha for Alpine.
And I totally agree that we need to look out for Alpha here because the first game, luck was on their side. Second game, we saw a little bit of skills. Luck wasn't on their side, and they actually got more points.
They did.
And the only difference between first game and second game is they were a little bit more aggressive in that second game. So that's exactly what I'm expecting out of them in Alpine. If we do see that aggression, we see luck being played to their side as well. I have got no doubts whatsoever. We're going to see a booyah out of Alpha by the end of the day.
I think if they can get a booyah, that itself is a good achievement on the world stage. There's not much teams that have done that. Well, when I say not much teams, I meant teams from these regions, right? When you look at EU, when you look at Brazil, who is obviously competing here, when you look at MEA, you look at the region of Taiwan, not much booyahs has been attained internationally.
Yeah. I mean, I have to echo your point on that, right? They are a great team. But when you compare them to some of these high-fly teams, especially on the world stage, they kind of get drowned out a little bit. But this is not the world stage. Nope. This is Southeast Asia. This is exactly what we want for teams like Team Alpha to rise up to the occasion, build up a little bit of momentum, build up that confidence before they go on to the World Series a little bit later on. And they seem to be doing absolutely fine with that opportunity right now. But here's the problem. They cannot let that steam off a little bit too much from the get-go. They have to keep this momentum up.
And I think this problem kind of goes way back, right? The roots was basically we had shorter formats back in the day. So even if you show up, no matter how strong you are, if you get sent home in 1 or 2 days, there's not much takeaway from that.
Yes.
But they have 6 days. And even if the 6 days doesn't work out for them, even if they make it to the finals and they bomb out last, it's good prep for the second half of the year. I think the change in format itself is already not going to just benefit SEA teams, but also teams outside of SEA.
This is exactly why I keep saying tournament after tournament after tournament after tournament, Garena, I love you.
It paid off.
It pays off.
It paid off. We wanted this one.
They always listen. They always give the community exactly what they want.
Took us, I think, around 2 years, but our wish is granted. And I think, with the efforts of everyone behind the scenes,
I'm not saying that changes were not brought in the 2 years. Little by little, they kept tweaking.
We had
everything.
longer formats.
Yeah.
We have more conducive formats. We have, different groupings, qualifiers. And at the end, this, I think, is the ultimate change that is truly worth it when you look at it on an international scale.
Yeah, and regardless of who's on that esports team regionally deciding the format and how these games are played out, they need a lot of props, mainly because they're not just sticking to what works, they're continuously experimenting competition after competition. You gotta love it, man. And from the get-go here, once again, a very generous flight path. Cutting down through the middle of Alpine, from Snowfall all the way down towards Stadium, opening up the full map for everyone, and Farang just had to drop in towards PE Sports Sunside, trying to down their sunshine, but I think Farang's gonna be the one who ends up crying.
And of course, for Farang, I don't think they can do much anyways, right? They're so split up. Spade is he is tasked to die.
Wow, what a task, bro. If I was in Farang, I would not like that task.
This is only doable because of the revival system, right? Back in the days, if you do this before that system was introduced, that is how you instantly lose a round. I think teams generally just expand that playbook a bit more because you can take a lot more risk. Vasto Mundo, they have Alpha to deal with. The last time they met Alpha was in Purgatory, just a round ago at Boathouse. That one, they got completely rolled over. And I think this round, Alpha is again having more numbers. Dude is missing every single shot. I don't know how that was possible.
Bro, he had the Mac 10. He barely shot G19, G18, but I'll tell you exactly what, right? This is where we see exactly how much Alpha has grown, because we have to remember Vasto Mundo kind of did a little bit better than them when it came to the Free Fire World Series. This time we see it being flipped all the way around. At the Free Fire World Series, we saw that Vasto Mundo, they took that 8th spot with 78 points, and Alpha bombed out with only 37 in the Grand Finals.
Oh yeah.
And they've just turned this on its head.
I mean, Alpha got eviscerated, right? Vasto Mundo at least finished in 8th place. Whoa, it was Phoenix against First Raiders. So low in that one. Oh, you don't see that every day.
Lozzy finds Jonah. Jonah, one of the hardest hitters on the side of EVOS Phoenix, down and out of the equation as well. Get high, tries to get out. Moshi holding back with the AWM, trying to stop all of the players from the side of First Raiders before they can get high. But I think this is going to be all over. Get high gets around it. North with a fantastic circle around. Get high circles around him.
The Homer?
Good mechanical play, and he gets away. But he's just buying time for Moshi to play the game of survival.
Yeah, the Homer was used, the Homer drone was used, but it doesn't matter, right? Because FR just had more members. Oh boy, EVOS Phoenix off to a very rough start. Not down, they're not out just yet. You know, Moshi is gonna get the rest of the team back. In the earlier, roast video, these two teams were very confident. Yeah. Oh, one of them is right, and I think that for now is First Raiders Eclipse. They say that Indonesia Free Fire is the best. I'm starting to believe it a bit more.
I believed it even before he started roasting everybody else. But we also need to see their performance on paper, especially on a stage like this, because the world stage so far has been dominated by Thailand.
Excuse me?
We want to see Indonesia kind of wake up a little bit. LGDS circling on around. August goes down. Glue wall saves Fixer. Fixer, fantastic double glue wall pulled up, and that's going to buy him a little bit more time. Fixer turns around with MP5. Backstab from Protete. Protete finds one, but he gets knocked down onto the ground. Fantastic response by LGDS. Yuan takes Protete out of the equation. Limit and Fixer, they have to back away. Fixer tagged up as well. Can he save himself? It's going to be those nade after nade tossed on in, and E-Arena survives for a little bit longer. They want to get to that revival platform at the very least, that vending machine.
Yeah, LGDS, they're chasing after E-Arena. They have the numbers, right? So why not just knock out E-Arena as soon as possible? Limits completely caught. They have the revival point right in front of them. They just cannot get there. Fixer last man standing, and he is running for the hills. But unfortunately, there's not much cover to work with. LGDS looking for the final blow. This would be a moment that LGDS is going to remember for a long, long time. And they will get it done. EA out.
Fantastic response by LGDS to all of the taunts, to all of the non-believers. They take down one of the most lethal teams out there on the battlefield, and LGDS did that so well. You gotta love that Mag 7 in performance, and LGDS will be able to find this next circle as well without having much to worry about. Blue Will is gonna be continuously looted up by them before they do sneak on into this next circle. And Team Flash, the closest one to them in Fusion, will not be looking to move on out towards LGDS.
I just want to say, remember early on we saw Alpha against Vasto Mundo? So Vasto Mundo lost one guy.
Yeah.
They're like, you know what? We're not happy with the result. Revive that member, went back in and wiped out 3 members of Alpha.
And I tell you, this lady is a powerhouse.
Oh yeah.
Jaziria, from game 1 into game 2 into game 3 now, consistently the final survivor, to not only just buy more time, to not only get more points for the team, but to play the game of revival. Now, the positioning she holds is going to be absolutely crucial. No one's going to go that far out to look for her. At least I hope not. But in the meantime, First Raiders Eclipse will take the drive across this bridge, and the trolls under the bridge, PE Sports, are about to cry because Lozzy is going in for the hunt. AWM in the hands of Darkall. Souza, he's going to be from up top to find that backstab is not going to be too difficult at all. Nero from up top. And Lozzy gets knocked down by a fantastic skill from across the field.
Yeah, good idea to run into the time turner. Just couldn't make it there in time. PE getting a good punish onto FR. But if First Raiders Eclipse can get the revive, then it would be good for them. Unfortunately, just not in time. PE getting a good punish, and First Raiders Eclipse instantly bails. They had a good idea though. They fan out across the bridge. They just were not able to win the first contact.
And this is exactly why you do not try to poke a troll under a bridge. This is exactly why, Husky.
Yeah, well, I mean, for PE Sports, they won the fight. You know?
No, they were the trolls.
Yeah,
bro.
I mean, FR had a good chance. But it was a bit surprising. I think that the idea for them was, again, fan out on the bridge.
Yeah.
I didn't expect them to do so at the beginning. I thought that they would, at least stack out 4-man to try and clear out that bridge. Definitely was an interesting idea, but they have found a revival point, so they will be able to get the rest of the team back. I think not too big of a deal right now if you are FR, but you do have to be worried about FW, who are at base camp, currently moving towards Sunside.
First Raiders should be able to bring the full squad right back in, all thanks to North. And his team member, Souza, is going to find that circle. They do have a vehicle to get them into the next compound, but they gotta move. FW on the hunt. 9fan, Gemello, as well as a long cord from the right-hand side. And it is gonna be that left-hand side flank that hurts them the most. North!
Oh,
hit from the back, and Boone James is the one with a shot. And the left-hand side flank will serve them well.
Yeah, they did it in time. Those two will go down, but North was able to stay on the point for long enough, so his teammates will be brought back. FW gets 2 free points, but FR lives on. But the worst case scenario though, these two members, nothing to work with. They have to loot again.
Nothing to work with, but nobody's in this compound, so looks like luck's on the side of First Raiders. Team Flash down below. EVOS Phoenix lost their most proficient sniper, but Get High still alive and kicking. Moshi's been picked up. EVOS Phoenix right back on their feet, and they can back away. And Team Flash can't do anything about it all thanks to this good elevation up on top of this hill. EVOS Phoenix turns around. They want to punish them for tickling the players on the side of EVOS. Jonah, right-hand side flank. Can he find a shot? Get High as well as Moshi. The snipers will need to find their targets first. But Team Flash with a quick reposition are not going to get hunted down anytime soon. From afar, it's your homeboy, Husky.
Yeah, it's my homeboy. My bloodline is going strong, baby. Well, Farang just lost one guy to that. Never thought I'd see the day that LGDS is gonna overcome Farang. I mean, it's not done and dusted, but Farang, they're left with 2 guys.
Your bloodline's legit, man. One's shoutcasting, one's playing his life out there.
I mean, we are trying to take over the world, AJ. Don't spoil our plans. We are doing it one tournament at a time. Olive, he's gonna be trapped. Bruce just runs in, just absolutely beats him to a pulp. Jembao, last man standing, spotted by who's on top of the watchtower. I think Farang gonna be looking forward to an early exit at this point. Yuan from left side, Roro from the right. Nate also thrown in as well. The glue wall's not gonna stand for long. Jembao found one with the M10, maybe.
1v2, bye-bye.
1v2, not that easy. Not much health to work with. They're just gonna bulldoze through this glue wall, and yeah, the deed is done. Well, Farang actually still alive, but LGDS, they have 7 eliminations.
I mean, LGDS is just playing this on a whole other level. I'm so happy to see this out of them. And it looks like Bruce brings in his team member Farang, finally eliminated from the equation. Team Flash, they've got their eyes on LGDS now. A little bit of a river separating the two. Both of them have got the circle. That bridge has no troll underneath it. It's just got a body of water. No one's going to swim across. LGDS backs away. They control a revival point, so if things do go south, LGDS still stands a chance. Team Flash now has to go in for the approach or back away. They got to decide right here, right now.
Yeah, Yuan almost got shot out of the sky as well. Thankfully, it landed in time, so it will be able to give him some of the equipment. He's holding an incredible spot. I think if Team Flash don't get him off of that tower, they're going to be in a world of pain when they try to rotate right now, because that gives him basically bird's eye view over the entire open area leading into the safe zone. I think LGDS can afford to rotate late just because of that.
I mean, with a marksman in hand, with a height advantage like that, Eng's going to be an absolute slayer. But this next circle leaves them high and dry, so that position is going to get given up. LGDS does not get to abuse that all that too much. FW spots out PE Sports. The #1 Booyah squad going up against the #2 Booyah squad. FW trying to take out PE Sports, and DNP taken out of the equation. Halongkorn out, DNP down. Don't cry, starts to cry as PE Sports is stuck out in the open. They've got a jump pad. And Nero flies on into a safer spot with Rosa in hand. PE Sports will continue to survive this.
Yeah, good move right into the circle. So you not only make it to the safe spot, but you also get to have a compound and reset yourself. I wonder if FW is going to chase after them though. They do have a vehicle. Uh-oh, PE. They thought they escaped, but they ran into more teams. Another one of those Thai representatives, and this time PE is not going to have a decent round. Not like round 1 or 2. They're going to be out in 9th place. And FW ends up stealing all the kills away. A Morph team did all the hard work and get nothing.
See if or not Morph team can break their way up. EVOS Phoenix. They've got a little bit of company. First Raiders, the most consistent one going up against the world champions. Double world champions. Dark Call, shots towards God Cruz. Moshi. Very threatening defensive line held here by the players on the side of EVOS Phoenix. The flank from the side of Mochi can do them in. Jazeria takes out one player from the side of LGDS. It is the one and only Dark Call from the long shot. And it looks like First Raiders are going to get the one up on the EVOS. Get High, gets knocked down onto the ground. Lozzie almost goes out, and Mochi does manage to put that final bullet in the coffin, but he's the final survivor left in here. He's got a vending machine in front of him though. EVOS Phoenix has a chance.
He needs to get there though.
He's got the money.
He's surrounded by two teams. No more glue walls, AJ. He has no more glue walls. He has to heal up, make a run for it, Moshi. It's about quick fingers right now. You gotta do it. If that glue wall goes down, Moshi is done for. And I think he knows it, but he just doesn't feel like there's a chance. He has to deal with Team Flash behind him. He has to deal with First Raiders while in front of him. This is a tough spot for Moshi to be in.
Moshi, North, backs away from his defensive position. Bloody trying to take those shots against Moshi as well. How is Moshi still alive? This is the quality of the world champ right here, right now. Moshi holds on. No one's taking those shots against him.
Okay.
And it looks like Moshi manages to take Darkol out of the equation. That vending machine. Moshi steps up towards the vending machine.
He's so close.
Is the time. He buys back the rest of his players. Can he get it done towards the final moments of this match?
He is so close, AJ. He is so close to the vending machine. With Darkol out, it's only North that has a chance to shoot him. But if he doesn't move now, Team Flash is going to push him.
Darkol's out.
I mean, Moshi, you got to move right now.
Come on, Moshi.
Quick fingers, Moshi. Run for it, boy.
And it looks like he's going to make us continuously wait. The circle moves on. North getting tagged up. Moshi's getting tagged up as well. In the meantime, Team Flash takes the jump pad straight towards the players of Vasto Mundo. Right in front of Vasto Mundo, it's going to be Team FW. Vasto Mundo needs to decide, do they want Team Flash or do they want FW? One of the two. Either way, it's going to be Moshi brings back the whole squad of EVOS Phoenix, the undying EVOS Phoenix.
Oh, EVOS Phoenix now has a good chance, but they got to try and find some weapons though. The circle is very small. So same as well. First Raiders Eclipse back in action. We are not done just yet. 6 teams. 14 minutes. You don't get to see such a crowd in the final circle. Only in FFSI. Team Flash pushing through. Vasto Mundo makes it pretty far this time.
My God! 2 players outside of the circle. They buy their full squads right back in. Darkol quickly went back in, quickly went back out. Unfortunate for him. Team Flash will take him out of the equation. Souza gets taken out as well. It's gonna be North who brings Darkol right back into the play. And this is just an undying squad for sure. Team Vasto Mundo, the closest one to that final circle. Team Flash gonna be kept here. FW on the other side. Morph squad in the house as well. This is gonna be a tough fight towards the final circle.
FW, they're gonna push Vasto Mundo right now. So Vasto Mundo, can they hold off? They have the numbers. FW, they're only sending in 2 members to start it off. Crusher is gonna defend the back of the building. FW, they have someone playing sniper. And Crusher, he's doing a good job with the grenade launcher to keep FW away. But this circle is going to bring everyone to the main road. This feels like a street fight right now, AJ.
Round 1. No, actually, round 3. Bunjaim, right behind the house. Vasto Mundo. Defensively, they've got the advantage, but a couple of grenades in towards this house can do the squad in. FW with the most elimination so far gets tagged up from afar. Alongcon needs to back away. 9 Fan no longer able to back them up. 10 eliminations so far. FW looks like they're going to be hot. Darkol out by the circle. Only 4 more teams left. Mob team's going to make their way towards Team Flash. Team Flash cannot do anything but to take the fight up against them. And look at what Vasto Mundo is doing. Vasto Mundo has to start moving. They do have the compound, but they also want to get FW away from them.
Yeah. EVOS Phoenix also got knocked out as well, right? They revived the whole team, but no one had weapons to deal with in this small circle. Team Flash now in the frying pan. They gotta deal with more team. That is not easy. Bloody runs right in, straight into Ambot. Ambot just makes quick work of him. Yanbin by his side. Koja is gonna get traded, but Yanbin needs help. Help came through a bit too late. Ripgod now has too many fights to deal with, but was able to fight solid just for a while. Out from afar, and the nade from Susanna ends it all for Team Flash. And more teams are still kicking. Meanwhile, on the other end, Vasto Mundo handling FW pretty darn well.
FW going for this back-to-back booyah. Can they do it? They need to take Vasto Mundo out of the equation first. One good grenade here.
Team is
going to take them out. It is a good glue wall melter tossed out by the players on the side of Vasto Mundo. Time Turner is going to defend them for a little bit. FW, and now all of those glue wall melters being sent towards FW. They don't have much of those defense. They erected either way. Boon
my goodness.
Really low on that HP. He needs that backup. Alongcon, can he be saved? Bunjaim now down on the ground. Alongcon, pick your team member up. Bunjaim's going to be left high and dry. Alongcon finally turns around, and Bunjaim does not get saved. The circle pushes Alongcon back in. Jimelo will have to hold the line with him.
Blazer jumped over the glue wall as well. He's going to take this fight into more. Only getting 1 though, not enough. Nunes, the last stand for Vasto Mundo, 15 HP. Cannot do it. Down to FW and Morph team. 2 versus 2. They're gonna have some time to pack themselves back up. But Morph Team goes on the assault. The glue wall keeping Ambot alive. Ma'al joins, but just could not put in the finishing touch. FW, they lose Aloncorn. And Morph Team, just by the very end, able to get that Booyah out of FW's hand. Thailand once more putting the Booyah on the table.
Almost a back-to-back Booyah for FW, but morphed into the victory of Morph Team themselves. But you know who's going to have the #1 spot? All thanks to FW's back-to-back effort to rise up to the occasion to get into that final circle. What a well-played round by Morph Team, playing it safe, keeping themselves out of trouble, not getting really aggressive with the rest of the teams. But it is going to be Ma'al, the MVP, coming through in this third game.
Gotta correct myself, it's for Indonesia. Morph Team is 3rd seed of Indonesia. Messed that one up a bit. But hey, all these are individual regions. Got a Booyah for Thailand, got a Booyah for Vietnam, got a Booyah for Indonesia.
That's exactly what the SEA Invitational is all about. Southeast Asia rising up to the occasion. It is a heck of a Booyah coming through for Morph Team. We want to see the consistency, and Morph, they've just been improving round after round. 9 points in the first game, 10 points in the second game, and a hell of a Booyah for the third game, just to put them in the running for that #1 spot by the end of the day.
And it's the region with one of the more newer names, right, in FFSI. You look at Indonesia, 3 out of the 4 teams, you probably have not heard of them on a regional or international stage. You have their 1st seed, Genesis Dogma SF. You have Morph Team, the 3rd seed, and you have GRC Aphrodite, which is the 4th seed. Only First Raiders Eclipse feel like the household names, but everyone else, this is like their debut on the international stage.
I swear to God, I cannot wait to see what Morph Team can do on this level. I mean, I want to keep this storyline for you guys tomorrow, but I'm gonna spill the beans right now, man. If you guys don't follow the Indonesian circuit, Genesis Dogma, they scraped through into the grand finals. They were dead last. They were in the 12th spot. And when they went into the grand finals, they were on a roll. They walked away as the #1 seeded team out of Indonesia. I don't know what you want to call that, but Lady Luck was sure as hell on their side on that day.
Hey, I'm telling you, if your team name is Genesis Dogma SF, or no, you look at the definition of these words, you know you're going to achieve great heights. So, again, that's a story for tomorrow and Sunday. You know, they have they have 12 rounds to prove themselves as well. But for Morph Team, the spearhead, the tip of the spear, right, for Indonesia. You know, first 2 rounds, we had First Raiders Eclipse consistently getting 2nd place. And now you have Morph Team getting the Booyah on round number 3. I would say it's a pretty good start. You can kind of see how the Indonesians are really starting to ramp up their gameplay overall. Because every time you compare them to Thailand, Thailand always inches in terms of victory. But I'm more curious later on when we look at the team composition, what is Morph Team running? We saw FW just running 3 homers because they could not care less. But is Morph Team going to doing the same? I don't think so.
Well, we will find out in a little bit exactly how the team composition is and what led them to victory. Apart from being a little passive all throughout that matchup, they weren't the most aggressive except to the very end where they thought, okay, we don't have a defensive compound, so we have to act.
Remember round 1 at Factory? That was the exact same team that survived until top 5.
Defense, not stepping out until the very final moment. We see the exact same strategy in game number 3. So we know how they're playing this. And finally, that defensive maneuver has led them to a Booyah. Let's take a look at the statistics of the team that got the Booyah and see exactly how they stacked up against the rest of the teams earlier on. 2,831 damage coming in from the MVP himself with 4 eliminations. And look at this, Husky, a total of 11 eliminations for Morph Team. This was not a slow round for them.
I'm telling you, on the highest level, everyone has double-digit eliminations by the end of a round. Especially if you have Booyahs, it's always more than 10 kills, right? We always talk about the magic ratio. If you have 8 eliminations and a Booyah, that's 20 points. That's the bare minimum. Anything above that is your average as a tier 1 team, which is 10 to 12 eliminations. Anything beyond that is extraordinary performance. In this case, we had the bare minimum from the first 2 rounds, from the first 2 teams. Morph Team now putting the same kind of performance on the table.
Ma'al, as expected, was the guy who stepped up to the plate. He was the most dominating player out of Morph Team from the very get-go of this round. And he continued that performance all the way to the very end. But we have to give praise to Ambot as well, who provided him that support that he most desperately needed. And it was Ambot's plays in a lot of those moments that even saved Ma'al from a lot of trouble. Steffi, a double stack. And here's the Steffi meta that we've been talking about.
Oh, yes.
You gotta have that stack in terms of the defensive maneuver. And you see both Susanna as well as Koja, both the players who were not going for the eliminations, consistently backing up the team members. They are in charge of making sure the team survives. And you can see the attacking setup coming through from Ma'al as well as Ambot. They are the ones tasked to go and take that attack against the other teams. I love this composition.
Especially with Skylar, right? The Riptide Rhythm, it is an ability that when it was first introduced, all we saw were Riptide Rhythms flying across the map. Like one battlefield would have like 10, 12 sonic booms. But now it has fizzled out a little bit, replaced by more chronos. But it's good to see that, you know, for more teams, they are still sticking to what works when in these tight situations, when you survive to the last stage. And Glue Wall is a very important defense mechanism. Oh, Skylar becomes so good.
And you have to love A124 as well. The Thrill of Battle active skill allows you to disable the skills of your opponents. In those CQCs, especially in that final circle battle, that's exactly how they overcame so many of these teams.
When you're up against especially Chrono, right? Chrono or Homer, you want to get rid of these abilities, especially Chrono, who loves to kind of camp in an area, protect themselves from utility. Well, now you can't do it anymore.
You get to detect the number of enemies in an area of 50-meter radius as long as Arvon is your little pet. And that's exactly the choice of pet for Ma'al, with the AWM in his hands, as well as the Riptide Rhythm on standby. This guy was an absolute wrecking machine out there on the battlefield. Game of information played to perfection, especially with all of what he was gathering out there. You gotta love this, man. It's not just the gun skills, it's also the setup. For a lot of the Free Fire players out there who play this game casually, you have to focus on the composition of your team if you want to rise up to the top.
And, you know, I'm starting to realize, AJ, that a lot of these teams are running information, right? We say a lot about Arvon, you know, at the pet. Auto as well, when you eliminate an enemy, you get to detect nearby enemies with the memory mist. That's information.
Yes.
You also have Iris. That's also information.
Yes.
You have Homer. Also information.
Yeah.
At this point, I think we just let all the players see where everyone else is.
And I think they've just learned this over time. Let's look at the popular weapons used over here in this round. The G36, 12 times equipped, was able to handle a lot of those long-range, mid to long-range engagements. The MP5 as well as the M1887 for some of these closer combats in terms of distance. And at the end of the day, it's how quickly you switch between your weapons and how quickly you respond out there on the battlefield in combination with all of that active and passive skills that you bring into these matches.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense that you see a lot more G16 right now, right? Because I think prior to this, when we have lesser auto, when we have lesser iris, you're looking at a lot of shotguns. Charge busters, the M1887, that's where you see Hayato get used very often. I mean, it still gets used now because when you go to CQC and you're low on health, Hayato's passive kicks in, suddenly you have these, you can have these miraculous moments. The lower your HP, the more armor penetration you have, you get these one-shots. It makes you look absolutely fantastic. So far, I don't think the teams need it.
Nah, the teams really don't need to push the boundaries all that too much. They've been playing this to perfection each and every single step of the way. Let's look at Morph team once again with the total of 23 points collected through the Booyah and 11 eliminations. FW Esports continues their run of dominance towards the top of the leaderboard as they pick up 13 eliminations as well as 9 placement points in that second spot. Team Flash right behind them, slowly inching up the leaderboards in their own accord. 8 eliminations as well as 7 placement points. Vasto Mundo finally putting on some points to their side.
Yeah, made it to 4th place, right? I think they dropped to FW, but it was a very hard fight. You have more teams just harassing them from behind as well. So Vasto Mundo, even though they finished 3rd place in terms of placement, they just had lesser eliminations compared to Team Flash. For a team that finished the first 2 rounds in last place, I think this is a good start. A bit late for Vasto Mundo, a bit later for Vasto Mundo, but definitely needed. And considering how they were up against Alpha early on, they lost a member, revived that member, and went back to hunt down Alpha. That's commitment right there.
It's good to see LGDS bouncing right back after a unfortunate round number 2. Round number 3, they pick up a solid 10 points, and they do manage to climb up to that 7th spot. But in the number 1 place in the current standings overall is gonna be FWE Sports. The single booyah in hand, 29 placement points, 28 eliminations. They're keeping this golden ratio that you talked about for a total of 57 points, Sasuke.
And you look at first race Eclipse, round 3 wasn't the best round. You know, they had a lot of struggles, but they still are in second place, right? They still are only 6 points behind FW. Consistency is still there. Biggest surprise for me though, E-Arena in last place. This was not the result I expected.
But it's E-Arena at the end of the day. They did run their mouths. Unfortunately, they got their mouths shut up very quickly. But there's still a lot of opportunities. In fact, this is just the halfway point of day number 1 of week number 1.
Yeah,
so the comeback gameplay, we've got a lot of time for that.
We got plenty of times to kind of go through all these rounds and watch these teams bomb out, make mistakes, and still recover. Older format, we would have ridden them out immediately.
I mean, you don't have that many opportunities in the older format. In the current format, on the other hand, which is why, once again, we love the fact that this change has been brought in. You get the opportunity to mess up.
I tell you, the best part of this change is that we didn't even know that this change was happening until, you know, like closer to the event. Like,
yes,
unless you knew about it and you didn't tell me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You did.
But in my defense, I'm a very forgetful guy. You know that for a fact. So, I mean...
You're forgiven.
Thank you. But of course, at the end of the day, what truly matters is the fact that these teams do not give up all that too early. E-Arena still has a lot of opportunities to climb right back up, but we have to wait till match number 4.
Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Pushing, so I'm move dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna grow to a bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. They wanna see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving the beaters alone. Me with a squeeze. I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beaners alone. Me with a squeeze.
Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais.
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
Cakap banyak tak guna. Biar keputusan yang berbicara. Jadi kepada tim-tim yang wakil daripada setiap region, hati-hati dengan tim MCPS. #tebus maruah.
ทุกทีมระวังตัวไว้นะครับ ปีนี้ผมจะมาเอาแชมป์แน่นอนครับ
Kerana terlalu yakin, korang akan kehilangan booyah.
Buat region yang pede banget, beda lawan, beda zaman bos. Indonesia Neo Era siap juara. Semua tim sih pengen kita kalahin, soalnya kita pengen juara.
Talvez eu só dizia bom jogo, porque esta vez foi a nossa vez. Na próxima talvez será a deles.
Em được tin 80% bởi vì bọn em có kỹ năng rất là cao.
Ưu điểm của team mình đó chính là sự tự tin và tinh thần đoàn kết.
Sự gắn kết sẽ là mấu chốt để cho chúng mình chiến thắng ở giải đấu lần này.
Mình rất tự tin bởi vì đây là cùng dạo chơi của SE thôi.
ดูมีผมไปหรือเปล่า
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
Thích của bọn bọn mình là biến nhà vô địch thành cựu vương.
100% team mình sẽ chiến thắng.
Giải đấu lần này thì mình thấy Evox Thái Lan khá là tự tin, nhưng mà các bạn quên rằng là những đội cho dù không vô địch nhưng mình thì cũng có thể kéo các bạn không vô địch cùng.
Tụi mình muốn gửi lời thách đấu đến đội tuyển Evox Phoenix. Hãy coi chừng tụi mình.
โอ้ยโว้แล้วพี่ก็แค่อดีต
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
Strong, the best, and crazy. Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais. Na verdade, eu não me importo se eles estão a treinar muito ou pouco. Eu quero que a minha equipa esteja na sua melhor fase, quero que eles treinem entre si e isso para mim é o suficiente. A minha equipa está na melhor fase e não preocupar-me com o trabalho dos outros. Basta jogar melhor que todos eles.
ก็แชมป์โลก2 สมัยครับ ก็มีให้เห็นอยู่ครับ อะไรที่ทำให้ทีมผมมั่นใจแล้วครับ ก็มาตรฐานของทีมสูงครับ แล้วก็ตัวผู้เล่นเก่งทุกคนด้วยครับ
เดือดดุดัน ก็ไม่มีอะไรต้องกลัวครับ เจอก็ใส่
A maior vantagem da região da Tailândia é o conhecimento que eles têm sobre o jogo, mas já estamos a trabalhar sobre isso e a treinar a cada dia para conseguirmos vencê-los desta vez.
ถึงฝั่งตรงข้ามจะซ้อมมาหนัก แต่พวกผมซ้อมมาหนักกว่า และศึกษาแผนของเขาเป็นอย่างดี
Também estou confiante para vos ganhar. Venham, vou-vos ganhar também.
Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Pushing, so on, move dumb. Peace and love, turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna grow to bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. They always see me with the hitters.
Leaving the beaters alone. Me with a squeeze. I get no feelings involved.
Leaving them beaners alone. Me with a squeeze.
I'm getting high.
Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais.
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
Cakap banyak tak guna. Biar keputusan yang berbicara. Jadi kepada tim-tim yang wakil daripada setiap region, hati-hati dengan tim MCPS. #tebus maruah.
ทุกทีมระวังตัวไว้นะครับ ปีนี้ผมจะมาเอาแชมป์แน่นอนครับ
Kerana terlalu yakin, korang akan kehilangan Buya.
Buat region yang pede banget, beda lawan, beda zaman bos. Indonesia New Era siap juara. Semua tim sih pengen kita kalahin, soalnya kita pengen juara.
Talvez eu só dizia bom jogo, porque esta vez foi a nossa vez. Na próxima talvez será a deles.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me
Welcome back to the Free Fire SEA Invitationals. We are past the halfway point of day number 1. Oh, boo! You guys thought this was the end? Well, guess what? We have a new format, people. 6 days of group stage, which means that we have so much more to go. My name is Husky. Alongside me is the Musashio AJ. 3 more rounds coming up. Nextera is the next map.
These games are so hot. I'm already screaming like it's the grand finals.
Oh yeah, I was sweating the entire way.
Each and every single team really putting the hurt on each other out there. But at the end of the day, the aggressive ones are not going to last all the way through. It is the strategically sound teams that are going to go to the distance. And we have seen that time and time again. Teams like FW, teams like First Raiders, everybody just has that consistent approach towards that final circle because they play it safe first before they show the aggression.
I'm going to tell you a fun fact. Remember we watched 2 Rose videos early on?
Yes.
There are many players from different teams that, true words of each other. Out of all the teams, only one team has been able to walk the talk. And that team was First Raiders Eclipse. Everyone else, Team Flash, Evo's Phoenix, Vasto Mundo, E-Arena, they're all doing not too good. Especially E-Arena because they're dead last.
But maybe they want to play the EVOS Phoenix route. Die first, rise up to the occasion a little bit later on.
Hopefully.
Once again, we are only halfway through day number 1 of week number 1, right? We have got 4 days of play in total for every single group. So this is halfway through day 1, which means we are barely 50%.
We barely scratched the surface, right? And maybe some of these guys are still not awake yet. Maybe Evo's Phoenix was still playing with their toes instead of their fingers. Maybe E-Arena, had one eye closed, and you never know.
They're just challenging themselves, right? Make it more difficult than it already is.
My favorite type of challenge.
On an international stage.
My favorite type of challenge is that, let's say you have a phone, right? You have a phone, you have one guy controlling the movements, you have one guy controlling the shooting.
On this stage, Husky?
Maybe. It's a fun mode. It's a fun mode.
It explains the arena's performance so far. But jokes aside, I am hoping and praying for them to step on the gas pedal just a little bit. Maybe bring Misha in here, let them drive around a little bit more safely. I don't know. Whatever they want to do, I think E-Arena has just had a run of bad luck thus far in the first 3 games. But Nextera is going to be the place where everything changes.
And I hope that is the case because Nextera is our latest map. You know, when it was first introduced, I think 1-2 months ago, you know, there were a lot of questions, right? How are teams going to perform on this map?
Yeah.
But I think at this point of time, Nextera has finally settled down a little bit. Teams have more times to practice. Perhaps we will see a more defined meta because back in the days, when we look at MCPS itself, teams that you expect to perform well, the front runners, they all bomb out in Nextera.
And at the end, and it's only because of the way the map is structured. You've got so many of those defensive compound to skirt around when it comes to Nextera. So if you want to be able to excel at Nextera, you need to have one really proficient sniper but 3 close combat specialists just so that you can hide in those tight little compounds, wait to be ambushed, or circle around those compounds and work your way in through these close quarter combats. That's exactly what Nextera is set up for.
Yes.
You don't really have to waste a lot of glue walls when it comes to this map.
Here's something that I think is finally time to talk about in 2 years of competitive Free Fire. Different maps sometimes demand different characters combination, right? Yes. I think when you talk about Nextera, intel becomes so much more important. You want to be able to seek out players. This is one of the most, I would say, congested map in terms of buildings. There's so many urban areas to work with, so many compounds to hide in. I'm looking forward to kind of the archetype that FW brought in round 2. Just Homer at the front and you have kind of Steffi to back them up.
I think that's a really great idea, right? And as long as you've got a Hayato in the mix as well, you're going to be quite a balanced team in a lot of these gunfights.
Yeah.
And it really depends if you want to kind of skew a little bit more towards the aggressive side by having 2 homers, or the more defensive side by having 2 Steffies within your squad. Either way, it's going to bring you a lot of good, right? Because some of the aggressive teams on Nextera have usually walked away with a massive number of points as they just circle around compound to compound looking for those elimination points and not really focusing on the placements at all. And even if they don't get the Puya, even if they clunk out at about the 4th or 5th spot, they're still decently placed by the end of the round.
And it's interesting to see how the teams have evolved to really rely on intel, on relaying information to the rest of the team instead of kind of playing a bit more selfishly. That's why I was looking at what works in the past few months. A lot of examples popped out, right? We have Caroline. I think that is a very common example alongside Kelly. So you are just running really fast, and you have an Alok to kind of speed you up. But Alok was kind of 2020, right? That has been so long ago. And teams have now evolved to play together a bit more, and it's a big divergence from 2021, where double vectors was a thing. Everyone was playing solo. Right now, I think solo play doesn't work anymore.
No, and that's the beautiful way the meta shift has happened. It is because of those active skills. It's because of the passive skills that kind of combine, forcing you to really play in a tight group instead of just splitting off, one by one out there on the battlefield. Not saying that is not a good strategy, because we still do see some stragglers kind of hanging back, either to play the sniper from the back or having one guy push really far up ahead, get that intel first, and then call in the rest of the squad. Either way still does work, but we no longer see the days where all 4 players are in 4 different directions on the map. I'm glad I don't get to see that anymore.
Yeah, there was a period where everyone was running at each other. There was a period where everyone was kind of like sniping each other from afar. And right now, we're finding that golden balance. We're going to take a look at the teams that we got to watch out for when we head into Nextera. Morph team, the team that just got a booyah on Alpine. If Evo's Phoenix, our current world champions, and of course, LGDS joins the mix. Again, it's a team that we haven't highlighted too much, but I would say for the first 3 rounds, LGDS, they're not doing too bad.
I mean, they got 13 points in the first round. Second round at Purgatory, unfortunate for them as they stepped away with only 2 points. A single point from the elimination, a single point from the placements, but they bounced back in Alpine. And if they continue that sort of a trajectory, this game might not be the best for them, but hopefully it is not the case. Hopefully we see a more decent round as opposed to Purgatory for LGDS. As long as that happens, we're going to be in a shocker of a lifetime as far as LGDS's performance has been in a long, long time on the international stage.
I think the craziest thing is that the bar, I feel like if you are a fan of their region, the bar is actually not that high, right? When we're talking about kind of the minimum passing grade, just don't finish last.
Yeah.
I think that's a very low bar to clear, but I'm going to up the ante. I think LGDS has the potential to contend for top 10. with how they showed out so far, I think Alpha is also doing pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about how they had a bit of a roster change. I think Gatao previously from Infinity VX, I think this was a team back in the days when Rio was the host for the first ever World Series, when they had this amazing DJ set by DJ Alok himself. They placed 10th.
Yeah.
And they also showed up in the last World Series. And right now he's with Alpha. It's an upgrade for him as an individual player.
At the end of the day, no matter how well teams do, no matter how badly teams do on day number one, it's not going to matter all that too much, because this is not a sprint to the end line. This is a marathon. You got to jog, you got to keep up that momentum, and you got to make sure you've got enough juice left in the tank towards the bitter end of this 2-week group stage that we've got in store for all of the teams. And looking at the fact that this is just day number one, there's nothing too much to worry about for some of the teams who are down in the dumps, especially for a team like E-Arena. Argus might want to step it up a little bit, but as the flight path once again is really kind to all of the players out there, we get to cut through from the Intellect Center all the way towards Mud side, opening up the full map all over again.
Such a challenging map to play, honestly, when you have too many buildings. I feel, you know, it's kind of ironic, right? Back in other maps, you'll be like, yeah, having buildings is good.
Yep.
But when you have too many buildings, that's where the game can slow down. And when it does slow down, you get these very messy fights towards the very end. You get a lot of hard drops. It really feels claustrophobic.
Yeah.
In this case, you know, FR, Intellect Center, high tier loot zone, no problem right there. PE, they are going to see LGDS dropping towards that eastern side and Mud side. We might see an early conflict.
Don't get us wrong though, as tight as this map is, as congested as it is, those snipers can still do a world of hurt out there on the battlefield. Gatal, long shots, Spice is not going to get taken down just yet. Oh, what a turnaround with the Falas! Remind goes down, and that's a reminder to Team Alpha that they cannot get too aggressive against anyone out there.
Just good start for Farang. And in this case, at G18, he is very far away from the rest of his team. Farang gets a head start. On the other hand, you have Evo's Phoenix. They're going to take on Morph's team from the get-go as well. Evo's Phoenix clearly, I don't think they have the intention to take this fight with full force. They are very spread out as well. I think only 3 members of Evo's Phoenix are present in this area. So your Morph team catches them, we're going to see the usual, I'll give up 3 of my members, I'll bring everyone else back.
I really like the positioning held here by Evo's Phoenix. There's a double stack by God Cruise as well as Get High. Ambot's going to be in a lot of trouble now if they do go out for that spot. Koja trying to back them up from the middle. It's going to stay a little safe for the time being. It's one of the flanks. It's either Ma'al or Ambot that gets taken down. And Ma'al finds God Cruise, finds Get High as well. And Ma'al is on absolute fire for Morph team.
You cannot let that happen, Evo's Phoenix. This is not how it's supposed to be. Jonah, well, he has such a good position until 2 of his members go down. Susanna is going to gun him down. Evo's Phoenix, I honestly thought that they would just abandon ship. Moshi is going to at least get 1. Get him out, that's good, but they're just going to chase him down. And unfortunately for Moshi, he is within arm's reach of more team. This is going to be Evo's Phoenix out in 11th. Unlike Moshi, can he do it again though? The numbers are dwindling. It's 1 versus 2 right now. Moshi has medkit to work with. Susanna is out. Moshi getting his health. Third! What's away! Almost does it! So close. 33 HP was the difference maker, but man, Moshi almost did it.
Moshi! You animal! I love you! Too bad I can't keep him as a pet. This guy, ruthless out there on the battlefield. Koja almost bit the dust there, but there was just nothing that could stop Moshi in a situation like that. Still manages to take away 2 elimination points for the squad before he gets taken down. It's going to be LGDS now going up against Team Farang. Fai's down on the ground already and 4 players to eliminate 1 guy. That's overkill, Husky.
I tell you, the only reason Moshi went down is because he was not full HP. He was at 70%. Yeah. 70%. That's 30 HP, the exact amount that you know the other team was left with, that Morph team was left with. I tell you, these numbers, like, I personally don't like numbers, but in these situations, they make the biggest difference.
I mean, Moshi is such a capable player. Just 1 tiny bit of miscalculation by him.
He needed 1 more second.
He could have gotten away from that gunfight. He did not need to re-engage because he got a knock. He did not get a kill. If he had backed away, his opponent would have gone in for that pickup and he could have had another chance. And I mean, we've seen this guy in 1v2 situations. We just saw him take on 4 players at the same time, right? He just needed to hop through that window and he could have been saved. But that one minor fraction of a second did him in. But you gotta love EVOS Phoenix. You gotta love Moshi. I mean, from the World Series all the way into FFSI, he's still shining like the North Star.
I mean, that's the guy that won the trophy for his team, right? If he pull off that 1v4, if it's anyone else, we'll be like, oh my god, this guy is amazing. But if it's Moshi, it's another day. It's light work.
Yeah. It's like just another day at work.
Another day. I mean, he did it against...
Not breaking a sweat, not laughing, not smiling. He's like, what? Oh, sorry, that was a great play. Oh, okay. I'm glad you think so.
Like the captain said in the video, I don't want to talk too... Let's not talk too much. It will hurt my throat. Something along the lines. Real talk though, they finished last. Next round, gotta buckle a little bit. That was almost a display of just individual prowess.
Alpha, Jaziria! Unfortunate, Nero catches her off guard. M1887, one of the longest range shotguns I've ever seen in my life, man.
Which is crazy, right? Because what do we call it? Buckshot? Yeah, I think it's called buckshot, where it spreads out.
Correct.
But still, I mean, how far can a shotgun... What is the range?
How far can a shotgun shoot if a shotgun could shoot... What? No, I messed that one up. But I had to come up with it on the fly, bro.
Yeah. I was about to give you props for it. Not bad, not bad.
PE. Quick upgrade, never hurts. Limit, pushing on 4th. And it looks like LGDS is going to step on by to challenge them. Yuan is a little bit too far. Protete is going to catch Bruce off guard. And Bruce does have the better weapon in hand, M1887. Going up against the AUG, Argus stands no chance. Unless he can scope in the nick of time. Fixer backs away alongside Protete. Bruce holds the line. Glue wall just to block his path. Protete flanks from the left-hand side. And Ripcord off screen does a quick number on Luca and Blazer 10, taking down 2 guys at the same time.
Yeah, Vastamundo, they didn't even have a chance to respond to that. And look at the distance as well. They were so far away. But with 2 members already down, Team Flash, they're just going to go for it. There's nothing holding them back. Crusher with that grenade launcher, just not enough. The glue walls from BO stopping everything. And the Crusher is left alone. I believe the Vastamundo still have 1 guy left. On the other hand, wow, Roro and Limit, they both get 1. Potato is down. LGDS, unfortunately, they are kind of outnumbered. And Orgus has a nade. This one is going to be huge if he tosses it up. He's a bit patient with it though. Don't need to push it too much. LGDS, they don't even have the full squad in this area. So EA, they will take the 2 free kills.
E-Arena desperately needs to find the performance within them. And they are off to a great start. But that's just LGDS. Yes, LGDS has been performing really well on day 1, but overall, if you compare their past statistics, they're not the most fearsome team out there on the battlefield. So E-Arena really needs to step up their gameplay if they want to catch up by the end of the day.
All right, AJ, I fix your haiku for you.
Tell me.
How far can a shotgun shoot if a buckshot shotgun shoot? Not the best, but you know, I completed
try
the
again later.
Well, at least I completed the
yes,
rhythm, okay? It's like a school exam. I fill in the word count.
I agree. I would have looked at the question and I would have been like, next question, please.
That's what I did for my additional math paper, don't worry. I was the
talk
only
about
guy
that,
in my class that drew the graphs, okay? I'm a drawer.
I was so good at AdMats. I was the first one to leave the exam hall.
Damn.
you know what that means, bro.
Yeah, definitely the best, the fastest one to leave. I mean, PE, they're gonna try to rush down EA, who had decent time to recover, but oh my god, nuke!
He's just nuking everyone!
What is this man on right now?
Potato?
EA stand no chance. Potato, this guy left alone in the building.
Nuke!
This guy and Nuke, yeah, he wiped everyone.
Nuking everyone back and forth. Don't cry down on the ground. He's crying for sure because he didn't get much of that. But at the end of the day, it's gonna be Team Morph once again. Backing away from the first Raiders.
Oh, here they come.
Who's Farang gonna bait this time?
The king baits are back.
Nade cooked up by Spade. Nero backing away. PE ever so slowly up on top. It's gonna be DNP sniping. It's got the shotgun pulled out, waiting for the approach. Souza catches Ma'al from afar. First Raiders with the first shot against Morph team. DNF has got the AC-80. Aleph better be careful. Powerful cannot deal with the AC-80 shots. Double shot will take you down. A quick cluster thrown out by Nero. Everybody else backs away. Don't Cry still holds on to the high ground.
This guy, he is holding an incredibly long angle. Meanwhile, first is the Clips, they are just completely demolishing Morph team. I mean, North with the grenade launcher, making quick work as well. He's not a quick work of his own teammate, but I think this is enough. Just a bit more. Susanna is up on his feet. Ambon barely holding, but he just got knocked down. So Ismail and Susanna, they're trying to bring the teammates back on their feet again. And first is the Clips, they're breaking through the glue walls. They're trying to run down the rest of Morph team. Lozzie taking out Ambon as well. He's only out left, and he just can't do it this time. First rate is the Clips. If a near flawless push.
From a booyah to just a boo, unfortunately, in this round. First Raiders are the ones who compliment them with the boo.
From booyah to ayah.
From booyah to ayah it is. As we move on towards the next circle at Zipway, PE. He's got no chance whatsoever to get caught out here in a situation like this unless Farah steps up to the plate. Team Flash, they find their way into Zipway first. LGDS, blind shots towards Nunes. They can barely spot him out. First Raiders in the clear. But as they move out from the Twin Bridge in towards Zipway, they're going to be wide open. LGDS will have pot shots against them. Luca already on the very edge from the side of Vasto Mundo. It's going to be a very sticky situation here for Wastamundo. They're spread out quite a bit.
Yeah, Team Flash, they're still holding on pretty well. I believe that was an early drone. Not sure from which homer though. They kind of traveled a bit far. Farang, well, they end up not engaging in any fights. Crusher, well, he's been evicted for sure, but I'm surprised he is still around.
I'm glad he's keeping quiet because he cannot make a move. He cannot make a sound. They're going to snuff him out before he can even take a step. So Crusher's going to prevent being crushed for the time being. He's going to wait for a little bit of action first before he starts moving on.
Yeah, in that position, that's how you know he has nothing to buy his teammates back. Because he's hiding behind a vending machine, of all things. Well, they just found it. Ripgod just got rid of Crusher. FW in the meantime, they are busy with Team Flash. I mean, FW has been really going at it, right? This was the team that ran triple homer on Purgatory.
Get that information. Just rush through all of your opponents. Dark Call. Team First Raiders looking back for that #1 spot. And Souza from afar. Nunes and Luca taken out. And it looks like LGDS is the next one on the line here. First Raiders, they need to hop on out and circle around. But it's all going to depend on where this next circle goes on to. And does the circle look for the First Raiders? No, it does not. It goes towards FW.
It was a big grenade launcher as well. They took out 2 members of LGDS just like that. You can see LGDS, Roro, he's scrambling to bring as much members back out. This is a long shot, AJ. I mean, North has an X-ray vision. You normally don't hit those shots easily from that range, but I mean, the FR just making it look so easy. North is an absolute beast, but LGDS, they don't have to just worry about First Raiders. They gotta worry about Team Flash, who are trying to voucher these kills. Roro, he's not gonna survive that, unfortunately. Yuan, I saw him put down that landmine. He's definitely gonna go down for sure. Now, $5. Who is gonna step on that mine?
Nobody. That's where my money is on. You're gonna owe me 5 by the end of this. Souza, Lozzie from afar. First Raiders waiting everyone out there. Farang does manage to take down 2 players from the side of PE. New K down on the ground. Nobody else to nuke their players all around. And Farang fires the circles around. Spade down on the ground. Nero, DNP. One by one they get picked up. New K, can he survive? Answers no. Nero needs to drop his health right back up here. And Fires gets that long shot.
Holy cow.
Finds BO's head from out in the open. And First Raiders challenging Flash as well.
You saw how long that shot from Souza was? New K didn't survive because he got chipped by the grenade at the very end. That was insane by FR. 11 eliminations. And look at the distribution. It is unfair. Souza and Lozzie both have 5 eliminations each, with North and Dark Call supporting them. And I gotta say, Dark Call, the captain of this team, his shot call had been precise. This is round number 4, but FR still going. They can bomb out right now, and they have more than enough points.
First Raiders were not in the best position to move into this next circle. But they waited. They played that timing so well. And halfway through, they were just shooting left, right, center. This was not a team just trying to reposition. This is a team that's super aggressive towards this final circle. Nero's gonna get his life taken away by the circle. There's no way he makes it in now from this position. FW is gonna keep an eye on him. Team Flash on the other hand. Groza from Souza, but it's not gonna hit anytime soon just yet. FW now the next target. Dark Hall, long shot once again, forces Team Flash away. They're not gonna challenge Team First Raiders. They gotta go in for FW.
Last 3 teams, 2 of them already have a booyah. Well, not First Raiders Eclipse. Actually, one of them have a booyah, and that's FW. First Raiders Eclipse almost got one, but haven't got it yet. Team Flash also looking for their first, but man, First Raiders Eclipse, they're looking very solid. Team Flash spread out, controlling majority of the map. They have a glue off of BO, managing to heal up. That is perfect. First Raiders trying to flush him out into the open. It's not going to be an easy angle to look for them though, because Team Flash, they do have members on the southern side also.
Flash is in the best spot right here. It's all going to be about Darkall. Lozzie down on the ground already, and that's all courtesy of Team Flash. Darkall, can he get this shot? Goes in for the aim. Bloody chip just on his shoulder. No headshot coming through from Darkall, but that's the challenge that is going to be required to make sure he stays behind that cover. Darkall has got no grenade. He just needs to do this with his gun. Only has the AWM. Reposition behind Boon James. Souza with a god nade. First Raiders putting the rip on all of the teams out there. Ripgod gets a double for himself as North gets a shot in as well. 3 teams still fighting for this booyah.
They were fighting 2 teams at once and they almost wiped out FW. North protecting himself with the glue wall. The snake's not gonna land though. Ripgod forced to push forward. Yenbin as well. Souza and Lozzie, they're both low. Caught out in the open, but look at that. The support, the area support from the roof. So well done from First Raiders. Darko is going to go for the push on the Bloody. If he takes him down, it's going to be huge. Bloody goes down. Souza gets traded back, but FR, they have 2 members left from the roof. North gets Yanbin. Ripgod, can he find his teammate? I don't think he knows where North is as well. Darko also still alive. Ripgod going for the revive. North, can you land the shot? He's so close. Can't find the angle.
Throw the nade.
Throws the ice grenade. Just a bit out of range. Darko is back up. North's gonna drop down from the roof, looking for Ripgod, tanking the blue zone. There is an opportunity, but he's running out of time. Bloody on the ground. Gmail coming in. Gets taken down instantly. North against Darko. They both survive. First Raiders Eclipse had done it. Finally. In round 4, and they bagged the booyah.
I called it accidentally by saying the First Raiders are looking for the #1 spot right back, and they do exactly that. They get the #1 spot in this match, and they get the #1 spot in the overall leaderboard as well. Indonesia rising up to the occasion, and they are on fire.
Indonesia Free Fire, best Free Fire. You're gonna remember that line for a long, long time. I mean, Souza and North, these two men, they have done absolutely massive work in this round. Just unfair amount of kills overall.
At the end of the day, it's all about who gets the best play in. And you have to say that's First Raiders, man. The circle wasn't on their side. The situation wasn't on their side. But they took it all into their hands. They didn't wait for Lady Luck. They didn't wait for chance. They just made the decision to take that aggression to their opponents. And that aggression took all of them out of the equation, giving them a solid booyah. The first one of the day. And they are gonna be lapping it up, climbing their way up to the #1 spot.
That last sequence is 100% going to be one of the highlights of the week, because how First Raiders Eclipse played the entire top 3 scenario was perfect. They took on both FW and Team Flash at the same time, and they overwhelmed both of the teams. And again, North and Souza, the positions that they took was what won them the game.
In this match alone, we've got 2 highlight reels. #1, Moshi's gameplay. 1v4. And of course, that final circle gameplay coming through from the Booyah squad. The one and only First Raiders Eclipse. Such a fantastic match played. And there's just, I mean, I cannot ask for more, man. I cannot. This is day #1 of the Fire SEA Invitationals. And it looks like the freaking grand finals, all right?
Oh yeah, I mean, FR came prepared for sure. That highlight definitely topped Moshi's play because Moshi didn't end up surviving, right? But at the end of the day, full respect to Moshi for almost pulling the impossible off. But I mean, look at FR, the way that they played this. Darko was solo pushing Team Flash 1v2 while the rest of his team were taking care of FW. And they both did it at the same time. You really have to respect how much discipline it took for FR to do so, and how good the leadership of Darko is making those calls, telling his team, guys, I'm gonna go. You guys take care of FW. They did it.
And it was just such a great teamwork on display, right? Because yes, Darko, he called the shots, but who was giving that information to everyone? It was not from up top. I mean, having that advantage from that high ground just gave him that bird's eye view, and it also gave him a couple of kills as well. He got that one knock, and that one knock turned into a great opportunity to shut down the full squad because he did drop down, pulls out the charge buster, and then finishes off the final play as well. I mean, what more can you ask out of North?
FR have done more than enough in day number 1, right? So you have 2 second place finish, 1 Booyah, and I think the round 3 was what, 5th or 6th place, but even that didn't really set them back too much. You gotta give props to FW also. 4th round in a row, they are in top 3.
At the end of the day, this is still the equation without Group C being brought in just
absolutely.
yet. Group C, of course, will have a lot to say when they have their day tomorrow. But the one surprising thing here is EVOS Phoenix.
I'm telling you, the most surprising thing was that I looked at Group A and I'm like, well, these guys are in trouble. EVOS Phoenix is there.
But we did also agree to the fact that a lot of them are going to have a good time in the group stage because EVOS Phoenix doesn't hit hard so early.
Oh yeah. We were seeing the example right now, right? EVOS Phoenix so far still kind of a no-show, but our focus is finally going to be on First Raiders Eclipse for real this time. We keep wanting to highlight them, but they kept coming in second. Well, now they got the Booyah. Souza, the MVP of that game. I think he can share the spot with Lozzy as well, right? Both having 5 eliminations each. These two are, they are a beast in their own world.
Oh, they most definitely are, man. I mean, it was just all-out strategy. I mean, this is the first team that has made it into the final circle and ticked all 3 boxes when it comes to strategy, when it comes to gun skills, and I'm very sure when it comes to team composition. Because there's no way in hell they do not have a solid composition, but we will be seeing that in a little bit. Look at the number of eliminations that they've got to their name. 15 elimination points plus the 12. Is this the record for the day? It is, right?
For the day, yes. 27 is the record for the day for this tournament.
And First Raiders, can you imagine? 2 solid rounds plus the record of the day, record of the tournament so far. What more can you ask for if you're an Indonesian?
Keep going. I mean, if you're Indonesia, you keep going, right? They've never scored a trophy on that world stage. This is the closest that they ever had. And we get to see, right, Chrono. We talked about this character at the start of the show. We say that we don't see much Chrono nowadays, but SCA team, sometimes you do fall back. So double Steffi, a Chrono, and then A124, perfect for your late game fights.
And that's exactly why North was keeping away from the rest of the team members, rest of the opponents, to that very final second, right? You want to activate the thrill of the battle when it is the most perfect moment. And in that final moment where the radius is so small, it's going to affect everyone within that circle. And that's the perfect thing because he disables the rest of those skills that his opponents have. And that just opens up the battlefield. The thrill of the battle was just them ripping through all of their opponents.
Yeah, and he makes life so hard when he has the vantage point because he has auto, right? So you get one knockdown, well, now everyone is revealed. And this guy go full support, right? Even has beeps. My man beats with him. So you get to absorb a bit more of that damage. Sure, regeneration is a bit important throughout the game, but in this late game stage, when you have numbers, you just want to soak up punishment. And I think they probably are running the Awakened Hayato as well, so even more damage reduction overall.
And of course, the one and only Souza stepping it up as usual, bringing Steffi in as his active skill, backing everybody up with the extra bit of armor durability as well as the damage reduction from the ammo of the opponents. And this is just everything that he played to perfection, right? Even to the pet that he brings in. Extra range for all of the throwables, including the glue wall, just helped him play such a balanced defensive and aggressive gameplay. And this is proof that just because you have a defensive setup does not mean you cannot get that MVP title.
And you know why they were getting so much grenade kills? Thanks to this guy, thanks to Alvaro. The Art of Demolition, explosive deals more damage.
Yeah.
They have
Alvaro plus the pet. I mean, dude.
And Nextera also, right? Like, it's a map with so many buildings to work with. Explosives makes it very, very valuable.
The Beastin Alvaro combo, you can't go wrong with that. So you see the balance that he brings in here from the defensive, including that Hayato. Everything is just being played so tactically by the players of First Raiders. I'm so happy to see their MVP run here, just so that we can get a quick glimpse into exactly what sort of a setup they run with.
Oh yeah, I think this is first or second time. The first time we see it in such detail, right? And you really get to we get to expand more. The viewers get to understand more on how these compositions really work. And Free Fire, there's so much more depth to it. We just didn't get to talk about it much back in the days. For popular weapons, still the same thing. We have the M1887, the G36, and the MP5.
You gotta thank the production team for that one for sure, because all of the stats that you see on production will not be possible if they don't put in the effort to bring it up instantaneously as the match ends. We've had many tournaments in the past, and we've been adding little by little info, and I have to say, this is the best run tournament so far as data is concerned.
This is a Michelin, three Michelin star dish, for sure. This is an entree. We got the nice garnish on it. We had some caviar. We have some,
You've got some flavored foam. You eat
you have
foam.
the gold leaves.
Yeah. This is the only time you eat gold leaves, man. That's the only time you eat gold in your life.
Absolutely. I spent an extra $200 to eat a piece of gold.
27 points from the first Raiders Eclipse to grab that #1 spot right back to their side. And look at what Team Flash has done here for themselves. 18 points on the board, 9 from eliminations, 9 from placements as well. PE Sports continues the consistency alongside FWE Sports. What a play from both of these teams. And the Malaysian squad from the side of MCPS finally getting a little bit of that stride to their side. 5 eliminations, which is fantastic if you ask me.
This is their best finish for the day as well, right? 11 points. Overall, still a rough spot to be in. But again, if this was just the old format with 1 day of play-ins, I think Farang would have been hacking by now. But, day one, Farang is a team that is also kind of a dice roll, right? They take some time to come online, but when they come online, you kind of have that time frame where they hit very hard before they gas out. I suppose Farang still trying to get used, even though they've been on that world stage before, even though it's majority the same people, you're facing off against a lot of different names that's not the same from 2 years ago.
And this is the second game that EVOS Phoenix is actually getting 2 points overall.
Oh yeah.
That's not going to fare them all that too well in the overall leaderboard as they take the 8th spot. But as anticipated, it's going to be the first Raiders Eclipse on that #1 spot. 1 booyah to their name, 36 placement points, 42 monstrous eliminations. They are the most aggressive team out there. If you haven't seen it from their gameplay, you now see it from the overall standings. FWE Sports, all thanks to their consistency as well in that second place with a total of 69, 53 to the name of PE Sports in the 3rd spot. And Team Flash from Vietnam climbing up to that 4th spot. You gotta love this, man. Flash has deserved a spot like this for such a long time, and they're getting it done out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, it's the most consistent team from the region as well. We've seen teams like SBTC, formerly it's HQ team. We've seen, MBH right now is PE Sports. We've seen like Heavy, but sometimes these teams don't even show up. The one name that's always been there has been Team Flash, and I think that consistency is slowly paying off. And I mean, even LGDS is 6th place, right? This is shaping up to be a very, very great day one already.
LGDS in 6th place, albeit we have not seen Group C just yet. Albeit it's just day 1 out of 4 days of play for LGDS. I think this is one hell of a start from them.
Oh, it is.
And I hope and pray they can keep this momentum up. I also hope and pray that E-Arena can find something out of their gameplays, because, dude, that trash talk better be working out for them. At the moment, it seems to be backfiring a lot.
At the moment, it feels like Jakarta all over again for E-Arena. It's not looking good.
I mean, if you're EVOS Phoenix, this is, same old, same old. You don't put in the hustle at the early spots because you're like, why should we? We just want to get top 12.
I feel like when you're rich enough, you don't have much motivation.
No. Getting top 12 is possible even when they have like one guy controlling movements, one guy going in there shooting.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we still have 2 more games to go. We're going to go for a break and we'll come back for game number 5.
สวัสดีครับ ผมโปเตเต้ กัปตันทีมอีอารีนาชีวิตผมดีมากอยู่แล้ว ไม่มีอะไรคิวมากมาย ผมเป็นหน่วยจู่โจมของทีม และชอบสร้างแรงบันดาลใจให้กับเพื่อนๆ วันว่างๆ ผมชอบไปเที่ยวชิวๆ ชมบรรยากาศ แล้วก็ชอบกินต้มยำกุ้งด้วย ส่วนนี้สมาชิกทีมของผม นี่คือ EA ออกัส ตัวเต็งตำแหน่ง Attacker ของทีม มันชอบโม้ว่ามีสาวมาติดเยอะ ทั้งที่จริงๆมาเล่นเกมกับผมทั้งวัน พวกเราเรียกเขาว่าอ้วนซ่าบ้าพลัง คนนี้คือลิมิต เขามีคติประจำใจอยู่ว่า อยู่นิ่งๆ อย่าขยับ เพราะมือพี่จับสไนเปอร์ แน่นอนว่าเขาเป็นสไนเปอร์ของทีม เขาชอบบอกว่าทีมนี้พี่แบกเอง แล้วจะเล็งให้พวกคุณแพ้ เวลาว่างๆ เขาชอบดูอนิเมะเป็นประจำ ส่วนนี่ชัดอัพเป็นตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์ ถึงจะอ้วนซ่า พร้อมพาทีมไปคว้าชัยชนะ ถ้าไปถามอะไรเขาจะตอบว่าให้ชัยชนะมันพูดแทนดีกว่า EA Fixer ตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์ กว่าจะนิ่งผมต้องซิ่งมาก่อน ชีวิตนี้ผมเกิดมาเพื่อซิ่ง แล้วดิ่งไปดูการ์ตูน ทีมของเรามีแต่หน่วยจู่โจม เพราะการป้องกันที่ดีคือการโจมตี ดังสโลแกนทีมว่าถ้าไม่บ้าไม่ใช่กระต่ายขั่ง
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 There's something in his eyes.
Consistency is key, and that's exactly what your top three teams are proving out there. With individual booyahs to their name, it is the First Raiders, FW, as well as PE Sports that are proving that as long as you keep that momentum up, nobody can touch you. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Husky, we are casters for the day. And what a eventful day it has been so far.
I'm going to echo what you said in the previous round. This feels like a grand finals already. We are seeing top tier plays from, all the teams.
Most of the teams.
Most of the teams. Most of them are from SEA. And we have some consistent teams, right? First Raiders Eclipse, very consistent. FW, very consistent. PE Sports, very consistent. And you had Team Flash, who also just made it into top 4 as well.
Yeah, I mean, Flash, I think they kind of hit a road bump just in one of their 4 matches, which is absolutely acceptable looking at how RNG has its role to play as well. So that being said, it is absolutely phenomenal how First Raiders, FW as well as PE have been able to overcome that hurdle of RNG and still blast their way through, right? And it has to go down to the combination of shot calls out there, team composition, as well as pure skills out there on the battlefield. And these things do belong to teams like EVOS Phoenix as well as E-Arena. Surprisingly, it just hasn't been connecting.
Which is pretty interesting. I mean, you're looking at the first 2 seeds of Thailand. In bottom 4, I believe. I mean, E-Arena is in last place. That's a given, right? 15 points out of 4 rounds. It's not a good look at all. And EVOS Phoenix, to be fair, they almost made the play of the tournament. We almost got our best play of the tournament in day 1.
Yeah.
Moshi almost pulling it off.
Almost.
almost. 30.
But it was still one hell of a play.
It was still, I mean, no one else could have came as close.
Yeah.
But first Raiders Eclipse, I think I want to talk about that just a bit more. The growth that this team went through, I think, is incredible.
Yes.
They went from a very reactive team. That's what we emphasize so much on, right?
Correct.
Very reactive team. They
Yes.
wait for people to take action. You look at the numbers, it fits the mold of a team that isn't really taking much initiative.
Yeah.
And then you look at the past 4 rounds. I mean, FR were running everyone over. That is not the FR I knew.
I mean, if you do the same thing every single day, you're going to get the exact same results. And I'm pretty sure First Raiders were not too keen on getting the exact same result over and over again on the international stage. They wanted to push the boundaries. And in order to do so, you got to change up that strategy a little bit. And I really like this balance that they have struck. They're not overly aggressive, but they are aggressive just to that perfect point. And you see that usually coming out towards the end of the match. And it was just such a beautiful maneuver. And, just as much as it was a highlight reel for Moshi on the side of EVOS Phoenix with a great play, I think that was one of the best final circle plays out of a team. First Raiders, they had no right whatsoever to get into that final circle because they had no cover.
Yeah,
but the aggression came out.
And for the Brainiacs who loves breaking down plays, I think that is the previous round, what First Raiders did at the end. That was one of the play that can be broken down into a very good case study, right?
Yeah.
How to execute, how to fade, how to do a 1v2, how to command your members, and how to take points when you don't have control in the beginning. There's a lot to kind of sift right through when we look back at the replay itself.
From the worst position to the best position in the final circle. I mean, how is that even possible? Because they were almost sandwiched between two teams, but what prevented that sandwich was just the game of patience. Just playing the timing just right, but not waiting too long. And a great example to play in contrast is in the previous match where Moshi was supposed to bring the full squad right back. He brought them back in, but it was just 2 to 3 seconds too late. The circle had already moved on. The damage from the circle was too much to tank. The whole team could not survive all the way to the end.
Yeah.
But First Raiders, on the other hand, they waited for that circle to start moving, but they moved along with it. They played their timing right. They played the aggression right. Everything came popping off at that right moment. Plus a booyah. I mean, what?
In these situations, you really not only just have to rely on, making the right decisions, but you also put that individual skills to the test, right?
Yeah.
You have to play your own game well, and I think First Raiders did it very well.
Yeah.
Now, quick history lesson, AJ. The last time that Indonesia has won a tournament was never. The last time that Thailand has won a tournament was obviously FFWS. The last time, well, I would say Garena's official Garena tournament.
Yes.
That one,
Yes.
all right? Just to give fun.
That was just about
I know
but
which
it's
one
not
you're referring
an
to, yeah.
official
So
one.
official Garena tournaments, yes. So last time for Thailand, it was FFWS. Last time for Vietnam, I believe, was 2021 Asia Championship by HQ Esports, which is currently known as HPTC. So, we have come a long way, and so far Thailand is the best team. But with First Raiders coming off to such a fantastic start, I would say across these 2 years, the region has evolved.
I'm nervous for Indonesia. And I think Thailand has already called it, where they said, don't get too confident because we will rise up to bite you. And this is where the confidence is built. I'm not saying that Indonesia's getting the chance at the top of the leaderboard because Thailand's doing bad. But teams like EVOS Phoenix, they usually show that I'm not such a big threat. You don't have to worry about my drop spots. You don't have to worry about my approach to the circle. Focus on your own game. And as you're focusing on your own game, you build up that confidence. They smash you towards the very end. And that is something that EVOS Phoenix has done time and time again. And the problem here is, no matter how many times they've done it, there's no solution for it. Nobody has been able to prevent the rise of EVOS Phoenix when they want to rise up.
Yeah, and I think the biggest solution, unfortunately, is that you have to adapt as they adapt as well, right? EVOS Phoenix is one of the most proficient team when it comes to figuring out what works and what doesn't. You can beat them down in the early stage, but they adapt so fast. We've seen the speed of how they did so last year in Bangkok. Now you have 6 days of group stage. That's more than enough time for EVOS Phoenix to really cook up something to kind of counter you. So I would say that in the long run, perhaps Evil's Phoenix, they're gonna show us something more interesting. We do have some technical issues that we need to flesh out, so we will take a short break, but when we come back, we promise that Game 5 will resume.
Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Pushing, so I'm move dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move out the bits. Boy, when I drove to a bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me. All that energy extra. They always see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving the beaters alone. Me with a squeeze. I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beaners alone. Me with a squeeze.
I'm getting hype.
Cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Play games.
Welcome back, survivors! And this time, match number 5 will not elude you. It will be shown to everybody out there. We are hopping right back into Bermuda. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky. And we've seen so far, consistency has been the keyword of the day. And that has been the super solution to launch yourself all the way up to the top. But perhaps for the final 2 matches, Husky, we'll see some of the bottom dwellers finally making a play for the top.
And hopefully, this time we get to see teams like EVO's Phoenix, E-Arena kind of step up to the plate, right?
Yeah.
We came in with very high expectations. Yeah, Vastomundo as well. You know, they have a very rough start to the day. And at the same time, right, when we had a slightly extended break before going to this round, that means more time to reset, more time to figure things out. Especially when after round 5, you're gonna go Russian roulette to figure out what the map for round 6 is. That's another factor that these teams need to take into account. So I want to see some bounce back. We've seen the consistent teams. Now I want to see the teams that have been having a rough day make a splash.
We do apologize for the delay. That extra break was called because unfortunately one of the players could not load into the lobby. And obviously we couldn't leave the guy behind, right? Because you know, Free Fire, this is family, baby. And nobody from family gets left behind. It's going to be, once again, a very fair flight path. Moving in from Bullseye all the way down towards Mars Electric, opening up the full map for everybody. LGDS taking over Shipyard very quickly. E-Arena towards Bullseye as well as Graveyard. Very close to Vastomundo, who desperately need to climb up the leaderboard.
Honestly, Bermuda so far is the only map that there was no overlapping drop zone.
Yep.
Every other map, we had very early hot drops.
Ooh, EVOS?
Unless the team change it? No, EVOS, they're going to drop to Portugal again.
Get it? Oh, yeah. They're going in for the high-tier loot zone. EVOS is looking for a booyah this time around.
Oh, yes. Farang is very close to Team Flash, though. Closer than previously. I don't think Farang drops Riverside in round 1, but they did get the drop onto Team Flash. Ripgod, unfortunately, is going to have a rough time trying to get away from Farang. Yeah, no one can save him. They probably will have to surrender this first blood point over to Farang.
Ripgod lived up through to his name. RIP, sir. You will be brought back eventually unless Team Flash gets toasted by Farang, who has been desperately trying to scurry their way up the leaderboard to no avail. And it looks like that Bio hasn't found a medkit just yet. Yanbin, good time turner. Protects himself, 40 HP down already, finds Jembal as well. Farang fall in the hands of Jembal, and it's a 1v2. Yanbin gets pincered from both sides, and Farang with the upper hand. Bloody goes down as well. Alif steps up to the plate, and it's one final player from the side of Team Flash. Can he survive? Bio finds a medkit for himself, tops his HP right back up, but it's a 1v4.
This is definitely not what Team Flash wanted. They were able to bring Ripgod back, so now they will split up. If the bill goes down, Ripgod can bring the rest of the team back. Kind of a saving grace for Team Flash, but
that's a smart play.
It's very smart. I mean,
they don't know that Ripgod got revived. Bio just quickly purchased him from that vending machine and then continued running the opposite way, leading them away from Ripgod, and Ripgod's going to be the final survivor that revives everybody else. Farang thinks that they've done one squad in, but they are about to be surprised because when they take this guy down, he's crawling around. They know that revival has happened, and Farang is absolutely livid right now.
Yeah, but if you're Farang, you are happy, right? 4 points to start it off. Compared to the previous rounds, that's a decent stat. I mean, Vastomundo trying to escape from E-Arena, who are trying to overwhelm them. But Vastomundo, they've already extracted a member. Well, actually not extract the member. They're actually sending the member in. Blazer 10 shows up to the compound. E-Arena getting completely swarmed right now. I mean, Vastomundo, good that they're taking up this challenge, but E-Arena boxing themselves in the compound. Potato getting completely blasted in by Vastomundo. E-Arena down 1 man. Shut up, also not doing too healthy. Blazer 10 trying to chase him down. Tagged by Homer's drone, but they have enough members to run through Shut Up and limit E-Arena. Is this going to be another round that they get knocked out first?
Lopez down on the ground. Blazer 10 still alive. E-Arena, one final survivor. Fixer has been spotted out, but that jump pad will be able to let him survive a little bit longer. Lucas going in for the chase though. He saw exactly where he flew on off to. And Luca, what a double jump pad play. And it looks like Luca's gonna go in here for a long chase. Fixer That's just 3,000 IQ plays off of 2 jump pads.
All right, that's highlight of the day for sure. The great
Bunny
escape.
hopped out of there, E-Arena.
The great escape from E-Arena. Really double back. I think Vastomundo definitely saw him. He's looking at a chase.
Yes, he is.
He's going to rejoin his team. Okay.
Okay.
There is a vending machine, but I don't think Fixer has any coins to buy his teammates back. And Vastomundo...
They're still going to go down for the hunt here. They just regrouped, moving out towards Bullseye. Fixer has to go past them unless he wants to take long rotation out, which won't hurt because this is the first circle.
There is a revival point at Shipyard. Not sure if Fixer is going to be able to get there though. You have to cross through Bullseye. That's open field.
Alongkon circling around, looking for the rest of his team members. PE Sports, on the other hand, the revival platform abused just to bring New K right back. It's not like they're going to pay a high price for that. Nobody else around their compound to attack them, to force them to use yet another. So that's going to be all fine and dandy for the time being. Got a vehicle to make their way in towards the next defensive compound as well. This bunker is going to serve them up well with some good loot. And Farang, the leaders of the Slay so far, makes their way towards the compound of LGDS.
This could be a good round for Farang if they can wipe out LGDS. I gotta say, LGDS, they've been more courageous in taking out fights, and they're winning some of those fights, right? You know,
oh, yeah.
Last year, if LGDS were to do this, they would get completely rolled over. I mean, sticking together for 2 years is going to eventually improve their performance. Oh, Fire is trying to go for Grand Theft Auto. Buddy, you can't just steal someone's car like that. Might be able to shoot him down, puts up the glue wall. Fire runs behind the shack. Farang now have good info where LGDS are.
Vice gonna get tagged up by that circle. Not gonna hurt him all that too much, but the team of Farang down by 1 man. And it is gonna be the response coming on through. Jesbu slowed down a tad bit, gets tagged up. And the rest of Team Farang gathers up right behind that blue wall. They want to make that access right back in through, but they need to wait for that backup as well. Vice grabs that vehicle, joins the rest of them. Inside with the MAC-10. The MAC-10 can do a lot of damage, but it looks like LGDS just does not want to dance with Farang.
They are playing it very passively, but Yuan actually puts himself in the front line. The glue wall melter is going to take out the glue wall from Farang, but Jembao from behind takes Yuan, also gets caught. And Farang just systematically dispatches members of LGDS. Who was trying to hightail out of there, uses the time turner to provide a bit of cover. But unfortunately at Riverside, there's not much places for you to walk around. Jesbu will just get step on that trip mine, but they will instantly bring Roro tried to drive
He takes their car!
Can he make it out like this?
GTA, baby!
They're trying to shoot down their car. Just a bit of health. No car though.
Oh!
And even takes the olive. Okay.
Triple kill.
But even if he goes down, Bruce has made it to safety. And LGDS, they're not out just yet. Roro just looking to do more damage. Olive gunned down again. Jesbu will end his reign.
That's a beautiful distraction by Roro. Finally gets taken out of the equation, but his job is done. Allows Bruce to survive. And therefore, there is still hope for LGDS. The run of good plays continues for a team that has struggled on a level like this for a long time. Cesaria, beautiful shutdown onto 9fan. 9fan Alongkon takes Remind out. Good response right back. It's going to be Alpha going up against FW. 3v3 now. Boonjame, Groza. This is going to hurt G18. Just pause right there. Gatal on the way into this fight as well. Boonjame whips out that Charge Buster, gets that charge perfectly down. Cesaria protects himself with a good glue wall, and it is going to be Boonjame's Charge Buster that busts through all of those glue walls one after the other. Cesaria tops her health right back up, but it's a 1v3. Boonjame in a lot of trouble. Alongkon a little bit too far to help him out. Here comes the MAC-10. MAC-10 goes in for the spray, but Alongkon takes down Gatal, but FW still bites the dust.
The first ever round that FW didn't get to do too much, right? First time they get knocked out first, but Alpha, what a fight from them. Having that grenade launcher also really gave them an advantage, but they gotta instantly deal with PE Sport. They know that. Oh, wow! Actually gets the shot onto Nuke. Alpha stabilizing the fight right now, but PE Sports will be able to bring UK back up. Whoa, G18 is not giving them the chance. Nero does take G18 down. Cesaria trying to come in for tag team, and unfortunately loses the fight against Nero, who has a grenade launcher in hand. And Alpha ends up getting wiped out, but PE Sports also suffering a casualty.
Unfortunately for Alpha, it was that grenade launcher gameplay. Here comes EVOS Phoenix now. PE Sports, can they handle Jonah? Jonah does not whip out the glue wall just yet. Goes in straight up for the shots using the woodpecker. The rest of the EVOS Phoenix squad jumping on in to back him up. Don't Cry, DNP, Nero all on the back foot. Don't Cry goes down. Mochi with a long range snipe. Nero tries to fly away, gets out of there in the nick of time alongside DNP. And for the time being, they survive. But the hunt is on. Team Flash inside of Factory as well. Can slow down EVOS Phoenix.
Oh, Team Flash, they are backing off. They want no part of this. They smell EVOS Phoenix around and instantly decide that it's not worth it. PE, the fact that they made it out with their lives and brought the rest of the team back, oh, nothing much was lost if you're PE. Can't say the same for E Arena though. They're driving right towards Factory. They are gonna run into one of the members of PE, which is Nero. Do they not see him? Oh, they don't see him.
You gotta love it. You gotta love moments like that. Bastomundo, ever so slowly gathering their pace. The Arena,
oh, they saw him
outside of the Factory. EVOS Phoenix now holding the top floor. We saw this play coming in from PE Sports earlier on in the first match of the day. And this time it's EVOS Phoenix with that exact same play. And they forced PE Sports off of the grounds instantaneously as they dropped on in. What a turn of events. Don't Cry has got to cry as that P90 pops off. LGDS's goes down.
Yeah, I mean, just completely destroyed Don't Cry. He didn't expect LGDS to be there as well. I mean, PE were on the run. Didn't have much to work with. Farang on a spree, looking for Team Flash once more. And unfortunately for Team Flash, they only have 3 members. Pretty much separated. Not the best condition for them to fight in. And Team Flash trying to rendezvous with one another. And Farang, they're just going to keep pushing.
Slow retreat here for the players of Team Flash. No need to rush just yet. They know exactly how the circle is going to be punishing the team that is on pursuit. Farang will take that long flank towards Mars Electric, and that's a good decision made by them. As Team Flash would have been able to find a defensive compound and force that counter maneuver. Vastomundo slowly approaching. Morph team. Ma'al backs away. Woodpecker in hand. Needs the range. And Koja catches Crusher. Crushes him with a trip mine. And it's going to be opportunity now for Susanna. Backs away. It's going to be that glue wall. Ambot shuts down Blazer 10. That pickup is going to come on the way. No backup grenades pushed on through. And it looks like Vastomundo will have Luca to go in for the pickup. Ambot steps on by. And Luca will get the... No, he abandons Crusher.
Feels like it's too dangerous to bring Crusher back up, but actually, well, Morph team, they back off because they are getting run at by First Raiders, the clips of all teams.
What?
Oh no, Morph team, this is not how they wanted it to end. Grenade launcher in hand on the side of Susanna. 2 fights to fight as one. Vastomundo may be able to make it out of this alive. First Raiders, the clips, in fact, down to just Darko and Souza. They still have a monster in them. Souza getting rid of Crusher in the meantime. The second floor completely open. Ambot looking to end Lucas' run. Look at Snirlfell winning that fight. And Susanna, he is all alone. And First Raiders, the clips find themselves trapped in this conflict.
Pops him with that shotgun. And now it is all about that Luca gameplay. How can he circle around in and find his way towards 2 vending machines that are outside of this next circle, inside of Factory that holds EVOS Phoenix, Team Flash, E Arena, and Farang. It looks like it might just be all over for Vastomundo, but he's gonna attempt the travel either way. Skirting around the very perimeter of the current circle. Has got 10 more seconds to get this deed done.
Yeah, he's looking for Yanbei. Actually sees his ankle. Oh, forcing that drop. Yanbei out in the open.
Oy.
That's an easy kill for EVOS Phoenix. And while that was happening, Farang, they're in the ground floor of this building and they're reading the circle right.
Basto.
Gonna force EVOS Phoenix to jump off very soon in the next phase. Team Flash getting hunted down, so they're out in 9th place. We have 8 teams left.
Luca's gonna play the game of patience. He can no longer revive his team members because the circle has started moving on in. He bought a little bit too much of time for himself and has got no time to play the offensive maneuver. Has to play super defensive. Just the gameplay of survival. Maybe good timing will allow him to pick up the 2nd or 3rd spot. Vastomundo, Luca, finally moving in towards this next circle. E Arena trying to get EVOS Phoenix off of their perch. Farang with a good defensive maneuver hides away behind that building. PE Sports on the left-hand side. And E Arena just holding on to the spot of Alpha that we saw earlier on in game number 1.
Yeah, Moshi also finding DNP as well. Here Arena, they might need to hold up LGDS.
What one?
Shut down. And finally goes down to Souza. Moshi is making life really hard right now for E Arena. This glue wall, the thing is you can't, like Moshi can see you, but you can't see him. That glue wall placement is a bit deadly. Jonah finding Yuan, trying to run across the open, get high, not threatened at all. It is so hard to punish anyone who's on the roof unless the circle wills it so and the circle says, you know what guys, go out in the open.
Nobody's got an AWM to punish EVOS Phoenix up top. One good shot, one headshot. That's all you need to slow down EVOS Phoenix. But remember, at the very start of the game, we said this already, EVOS Phoenix looking for a booyah. And they need to just throw 4 teams out of this lobby before they can get that done. E Arena does not need to deal with LGDS just yet. Yuan and Ung breaking away from Roro and Bruce. Farang finally engages with EVOS Phoenix as they get off of their high throne. Get high with the charge buster. Jembal has to reposition. This is not a fight that Farang wants, and the decision is made wisely to find the next circle instead.
But there's a problem, AJ. They are in the compound. You gotta run out right now. If the circle moves, yeah, finally make it out. Thank God there's a side entrance, right? If Farang stays there, they are gonna be in a world of hurt. LGDS actually secured the perimeter, and Olive even takes out the vehicle as well. While that was happening, PE are eliminated, while E Arena finally showing up, but they're inside the compound, so Farang will be safe from at least E Arena. Look at EVOS Phoenix. They're gonna take the side gate. They are out in the open. Shot at by LGDS, by EVOS Phoenix. They're looking straight at Farang. Big Nate showing through, and it wipes out everyone!
GGWP, God Cruz with a triple. Gets it with a grenade launcher. EVOS Phoenix going in for the booyah. Finally, when they want to rise up to the top, the question is who can put a pause to their run. EVOS Phoenix 11 on, and E Arena might just be the next ones on the play. They hop on in finally, and it is gonna be Get High with the first one to go in for that push. Jonah flanks around from the right hand side. Shut up with the Groza, waiting patiently, and LGD is still alive and kicking.
Yeah, there's a chance that they can take advantage of this, right? Look at EVOS Phoenix. They're so preoccupied by E Arena and LGDS. They are so quiet, waiting for this to kind of boil down a little bit. The nades coming right through from the top. Shut up going down. EVOS Phoenix still spin the nades, and he's gonna get eliminated by Jonah. And Limit not doing too well either. This over-the-wall fight is in favor of EVOS Phoenix. Fixer tries with the boost, but unfortunately just could not get enough damage in. And now LGDS showing up to clean up shop. This might be the first ever booyah that they had in a long time. But Bruce does take one down. Protene fights Ung. LGDS are falling apart.
Here comes EVOS Phoenix now. E Arena busted on through. One more team left, and that is EVOS Phoenix. From the start of the game all the way to the end, when they want the booyah, nobody can stop them.
We've always said that if you clump together, one nade can end it all. And I think Farang experienced it firsthand. Thanks to God Cruz with that grenade launcher, just absolutely wiped them out. We even got a beautiful drone shot of that.
And I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? EVOS Phoenix, slow start. They don't want the booyah. It's not like they can't have the booyah. It's not like luck just follows them like the bad side of things and just forces them to lose. They just don't want to hustle because they know they can wake up at the end of the day and still rise back up to the top. These are the world champs. In fact, the double world champs. 2 titles in the bag, and they look like they want to go for the SEA Invitational title as well. But it is still a long way to go in the group stages.
I really don't want to say this, but you know you're a 2-time world champion when your hair exceeds the frame in your portrait. Okay? That's world champ stuff.
Amen. Amen. I mean, EVOS Phoenix, man, you cannot outdo this sort of a gameplay. And
they got the drip, okay? They got the style. They got the skills.
They got the blue circle, high tier loot zone. From the get-go, it was all set up for EVOS Phoenix to win this because you drop into that blue circle, you're gonna be extra rich in terms of resources. And the best part is, they had 2 full compounds to loot, including that blue circle. So that's like resource overload plus their gun skills. How do you even stop a team like that?
And they finally got control of factory also, right? On the roof.
And guess what? That fight just happened once again against PE, but this time the timing was more accurate. PE just came out of a gunfight. They could not punish EVOS Phoenix, but PE was there first, but just not the right timing for them.
Yeah, and you know, I would say EVOS Phoenix caught PE off guard at the right time, took control of factory roof. Circle forces them out. I mean, LGDS had a good chance. I don't want to say LGDS was impatient towards the end, but they got completely outgunned by E-Arena, which was very unfortunate, right? Because E-Arena were pressured by EVOS Phoenix. They were taking a lot of damage. They even lost one of their members prior to LGDS pushing them, and they still held on.
If I'm not mistaken, the team of EVOS Phoenix got a total of 15 eliminations. Was that right? 15. If they did,
the same record as...
They just equalized the record of the day, 27 points.
Yeah, I mean, remember, if EVOS Phoenix currently holds, I believe, almost the world record, right? Well, at least from last year, it's the world record. If we talk about from the very first FMWS, I'm sure that there's a higher record than that. I don't remember the amount, but, you know, EVOS Phoenix, they are in the world record book.
And nothing can stop them once they start to rise back up. And it's not even towards the bitter end of the group stage. This is just the end of day number 1 of the group stage.
They're the night owls, you know. These guys, they love the nightlife.
I know. I mean, they always rise up towards the very end. But it's always all about baiting in their opponents, getting them overconfident, and then slapping the confidence right out of them.
And right, overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. I don't want to say any team is overconfident yet, but EVOS Phoenix, they definitely made a statement with that win.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you are not making statements as the world champs, I don't even know what you're doing here at this stage, right? They talk the talk. They've proven that they can walk the walk when they want to walk the walk. And it's...
they choose to walk.
They choose to walk. And if Moshi had just made a little bit of a difference in that previous 1v4, we would have a double highlight reel for EVOS Phoenix, even without them being in the #1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, we had a full grenade wipe already. I mean, that's good enough for EVOS Phoenix. They're giving it away. I mean, look at Moshi. Like how high is that hair? That's what I want to know by the end of today. That's the world record for sure.
I would love his hairstyle if he shaved the sides. I think it would just bring the whole look together, but I think he's waiting for the extra bit of pocket money from the 100,000 USD to go to the hair salon.
Yeah, sure. As if winning $1 million isn't enough, right, AJ?
Nah. I mean, dude, you gotta prioritize, man. You gotta prioritize. You gotta put some aside for your family, for studies, you know, for the future. The haircut comes last.
I know.
This is pocket money to go in for the complete haircut.
Absolutely. I know the reasoning behind that, but you know, I just want to quickly say that God Cruz is the MVP just based off of that crazy grenade kill. But just to wrap up the point about Moshi's hair, that actually is the trophy.
Fun fact.
He started the trophy before the tournament started.
Fun fact, if God Cruz goes for the Mohawk, his Mohawk is going to be higher than even Moshi's, okay? That's all I want to say. And look at this beautiful composition, and I think by now, you guys have managed to figure out exactly what the meta is in terms of a team comp when it comes to the active skills. You got the Riptide Rhythm out of Skylar. You have got the A124 in the house as well, bringing in the skill called the Thrill of Battle, which makes the biggest of difference in that final circle. And you've got Steffi that just boosts up all of your defensive skills, and that just makes you an absolute monster, does it not?
Oh yeah, it definitely does. And again, right, we are seeing lesser Riptide Rhythms than usual, but today one of the trends has been double Steffi. But I just want to say, all of them ran beeps. You have 4 J-beeps on the team.
And you got to respect that, because when you've got J-beeps, and this was just something that we were discussing a little bit earlier on, when J-beeps has got the attack put on him, you minus off your EP first before you minus off your HP. So that's like extra bit of armor, but it also puts you in a little bit of a fix because your HP recovery is not as proficient, which they very quickly equalize out by good repositioning. They take that damage, reposition behind the walls. You saw that in Factory, and those walls just keep the damage from coming in on through. So you don't need the EP.
We call it the shield battery, right?
Yeah.
They are just charging each other up. For the MVP for this round, God Cruz with the A124. Overall, just a fantastic player, right? Again, we're having the J Beeps, having the Alvaro, and this is a character that has shown up multiple times, Moko.
And bringing in Beaston, bringing in his golden grenade, you saw exactly how he wiped out Farang.
Oh yes.
He was so far away from the team, but he just lobbed that grenade in. And Farang was so confident that they grouped up together because they thought, okay, no one's going to be able to hit me from this distance. When they get close enough, we'll break up. But that was just a terrible call from Farang. They did not expect a Beaston in the hands of God Cruz of all people. And he had a grenade launcher above everything else.
Yeah. You know, you had made the grenade kill of the tournament when on the MVP screen, your weapon is a grenade. That's how you know you've done it.
Once again, the popular weapons G36, 12 times picked up and equipped. MP5, 3 times. M1897, a little bit more popular than the MP5, 7 times. And that's one of the better shotguns out there. Unless, of course, you get to have the Charge Buster in your hand or the Mag 7. All 3 shotguns, great, but great in different circumstances, right? The M1887 does super well in the slightly longer ranges than the short-range combat.
And remember, just now we talked about Moko, right? And I want to quickly kind of sum it up. When you run Skylar and Moko, it becomes incredibly deadly. What happens is, if you tag someone when you have running Moko, you reveal them for a few seconds.
Yes.
Well, if you are awakened Moko, it lasts longer if the enemy moves. You're discouraging them from moving.
Yep.
And if you have a Skylar with you, that is the worst possible combination to go up against if you're playing out in the open.
I mean, you tag them up, you know their position, you bring down the glue wall with the Riptide Rhythm, you allow the rest of your team members to just put on the hurt. I mean, the meta-wise, team composition-wise, this is exactly what you want to be running if you want to dominate out there. I think First Raiders showed us that. EVOS Phoenix is showing us exactly that as well. But look at LGDS. Can we praise this team that has struggled on the international stage for so long, but they're finally waking up? Good on you, Taiwan.
Well, from the region of Taiwan, for a day one performance, I am very, very impressed. I'm loving what we're seeing from LGDS. Obviously, there are a couple of situations where you clearly see LGDS getting outclassed by other teams. The macro not as clean. But there are improvements, right? Slow and steady wins the race. I think these incremental growths across the year is finally showing on the world stage. I don't think LGDS is FFSI champion material, but I do think that LGDS can finally pose a real challenge.
I mean, if they make it into the grand finals, it's a win in my book already.
Oh yes, 100%.
Right? And I would love that for them. Farang steps it up as well. E-Arena's awakened again. Dude, this is exactly what we talked about, Husky.
The teams at the bottom,
right? The teams at the bottom rising up to the occasion in the final 2 matches. And guess what? That's exactly what happened. First Raiders Eclipse, though, still holds on to the #1 spot. 1 Booyah, 41 placement points, 45 eliminations for a total of 86. FW Esports and PE Sports maintains the 2nd and 3rd spot due to their consistency in the previous matches. But lo and behold, we're going to skip past Morph Team. Look at where EVOS Phoenix is.
I was about to say that.
Just with 1 solid game.
I mean, they've done it so many times. This is another day in the office for EVOS Phoenix.
Yeah.
But I feel like they gotta stop doing that. That's not fair at all. You shouldn't be doing that to other teams who work so hard. LGDS got booted off top 6.
I mean, I talked about 3 main ways to win the game. Gun skills, team comp, as well as shot calling out there on the battlefield.
Right.
But there's a 4th meta that we usually do not talk about, and it's called the mind game. And we don't talk about it because not many teams play the mind games well. EVOS Phoenix, a master at mind games.
I guess you could call them the master mind
of games.
With that aside, let's spin the wheel and figure out where we are going to go for our last map of the day. I'm looking for Nextera. I think it would be great to see the teams play on that map again, just to get a feel of what the meta is on the stage. But we're not going to get that for today. We'll go back to Purgatory instead.
I swear to God, I was waiting for you to finish that before the roll happened, because I wanted to say, I don't care where we go, mainly because no matter where we've gone, no matter which match, it has all been so exciting, Husky.
I want to see Nextera, It has to make up for the quota of...
I like Bermuda better, though, in terms of the pace of action.
Yeah, well, we've seen 2 Bermudas, right? It has to be...
Wouldn't hurt. You can have 5 Bermudas in a day, and it still wouldn't hurt.
at one period we had we played the same maps for one full day. Okay, that was the old era. We've been through that. It was, you say it's fun now because it's been so long, but back in the days that was not fun. Okay,
that is true. I mean, it was fun in its own way back then, but it's just a little bit more fun now that we might get Bermuda, if at all the wheel spins and lands on that. But of course, Purgatory is going to be the place where all of the teams are tested, and I'm just curious to see if or not the rise to the top can continue. We'll be right back after a break.
Là đại diện mạnh nhất của Việt Nam tại FFSI, Team Black không sợ bất kỳ một đối thủ nào. Muốn hỏi về chiến thuật sao? Và đây mình chỉ cho ít bài.
Muốn hay hả quỷ không? Đưa mà 187 đây.
Với 4 chức vô địch tại Việt Nam, sức mạnh của chúng tôi không phải dàn bừa. Kinh nghiệm của Team Flash sẽ để bẹp tất cả. Kênh 4 nhiều rồi, muốn xem highlight kênh 8 không?
Thôi, không nói nhiều, hẹn gặp ở chung kết.
FW อลงกรณ์กัปตันทีม FW Esport อยู่ตำแหน่งสไนเปอร์ผมเป็นคนคิดแผนการเล่นเก่งและแก้ปัญหาเฉพาะหน้ารับรองว่าวันนี้ผมวางแผนมาอย่างดีเพื่อเดินเกมให้ชนะทุกคนส่วนนี้คือ FW ชาย 4ตำแหน่งหลักคือซัพพอร์ตงานอดิเรกแน่นอนว่าสบายนอนดูหนังฉายาฝรั่งเก๊เพราะหน้าฝรั่งแต่พูดอังกฤษไม่ได้เกมนี้เขามาเพื่อเป็นตัวจริงเท่านั้นส่วนนี้คือ FW บุญเจมตำแหน่งคือ Attacker มีงานอดิเรกคือการเป็นช่างไฟเขาจะมาเติมเต็มไฟให้สนามนี้ร้อนแรงแล้วพา FW Esport แซงชนะทุกทีมและส่วนคนนี้ก็คือ Gmelo 07 ควบ 2 ตำแหน่งสุดปังอย่าง Attacker และ Charger ไม่ว่าจะตำแหน่งไหนก็พาทีมคว้าชัยได้แน่นอนงานอดิเรกชอบศึกษาทางที่จะไปเอาชนะการแข่งขันครั้งนี้พวกเราเลยเรียกเขาว่า G มีเหลืองส่วนนี้คือ FW นายพันตำแหน่ง Supportงานอดิเรกชอบเล่นเกมเล่นลูกเดียวเล่นจนเอามาเป็นงานหลักและวันนี้จะมาเป็นตัวหลักที่จะพาทีมเอาชนะไปด้วยฉายาท็อกซิก 100% แน่นอนว่าคู่แข่งต้องท็อกซิกไม่ใช่เพราะนิสัยแต่เป็นเพราะความเก่งของเขาพวกเราแข็งแกร่งมาแรงไม่แพ้ใครเพราะพวกเราจะใส่สุดแล้วหยุดที่บัฟเจอกันนะครับ FW Esport
Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Pushing, so on, move dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna grow to a bitch. Nah, unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me. All that energy extra. They wanna see me with the hitters. Sure, leaving the beaters alone. Me with a squeeze. I get
no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beanies alone. Me with a squeeze.
I'm getting high.
Cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Play games. Play games.
Em tự tin 80% bởi vì bọn em có kỹ năng rất là cao.
Ưu điểm của team mình đó chính là sự tự tin và tinh thần đoàn kết.
Sự gắn kết sẽ là mấu chốt để cho chúng mình chiến thắng ở giải đấu lần này.
Mình rất tự tin bởi vì đây là cùng giao chơi của SE thôi.
ดูมีผมไปหรือเปล่า
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
Thích của bọn mình là biến nhà vô địch thành cựu vương.
100% team mình sẽ chiến thắng.
Giải đấu lần này thì mình thấy Evos Thái Lan khá là tự tin, nhưng mà các bạn quên rằng là những đội cho dù không vô địch nhưng mình
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna get the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top team. Name tag on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up. 2 times we ain't gonna stop. 3 times like a loaded and we're ready to hunt. Yeah, it's all said and done, you better run. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'm a shoot the stars. Yeah, we're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shoot the stars. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'm a shoot the stars. Yeah, are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop.
All eyes on me, I smell the danger. Can't turn back now, I can't erase ya. Did they tell ya? I'll be coming
Daniela might be about to lose her gown and her glass shoes, but we're not done just yet with the free Fire SEA Invitationals because we have one more round to go and the roulette has decided we go to Purgatory for round number 6. My name is Husky and I'm joined by the Mustachio AJ as always on the desk.
And it is a wonderful day of predictions for us, I have to say.
It is. All of it are wrong. Most of it were wrong. Some of it were wrong. We got all of it right.
Mine was all right, okay? Towards the end, the teams that were dwelling at the bottom of the leaderboard have finally started to make their way up to the top. But is this just going to be a one-rounder kind of thing at Bermuda, or can we see this continue in Purgatory as well? We're talking about teams like E-Arena. We're talking about teams like EVOS Phoenix who've managed to find their stride. I mean, LGDS has also used that opportunity to propel themselves upwards. And I tell you, if they can do it, then it's a miracle already in play.
If they can do it, anyone can do it. Anything.
Don't say that. I don't want anybody else to do it because I want them to stay at the top.
Anything is possible.
Yes.
That's the safest way to say it. Though what makes me happy so far is that all 5 rounds have had unique Booyah winners, right?
Yeah.
I came in expecting maybe EVOS Phoenix going to get 4 of them. And the 5th one, they just hand it over to anyone who wants it. But they barely got their first one in the previous round.
Yeah.
I know all the major regions have had their share of Booyahs. Thailand has EVOS Phoenix, FW. Indonesia, you have First Raiders Eclipse, Morph Team, and then you even had Vietnam showing up huge on the stage.
EVOS Phoenix is like the best bird trapper. They feed it a little bit, bird comes closer, feed it a little bit more, bird comes closer, feed it a little bit more, and then boom! Got a bird as a pet. Farang.
I say foie gras.
Foie gras?
Foie gras.
Foie gras. Okay. I thought you said Farang because they did get Farang with a boom. Literally with a boom.
Yeah.
God Cruz came out of nowhere with that one grenade that boiled the whole Malaysian squad back out of the lobby.
To be fair, that was the best we had. Best placement we had today for Farang. Again, Farang is a team that takes a while to kind of ramp up their gameplay.
Yeah.
They haven't hit their stride yet. We've seen this plenty of times. And this is why this team has always had this so close yet so far scenario happen across multiple tournaments. Even in the Challenger Series, that was a time where they could have won the Grand Finals, but they lost at the final round to GeekFab.
But you know, I'm not too upset because as far as the MCPS region is concerned, we still do have another Titan coming up, and that's going to be tomorrow as Expand steps up onto the battlefield to check out exactly what this game is all about, what this level is all about at FFSI. But we're gearing up to head on into Purgatory. This is gonna be the final game of the day to see exactly how we wrap up the top of the leaderboard. At the moment, just a quick refresher, the #1 spot held on by First Raiders Eclipse with a total of 86 points. Second and third spot held on by FW and PE Sports. Whether they get replaced, it's all gonna be decided in this one game.
And I think the craziest thing about Battle Royale is that the later you go into a day, the more it becomes about a battle of attrition, a battle of endurance, right? It's not like a lot of other genres of games where you play a best of 3, you win 2 games, you pack up. This one, you have to play all the rounds, and it can get taxing, especially when you go late into the night. And in this case, this is where you need to see if the teams can kind of keep it together for themselves. Can they still have a clear mind? Can they handle failures just like how they did at the start of the night?
This is the very first, I guess, painful flight path of the day, skewed towards the left-hand side of the map. Ski Lodge, Forge, Campsite, Lumber Mill is going to be a little difficult to access, but I'm pretty sure teams are still going to be making their way there. Teams like E-Arena, as well as LGDS. But you can see Vastamundo alongside Team Flash. This is gonna be one hullabaloo at Central.
Yeah, they actually decided to swap from Mode House to the Southern Island. So Alpha gets Mode House to themselves, but we get a triple stack near Fire Brigade. I wonder if anyone will head to Lumber Mill. E-Arena even sent a scout out to the fishing hut. This is gonna be pretty interesting. Blazer 10 should be able to get an easy first blood, as Ma'ao will fight New K. PE, don't cry. We'll be able to bring him back. The Homer drone sent out from DNP, but that one's a bit too far.
No New K, no cry. No. New K got saved. They will not cry. Crusher doesn't save Lopez, but he still can make a big difference here. Luka! Very quickly put down and out of the equation, but a quick turnaround by Yuan from afar with a Bison. Dude, that's illegal. With a Bison from that sort of a distance.
That is the second most illegal shot I've seen. The first one was double revolver. There always has to be double revolver. No one can change my mind because watching the Vietnam teams play, it has been ingrained in my brain that they love the double revolver.
Bastomundo is not down and out just yet. They've still got Crusher and Blazer 10 to depend on. But they got to play this smart. They can't circle around to that vending machine. There's also a revival point there, but I'm very sure it is going to be gate kept. Koja down below, he's going to find a little bit of a boy he can fix up. Fixer. MP5 stands no chance against Koja. And E-Arena, they bomb out yet again in the day.
Yeah, this is rough. I mean, if you're in E-Arena, you really have to do some reflection after today. Because out of 6 rounds,
you had one good round.
Yeah, you had one good round. I believe 2 of the rounds were first place finish. When I say first place finish, I mean first team to get knocked out.
Yes, you are unfortunately right about that. They did get knocked out in 12th spot in the first as well as third game. The lowest number of points that they did pick up in the day was at Alpine, just a single point. That's a little painful, man. A single point came from that elimination.
So normally we have 12 teams. If you finish at 11, does that still count as last?
Yeah, of course, it's 0 points.
Comfort yourself a bit more. Well, Nero is down, and we have more teams trying to swarm PE Sports in this compound, both trading back and forth, but PE are losing this fight very quickly. And DNP, he is going to go down pretty soon. Ma'ao is taking his time with the Jigo. They know that they got the man advantage. DNP making a last stand, and PE will join E-Arena in the lobby.
Ma'al just had one good jump shot. DNP had multiple good opportunities, but just wild sprays all over. The owner of that house is not going to be too happy when he comes home.
No, if there's structure in the structure.
Blazer 10 and Jempal just switch sides.
I like how Jempal dropped down just to catch him. I mean, Blazer 10 is going to...
Yeah, that's a GG for Blazer.
And he funnels into the rest of the far round, right? This should be an easy kill for Jempal. Do not mess this up. You shouldn't even go down. There should not be a 1v1 trade. Homer drone come true. Jempal over the wall. Alright.
Oh, this was way too close. Jempal finally gets it. But that took a tad bit too long.
The Farang just... one of those few situations. Again, this is a weird team, if I have to be honest. Aside from, them having periods where they come online and periods where they don't, it's also a team that loves to fight.
Yeah, I have to unfortunately.
Which is crazy, right? Like, it's a team that isn't as consistent as a lot of their competitors, but they do it anyways.
I would really prefer to see them play the strategy of First Raiders, where they don't show up in the first few circles. They just keep their heads down, respect everyone, get into that final circle, and then start screaming out loud, right? I think one of the best rounds for Team Farah was that previous round where they did pull that off.
They did, but it was also a round where they got off to a good start, right? Where they were finally able to play the aggressive game that they wanted to, and they survived until the end. So it's kind of an anomaly out of the 5 rounds we've seen. First Raiders not going to bother even staying there. So Alpha, they get nothing out of it.
Alpha's going to be in quite the fix here if they don't find a good position to play defensive in a little bit. The bunker's not the best spot, as when you leave the bunker, you're just wide open. They need to move on into another compound and find a little bit of a better defensive spot. Morph team, the leaders of elimination so far, 6-2 their name, and they're looking for FW. Boonjay, Malongkon, both taking a boulder each. Gamelo as well as 9fan, flanking from the left-hand side. And that hill, that elevation is going to give them the entrance to take a good attack against Morph team. But that's only if they get a little aggressive. And Morph sees it coming. They move on towards the left just to beef up their defenses. So FW has got no access right now unless a third party drops by to say hello at Brasilia.
Interestingly enough, for FW, they're actually playing the entire day 1 without the team captain, which is Chai Si, right? He's obviously hasn't been playing a single round. So I am fascinated by how this team is functioning. But normally you would have the team captain play with the team. And in this case, that's not the case for FW.
FW decides to not go in and challenge Morph team. Good decision, because defensively they were really playing the long game by repositioning. So Morph team's going to be safe. FW is going to be safe. But for how long? I believe just across that river, I spotted the team of EVOS Phoenix. First Raiders not going to be tickled at the edge of this next circle. Nobody else in or around their area. And it's a slow game, finally. Throughout the whole day, this is the first slow-paced matchup.
As expected on Purgatory.
Yeah.
The biggest map we have. Just without a vehicle, it becomes so daunting to just travel. LGDS, they did have one of their members picked up by T. Lopez earlier on. And no punish coming through T. Lopez. Even finding a bike to rotate easier onto mainland. So that's good news for Vasto Mundo. Still in the game. LGDS, you have to do it the old way. Walk.
Team Flash doing it the flashy way from the very get-go. All thanks to the players BO, Bloody, as well as Ripcord. 3 eliminations. They're moving on in. The question is, they're going to be able to get in towards Lumber before that circle catches up with them. Answer is going to be yes, but they need to continue moving on in. That zipline is going to give them that opportunity to cross the body of water without having too much of time wasted traveling across.
Actually, someone was at a revival point just now, but I can't see which team it was.
I think he just got that rebirth title.
Oh, there it is.
There you go.
So LGDS revives the entire team. That's good news for them. I say good news, but the players, they won't have anything to work with. They're going to get rushed by Team Flash. Bruce, back completely exposed. Yanbin drops him. And LGDS, they just touched down on mainland and dryland as well. They got a boat for it. Started running. There's no way they beat Team Flash in this situation.
Yep, 0 chances. And look at this, man. They scramble 3 different directions, hoping and praying one of them survives. This is like outrunning the apocalypse. A little too far away. Farang drops by to say hello. Farang might just be the saviors of Team LGDS. If they do start firing against Team Flash, who are out in the open, currently in pursuit of LGDS, Farang will be able to save their skin.
The timing as well, right, for Farang to show up. They could see that Flash are out in the open. A lot of info. Gemba just opens fires. Not even going to wait. Team Flash, though, they have bought enough distance if they want to keep on running. And you have the terrain to work with them as well. That Homer drone already prepped by Jezbu, but again, Farang can't catch up to Team Flash. So Team Flash, they're going to stay alive for a bit more, but here comes the problem. Farang has control of the zipline.
Morph team is being punished by FW Esports at the time. Maal still alive and kicking. Susanna gets picked right back up. LGDS bites the dust as BO finally finds them. Boon James not waiting. They want to go and say hello. And it is going to be an opportunity for 9fan to back them up a little bit later as well. Morph team's going to be punished. One good grenade goes on for the push. Camelo out of nowhere gets knocked out by Maal from the inside. AWM close range combat. He still gets it.
Yeah, and Boon James even managed to break the blue wall and escape as well. So there, and I say he gets away. Yanbi shoots it from behind. Team Flash wants to be a part of this. And this is bad news for both Morph team and FW. Naipan does have that grenade launcher. Just drops it right on top of Ma'ao. And at the same time, FW brings the entire team back. So they get to live on for a bit longer.
Masterful play by Longcon. Brings the full squad right back in, and FW still stands a chance towards that final circle. Team Flash, Susanna, circled already, VSS in hand. Team Farang a little bit too far away. Farang's gonna go and challenge FW as Team Flash tries to finish off Morph team. Susanna, final player, good grenade, and he launches himself away to safety, straight into the hands of Farang potentially.
That's definitely not the out. And then Naipan finds him, so Morph team, unfortunately, out. Farang, they're gonna get gone on by EVOS Phoenix. Here we go. Farang actually getting a drop early on. Get high, losing half himself. What was that from Jonah? Just completely bulldozing through Farang. I mean, Evo's Phoenix, they did Farang dirty last round and they want to do it again for the second time. Jonah breaking all the glue wall, Farang getting dispatched off. Jonah goes down.
Oh my.
But he's not dead just yet. Farang though, they are gone.
I mean, even Farang does not know what happened, man. That was so fast. Farang just had no time to respond. It was all out chaos. And now, Get High spots out yet another player. Vasta Mundo will go ahead to lose place at 10. But the team is not out of the equation just yet. Get High is just starting to rise up to the top. Final 2 games and EWOS Phoenix rising up from absolutely nowhere. Reminds Vasta Mundo that they deserve to stay at the bottom. And Alpha wants to rise up to the top.
Yeah, the game is accelerating right now. We had a very slow and mellow start. But when you look at this circle, oh boy, First Raiders Eclipse have a really good chance of taking control. In fact, they're not in a rush. Normally, you will see teams beeline towards the safe zone at this stage of the game, but First Raiders Eclipse, they are very composed. Now they start to make a move, but it's Souza leading the charge first. Gonna get some intel. FW taking the launch pad into the circle, but that's gonna put them right in front of First Raiders.
Oh, he's got the grenade launcher,
Right
but flat spot! Nightban goes down! Grenade launcher absolutely wasted because of the positioning loss. He goes in for the knock, and it's First Raiders with the advantage here. Here comes FW Esports, glue wall taken down. Boon James still finds North. Jonah from afar takes Bloody out of the equation, and he have to deal with the team Flash all on his own. EWOS Phoenix still with 3 guys now. As he circles around, it's gonna be just that grenade that just chooses to push Ripgod away. Moshi and Jonah flanks from the left, but Flash has got the advantage.
Yeah, Team Flash, they have a numbers advantage. The Riptide Rhythm breaks the glue wall. Ripgod completely out in the open, and Get High just blasts him with the Charge Buster. And now it's an even fight. Ripgod can be taken care of very quickly by Get High. EVO's Phoenix continues this push into the compounds of Team Flash. And it feels like Team Flash have no way to do with this. They put up all the glue wall, but all the grenade launchers, they're starting to rain right through. Get High just taking his sweet time, healing back up. Meanwhile, on screen, Souza, what a nade on screen! We'll have to check into that in a little bit, because Team Flash are in danger. The reigning world champions coming through. Yanbin is dropping low, doesn't have much health left, and Team Flash are out.
And once again, EWOS Phoenix, nobody can stop their rise up to the top. They want yet another booyah. A back-to-back, very big in terms of potential. But First Raiders Eclipse still alive and kicking. They want to sort out FW first. And it looks like one player flies on straight towards the crosshairs, and Along Gone gets taken out of the equation. It's going to be a 3v3. EWOS Phoenix going up against First Raiders Eclipse. First Raiders, they want to maintain that #1 spot. Even if EWOS Phoenix does take them down, they cannot take away the #1 spot from the Indonesians.
And one of this team will get a double booyah by the end of the day. Can you believe it? This is just day #1. And both teams only have 3 members. The difference being FR have full control of the circle. This is where we see how EVOS Phoenix deals with playing from behind.
It's a slow push. Circle's gonna force EWOS Phoenix towards them. Flank from the right-hand side. Get High, all geared up. Darkol's not taking him out of the equation just yet because of a fantastic glue wall. Ice grenades will force Darkol out of his own glue wall. Get High continues to move on forward. Jonah from the left-hand side flank. Lost it. 1v2. Darkol goes down. Get High, still high. Moshi moving on through. Losty lost. Jonah still alive and kicking. 1v2 for Jonah. And EWOS Phoenix with a back-to-back booyah.
We need to play that last part in slow-mo. Did you see that push onto Darko? Get High running towards Darko was one part of it.
Yeah.
Moshi
handling 1v2.
And also Moshi from 10 miles away. I was looking at Moshi's camp. He had Skylar. He shot a 10-mile Riptide Rhythm to break the glue wall of Darko for Get High to take him out on that left side. The team play from EVOS Phoenix unparalleled in this final fight.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but we already warned you about EVOS Phoenix. They'll sleep at the start of the day, but when they want to rise up, you cannot stop the undying Phoenix. Back-to-back booyah to wrap the day up, to show that they can talk and they sure as hell can walk.
I thought they would at least give the other teams 1 day, but apparently they just gave them 4 rounds. I guess that's what generosity is to the 2-time world champion.
Bro, this is just the first day of the Fire SEA Invitational, and I am losing my mind on the storyline build-up, on the fantastic back-to-back golden plays you're seeing out there on the battlefield. and the absolute resilience from some of these squads out there. But props to First Raiders from the start of the day all the way down to the end. They have maintained a supreme consistency.
I think the worst placing was what, 6th place, and everything else was.
But even that round wasn't bad.
Yeah, and everything else was second, third, booyah. I want to see if we can catch that last moment, because I cannot get enough of how accurate that play was from EVOS Phoenix. They had to take control of the circle, but Moshi and Get High, the cooperation was unreal. This was the one. Look at that retirement. I mean, it's already over.
But you know what? One of the beautiful things about this final play out of EVOS Phoenix was also the fact that First Raiders Eclipse had a better defensive compound. First Raiders did not need to move, and that was the first mistake made by the Indonesians. They left those containers because the circle started moving on in, and they were forced to pull out the glue walls. And you know exactly what EVOS Phoenix is known for. The absolute glue wall smashes. We saw that setup from them already. That Riptide Rhythm through that Skylar out of Moshi's hands, it was gonna always do damage.
Oh yes.
But can we give props to Jonah? 1v2. Matcha had no problems whatsoever.
I'm telling you, man, that was the game-winning Riptide Rhythm, game-winning 1v2 by Jonah. We saw First Raiders Eclipse do that against Team Flash and FW the round before. Well, now they got a taste of how the Masters do it. And all these last final fights, so interesting. So many things to unpack. If you're First Raiders Eclipse, I don't think you would beat yourself up after this. It was such a great day. This is the most consistent performance we've seen out of a team off of 6 rounds.
Yes, I absolutely agree. And at the end of the day, you just lost the final game to the world champions themselves.
Yeah, it's like
a 2-time world champion.
I can take it. By the way, look at Jonah's stats. He dealt more damage than everyone else combined on the team.
I mean, it does not get better than this, right? There is a reason why Jonah's the star player of Team EVOS Phoenix, but he's not the most flashiest one. He's just the most efficient one. The flashy guy, Moshi, didn't even need to do anything in this massive round. And look at this, man. 15 eliminations, and that is still gonna tie up the record of the day. And they are inching closer and closer towards absolutely smashing it.
Yeah, FR did it once, they did it twice in a row. And also Jonah, the captain of the team, right? He is a man of little words. Yeah. You know why? Because if he talks too much, his throat will hurt.
I'll allow my actions to do the talking for me, he says.
Yeah, I'll do it myself.
And at the very start, it just seems like, these guys, all talk, no walk. But it's the exact same setup coming on through. Skylar doubles Steffi, A124, God Cruise disables them towards those final moments. Steffi gives them that boost in terms of defense. Skylar absolutely wrecking all of those glue walls out there on the battlefield. I just do not know what better composition you can have in terms of an active skill setup for your squad.
And this is the most valuable single Riptide Rhythm I have seen in the game of Free Fire. And and in that last moment as well, it's not easy to hit from that distance. Sure, Riptide Rhythm, you can it travels in a decent speed. If you hit the glue wall, it's guaranteed to break. But it is not easy to coordinate that kind of push from that distance. If there's one thing that EVOS Phoenix has shown, is that these guys have played together for so long. These synergies, they don't build up in a matter of a few weeks. They build up over time, over 3 world championships.
I totally agree with your point, right? I mean, remember we talked about that highlight reel from Mochi from the World Series?
Oh, yes.
Close range combat, he didn't hit that Riptide Rhythm. Okay, and he nailed a 10-mile Riptide Rhythm this time around. That shows you that accuracy out there. It's not a guaranteed takedown of a glue wall out of there. You really needed to connect, and this time it just connected perfectly for him. 3,137 on the damage, and he brings in the Woodpecker to do a majority of that. Steffi on for that backup for the extra bit of durability out there on the battlefield. The perfect balance of defensive and offensive attempt by EVOS Phoenix, made perfect. And I have to say, this is the meta team composition because Team First Raiders Eclipse runs the exact same thing.
And you can see kind of the aggressive setup from Jonah as well, right? You have the Steffi, you have the Kelly, Awakened Kelly even, Awakened Hayato, and you have J-Beep. So really sets you up to kind of bomb rush your way. You can put yourself in a 1v2 situation. Awakened Hayato, you get the extra durability. At low health, you are still deadly.
Let's take a look at the popular weapons of the game. AC-80 finally making it up to
Mini Uzi.
Spot and Mini Uzi on Purgatory of all maps. I mean, it's a huge map, bro. I would have never thought the Mini Uzi would be an abused gun.
I want to see a P90 next.
I love the P90. I think it'll make its rounds. If the Mini Uzi can, the P90 surely can.
Oh yeah. I wonder how did it end up 6 times? I assume it's because we have a lot of that close.
Maybe
sequencing.
one team picked it up, they kept throwing it down, and someone else picked it up, and then the same team picked it up 4 times.
I get if that is how you do it, it counts. Sure. That's one way to cheat the system.
Someone picked it up and they were like, I'm gonna throw this gun away. I do not want to use the Mini Uzi. But jokes aside, the Mini Uzi is very, very effective. Close range combat, early game especially, when you're scrambling for some guns.
You'd think that in a slow game like this, Mini Uzi wouldn't be kind of like in the spotlight, right? But the match standing, of course, EVO's Phoenix bagging another 27 points. First race Eclipse. In second, they have 16 for them. Team Flash coming close, getting 15, all the way down to E-Arena once more with nothing.
I mean, I want to feel bad for them, but I'm not gonna do that just yet. I do not want to insult the capability of E-Arena. I know they can make a strong comeback. They have got 3 more play days to do exactly that, and I'm gonna wait for that play from them. First Raiders Eclipse consistency, beautiful. Team Flash, once again consistent. FWE Sports, super consistent throughout the whole day. The only one that did not manage the consistency in this final match is PE Sports, but I think they've already done enough for the overall leaderboard. So I'm going to take this from them. Vasto Mundo finally making their way up little by little. So you got to love this slow climb.
At least when we haven't seen Group C yet, that will be tomorrow. But at least when we compare Group A and Group B, we have at least 5 teams that are consistently performing at a high level. And that's a very scary thought. Because that means there's a chance that they remain consistent when they go up against Group C. And we might have already seen some of the front runners, right, in the making. But for now, overall standing, First Raiders Eclipse, breaking the 100-point mark on the first day. That's what consistency gives you. 102 total points, followed by FW Esports with 84. And EVO's Phoenix, well, they had to make a splash, don't they? 80 points in 3rd place.
I mean, this was just the phenomenal effort out of 2 games out of 6 for EVO's Phoenix.
They only played 2 games, right?
Spot. Yeah, they only properly played 2 games. You can collect the rest of the match points from the first 4 and bundle it up into what they can earn within 1 game in itself. EVO's Phoenix, I am just mind blown with how they can pull this off effortlessly. But props to Team Flash, 4th place for them. Vietnam has got Team PE Sports in the 5th place as well, so they're going to be absolutely delighted. But by the end of the day, the top 3, First Raiders Eclipse in the number 1 spot. Once again, FWE Sports number 2, and EVO's Phoenix. The rise of the Phoenix continues towards the very, very end. Bitter end for some of these other teams who have been hustling the whole day.
I think earlier you hit the nail on the head as well for EVO's AJ. The first 4 rounds, they got 26 points in total. Round 5, they got 27.
There you go.
All in a day's work, huh?
And I tell you, this was not unplanned. This was not by luck. EVO's Phoenix, they strategized this. They didn't throw the match. They just did not want to play the first 4 games.
That's true. It's not that we aren't winning. We chose to not win. Yet.
No, they just chose to not get aggressive. They're like, let's just toy around. Let's just play around. Let's just see where they're taking their good drop spots, and then we'll try later. Because towards the end, we saw the aggression really coming out. I mean, the blue circle search in itself, that showed me EVO's Phoenix is ready to step it up.
That is also one way to justify why EVO's Phoenix just ran straight into PE and got wiped, right? Now you can be like, yeah, EVO's Phoenix, they're just fooling around. Would be kind of boring if they just go all out from the first day and they finish group stage in 1st place with 1,000 points. The highest we had was about 700, I think.
I don't think it's going to be impossible for a team like EVO's Phoenix, but I also want to give props to some of the teams that did take them on within the first 4 matches. Jokes aside, I think EVO's Phoenix was not going super aggressive, but they did put on a great performance within the first 4 matches, but they were outplayed in many of those circumstances.
Yeah.
Even Moshi in the 1v4, it was a great attempt from him, but FW, they retrieved it well. But we are going to retrieve the show back from you guys because it's already the end of the day. We will see you guys on day 2. That's going to be tomorrow. Mustachio and Husky signing off.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop